NXPE na i-contest ito despite BREN Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boyet DR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out. Raratrating niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Oh! Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZFU naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nag-clear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pa ni Few pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at siya pa makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong Day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Deja vu! Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong Day 2 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 14 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Carl Tizzy ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kanika nilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang backdoor play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampiyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin inaasahan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero natalo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi. Kasi ito siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yaoi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yaoi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Is habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta. Pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko. And sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
pa.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masishare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko, tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega, so may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Fender Desert Rising doon sa likod. Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi! Kelra will stay alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yan, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka. Ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung clash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa ONIC na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dip pa lang kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos mamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka doon sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RSG. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang paalisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban, tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Fredwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya, parang may buff siya na yung first kill niya po hindi naririnig sa bush yon. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Kasi kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first kill pati trigger. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko, tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo pong pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hawk City because on our 5th spot is Benteng's Franco pick na tumalo sa BREN Esports noong day number 3. 16 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng BREN Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Benteng si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook, sabay flicker pa atras, tapos Bloody Hunt para mapuwersa ang BREN Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed BREN Esports and snap their 9-match winning streak.
Hoy, tawak! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Pew, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa, Benteng is down. Pew ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade. Pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa. Super Marco with a flicker. May minions sa bandang itaas, pero dalawa. Ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco. Sobrang low at mapuputukan pa. Escalera, nagwawala na. At si Caldizi na lang dito ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi. Dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na!
On our 4th spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite BREN Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy TR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratrating niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZFU naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nag-clear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pae ni Few, pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at saka makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong Day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control, balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Deja vu. Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong Day 2 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 40 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Carl TZ ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kani-kanilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang battle play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow!
Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord.
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-player ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-player. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng Grand Finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung World Champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl TZ. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa, or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yaoi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yaoi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta. Pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko. And sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did Do you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko, tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega. So may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Bender Esak Ryzen doon sa likod. Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi. Kelra will stay alive. Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yun, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung flash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa ONIC na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dip pa ng kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos pamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka doon sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RSG. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang paalisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Dance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Perdwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya. Parang may buff siya na yung first skill niya po, hindi naririnig sa bush yun. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Tapos kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first skill patiklika. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omay Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo pong pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Araw mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends player sa buong mundo. Ito ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 11. At guys, nagulat ba kayo? Kasi parang nagpalit ata tayo ng role ngayon eh. Ako nga pala si Marga Aquino or Margarine for short. Pero kahit April Fool's Day ngayon, alam nyo ba na ang ating mga laban ay magiging seryoso ngayong araw na ito. Lalong-lalo na yung unang magbabakbakan sa unang serye ng araw na ito. Siyempre, dahil dyan, papalapit na ang playoffs. Kaya naman, oras na para itaas ang lakas. So guys, siyempre, ang storyline naman natin ngayon is parang ganito siya. Si Yeli Hayes DR, nakita natin nung debut niya, nagkuminang talaga ng todo at sa totoo lang gusto ko malaman ngayon kung maglalaro nga ba siya papasok dito sa ating susunod na serye. Excited na ba kayo? Bakit hindi ko narinig? Excited na ba kayo? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Smart Omega versus Nexplay EVOS. Kaya naman, casters, pasok!
They say it's better late than never. Nexplay EVOS, on the other hand, got a win with a big brother on their side. But in Smart Omega, they translate pressure into winning, clutching victories. In this crucial match, Nexplay EVOS, which path are you going to take? Is it with or without Yeli Hayes? Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. My name is OSX, and on the English desk, we have Santi and Midnight for today. Is this happening?
Yes, I was born for this. English cast, baby!
What?
The English debut of our baby boy, Santi.
Can this day get any better? It's Santi on the English desk. Who's on the other side? I mean, how are you?
I'm good, but Nisus there also in the Tagalog.
Wait, sorry. Nisus on the Tagalog broadcast.
Yes.
It's the multiverse of MPL right now. And as we call all the shots on what's happening out today, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who is watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart. Be registering your SIM at smart.com.ph/simreg now and get free 3 GB of data. So make sure to register Smart SIM before April 26th. And going back to our headlines of the day, as Margarine Aquino mentioned, this is a serious matchup. We're trying to talk about NXPE EVOS and Smart Omega in our first header of the day because we have three matches to look up to. We have ONIC TNC who's coming right up next, and we also have RSG versus BREN Esports.
Yep, Smart Omega and NXPE, they definitely are scouring for points right now. Every match matters for them. Every game is essentially their lifeline. It's crucial for them to win at least one because, again, you're gathering those points and you are up against a team that you also want to eliminate from the playoffs. So, game number one is really a match that brings out the best and worst out of these players.
These are the teams that we know that they are just finding their way for survivability in this coming regular season. They want that playoff spot, and all of these series we all know that this will be exciting.
Yeah, exciting and even better. You said, Santi, that they're looking and fighting for their tournament life. You've mentioned how heated this match is because that last time we've seen Yelly Hayes back with Nexplay EVOS. So the question and the headline of the day is, will it be chemistry or will it be experience? And what's it going to be for NXPE? Because again, they have Big Brother on their side. That was Yelly Hayes. And Midnight, you're one of the witnesses on how this player grew. Back you were a coach at Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, he's a very silent kid, I would say. Still a kid. He's very, very young. But the thing is, with Yelly Hayes, you get best of both worlds. You get experience, you get talent. But there is that lack of the the captaincy, I would say, because Yelly Hayes for the longest time, yes, he has been a captain of a few teams, but there have been a lot of questions as to how he can lead teams because he's known to be a really, really quiet player,
Yeah, and Sandy, how about silent players? Does this have like a buff in terms of getting that winning game? Because he's a Big Brother on the side and a veteran, dude.
For me, the silent players in these teams are actually big factors coming into the game because some silent players are just as loud as they get when it comes to in-game. And we all know the shot call, the famous shot call of Yelly Hayes, H2. Wag-aasim, please.
Yes. Don't get sour, H3O. And we're looking back on week 6, day number 1. The match highlights of Yelly Hayes that gave Nexplay EVOS a win.
This is against BREN Esports, and they've respected the hero of Yelly Hayes DR, the Eve. Actually, Coach Ducky said in a tweet that it's a respect ban. It's a must ban for Nexplay EVOS when it comes to this lineup. If Yelly Hayes is playing, the Eve is a must ban.
Yeah, the thing about Yelly Hayes is that when it comes to his playstyle, whenever a mage is brought out on the current meta, he plays it so damn well. Like, you remember Yelly Hayes back in Season 4, Season 5, Selena was auto-banned against Yelly Hayes. Come Farza was auto-banned against Nexplay EVOS. Well, I've experienced that. We never have we never had a chance to play Farza on Hayes. And right now, Eve is still on the pool, and I think it's one of the few heroes that you want to just remove away from Nexplay EVOS because they're bringing in a player like this. You have to respect the amount of heroes that he plays, and we've witnessed that with BREN Esports. They didn't see that Eve was a threat, and boy oh boy, they suffered game 1. The first game loss after such a huge streak.
Imagine BREN having a point against BREN Esports. We have all of our questions right on the first match of the day because in this point, we're banking on will it be chemistry or will it be experience? Now, to go further of the story of the day, let's throw it over for our backstage pass for our first report for this match.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Mara. Now, simula Season 1, meron tayong isang manlalaro na kinikilala natin bilang half man, half amazing. Whether we call him Yelly Hayes or Yelly Hayes DR, the truth remains. Isa siyang legendary kahit ilang seasons na ang lumipas. Now, for the first time this season, sa wakas, pagkatapos natin siya makita mabangko ng 5 linggo, for the first time in his career, naglaro siya nung week number 6. Ang tanong, maglalaro ba siya ngayon kontra Omega? Tanungin natin, hilahin natin ang team owner, Banoobs! Hi, Banoobs!
Hi, Mara.
Kamusta?
Okay na okay. Goods na goods.
Okay, so ang topic nga natin ngayon ay si Yelly Hayes. Pero bakit nga week 6 lang natin siya in-introduce?
Actually, si Yelly Hayes kasi sa mga hindi nakakaalam, parang ano na siya eh. Alam mo, sobrang veteran na siya na hindi na siya nakatingin doon sa limelight. He has so much trust in the team na kahit kami pa yung pumipilit sa kanya para maglaro.
Ah, yeah?
Oo, totoo yan. And laki ng tiwala niya sa team. Nakita niya talaga na laki ng potential ng team. So, para sa kanya, nung naglaro siya ng week 6, talagang malaking decision yon para sa kanya din. Kasi sabi niya, mas malakas talaga yung na pag naglalaro yung rookie teams. Pero, ang vibes kasi ni Yelly Hayes is yung super laking discipline in-game. Yung pressured calls, wala sa kanya yun eh. Ano siya eh, very, very firm siya mag-call. And I think yun yung nakita rin ng yung mga nasa roster ngayon na sinabi nila, malaking leadership yung mabibigay ni Yelly Hayes sa team na kailangan niya talagang maglaro.
Actually, yan ang talagang alam namin sa kanya. Isa siyang maghusay na shot caller at yung leadership niya. So paano kayo nagde-decide kung kailan ilalagay si Yelly Hayes DR or si Goyong DR?
Actually, sa totoo lang, sobrang laking impact talaga yung chemistry nila as Goyong will be playing sa full roster. Pero this time kasi, nakita na natin yung yung nasubukan na natin yung chemistry. Pero ang hindi mo mawawala kasi sa pro games is yung may mental factor na talagang may kakabahan ka, may pressured pa rin. Pero with his playing ngayon, nasabi ko na pala.
Maglalaro siya ngayon. Huli.
Huli. Si Hayes ngayon maglalaro. So parang ito na, parang ultra instinct na. Ilalabas na namin lahat hanggang sa remaining 4 games.
Inside scoop, so paano naman siya sa bootcamp? Kasi usually, minsan nga nagugulat ako pag nakikita ko yung ngipin niya. Nagpapakita ba siya ng ngipin sa inyo?
Actually, ibang vibes.
Nagsasmile siya?
Yes, at makulit si Yelly Hayes talaga sa...
Makulit?
Hindi siya, medyo shy type lang talaga siya sa camera kasi hindi siya into limelight eh. Pero yung vibes niya sa bootcamp, talagang kulitan sila kasi makukulit din to mga players kasi puro bata eh. Pero talagang nakikita mo, nag-enjoy sila. Ultimo sa food trip, pinagpaplanuhan nila, part ng planning and everyday kung saan sila kakain ng midnight snacks nila, yung mga ganong bagay. So, very fun kasama sa ELAs.
Did it take him a while para mag-gel with everybody or did it take like halfway into the season? Gano'ng katagal yon?
Actually, siguro yung first week, kasi itong mga to, very outgoing, kinakausap talaga nila si Hayes. So, nawawala rin yung parang hihiya sa unang factor. Hanggang sa nagmumurahan na sila ng biruan. Diba? Lalo pagka naglalaro si Hayes, even for scrims, walang tatanga, mga ganon. So even yung vibe nila as a team, and I'm very proud of how they grew going into the competitive pro scene.
Nagulat kami doon na medyo madaldal pala siya sa bootcamp kasi ang tingin namin kay Hayes parang isang John Wick. Less words, more action. So sa bootcamp, medyo iba.
Yes.
Papatingin nga ng pinaka-Yelly Hayes impression mo. Paano ba siya sa bootcamp?
Ano ba?
Impression mo? Yung face, for sure. First yung face. Okay, pakita natin yung Yelly Hayes face.
Bigla na lang kasi biglang, halaka! Mga ganun na lang bigla eh. Ibang-iba yung kulitan sa bootcamp. Ibang-iba talaga. As in, very fun.
Banoobs, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Love your energy. At mukhang makikita nga natin, na-reveal na. Makikita natin ang energy ni Yelly Hayes DR mamaya. So yan ang ating aabangan. Once again, ako po, your very own Mara. Balikan na natin sa ating casters. Balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, the real Mara Aquino. We're just getting confused on how this day is going, but on to the words of Coach Manu from Nexplay EVOS, Yelly Hayes hits different right now that he's being in the...
It's a different guy.
I'm back.
How?
What
What
happened?
I had a stopover on my way to the English.
Did you get lost? How did you manage to grow a beard, Santi?
Well,
in just few minutes.
You know, I just had to stop over on our fellow broadcast and throw out how much I've improved in Tagalog, Filipino.
Wow.
Sample. Give it to our English viewers.
It kind of went like this. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Yes.
And that's all I remember.
That sounds good.
That's all the memory.
Again, it's good to have you back. Finally, it's April Fool's right now. And going back to the question on how that interview went with Coach Banoobs, and you said it's a good afternoon. It's a good way to show how Yelly Hayes, in the form of the John Wick, kind of say, that he talks less and more of the action.
Right?
John Wick.
I see the get-up.
Yeah. Thank you for noticing.
I haven't seen it yet. Please don't spoil me.
Yeah, I will.
Same here. Hard same. Don't you dare.
I was so close to saying some bits, but in
Don't
this
you
point,
dare.
at this point on this matchup, Yelly Hayes has full trust on this team to move forward. And unexpectedly, the coach has said, "Yay, Yelly Hayes is playing today." What's that factor in Midnight? What's that different?
I mean, I understand the choice here because you'd want the experience and you'd want somebody not to feel the jitters when it comes to playoffs contention.
Well, speaking of contention, I believe two teams are ready right now to hit the stage. Nexplay EVOS and Smart Omega right on stage.
Sakto.
2 teams, baby.
One, two,
They translate pressure into amazing victories. From their highs and lows, their winning ways are calibrated like never before. Let's welcome on stage Barangay Smart Omega! Identity, mentality, and courage. The tenacity of these amazing rookies continues to remain strong as they face the biggest threats heading to the playoffs. Let's welcome Nexplay EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Josh and Coach Adomax. It's Smart Omega versus Nexplay EVOS. Who is going to take back a win? Few seconds ago, we were talking about how Yelly Hayes is now different, but now let's talk about Smart Omega. Nothing has changed. Now it's been Lewis. Now it's with Storm and Renzio back. How is this for Nexplay EVOS?
Well, they played 22 games together. That's one of the biggest things here because at this point, and you know, we're going to talk about this more when we see NXPE's lineup, is synergy. Synergy is one of the biggest questions here, and that's something that Smart Omega has had some struggles with throughout the season. They've had some great moments, and they've also had some not so great moments, but this lineup here should be able to pull them through. Again, they're fighting for a spot here for the playoffs as there's only 3 left, and everybody in the standings now is points away from each other.
Well, speaking of points away from each other, you mentioned chemistry and experience. How is this? Yelly Hayes is back. A minute ago, he was smiling. Now he's back on a serious Yelly Hayes note. What is this, Midnight?
I mean, for Nexplay EVOS, they've been in the spot for so many seasons now, and I feel like Yelly Hayes' comfortability to just compete in pressure is going to be a factor here. And it's crucial for Nexplay EVOS because you don't want any form of jitters just being present on your game, but you want to be able to perform at your best. You want to be able to play what you want to play, and Yelly Hayes brings that out for Nexplay EVOS. And I feel like there is that presence of jitters that we've seen from Nexplay EVOS for the past few games. This is their first MPL, and I feel like coming into this matchup, especially up against Smart Omega, you need that somebody to guide you along the way, and Yelly Hayes is that hero.
Yeah, you need a big brother. Speaking of an experience and all of the things he went through, looking back on our team head-to-head, Omega is ranking on the 5th, NXPE is on 7th. And this is what, week 7? How many things left? And looking at this, the difference is, man, can they still make it through with the stats?
Yeah, that's a heated question, OSX. That's a heavy one because, you know, at this point, if you have looked at the updated standings, a lot of these teams, again, are within points of each other. And today, especially when we get past today's matches, that'll be a telling story of what's ahead for the remaining days in Week 8.
I mean, for Smart Omega, they are kind of the team that is more favored in this matchup because they're more aggressive, they can close out better, they can convert team fights better in terms of objective, and Nexplay EVOS, that is the thing that they needed to fix because there is that basic fundamentals on the individuality of NXPE's players, but the thing is, this is a 5v5 game. You have to convert those onto major objectives like the Lords, the Turtles, and even the Turrets. And Smart Omega, we've seen them pull off miracles time and time again, even against top teams. It's because of that crucial factor of if you secure one fight and you bring out the best of your players, you can close out the game with certain endgame conditions.
That's true. And looking back on those stats, they have this close ranking on the kill participation. Something tells you that they dictate some of the paces in the game, and some of them, Omega being their own identity, they become the venom, the lason in Tagalog, in MPL Philippines. And there's no surprise that they're still climbing their way back now in their playoffs standings. Now, going back to our match of the day, let's throw it over to our analysts back on the Filipino broadcast on what is our keys to victories for this match.
Dito na tayo sa punto kung saan every win matters, and that's very true for two teams na kailangan masecure ang kanilang playoff slot, Nexplay as well as Omega. Tingnan muna natin, keys of victory brought us by Infinix. Para sa Smart Omega, we can de-explain. Gamit nga naman syempre yung pag-focus nila doon sa may explain, pwede sila manalo versus Nexplay EVOS ng madali. Nakita natin na yung Nexplay EVOS, uma-anchor sila doon sa mga plays na nagagawa. Hindi kaya naman na-activate nila eventually yung other side, in which is the gold lane. Nagsisimula lahat kay Ding, at ito yung bagay na pwede i-shutdown gamit sila ng o kaya naman ang mga rotations mula sa Omega. Para sa Nexplay EVOS, Kelra is the win condition, knowing na ang gold standard talaga ang tinitignan at talagang minamagnify ng mga teams versus Omega. Once na mapigilan man nila si Kelra, nagiging mas okay sila. Sabihin na natin hindi nila mapipigil sa pag-fire, pero when it comes to actually shutting him down during team fights, kahit 1 or 2 deaths, that's gonna be enough. They need to identify where Kelra is and shut him down all the time. Para naman sa dalawang teams, think twice but don't overthink. Tignan muna yung mga side lanes. Pero make sure lang muna na na-check nila dito yung lane minion management ng dalawang teams. Kasi itong dalawang teams na to, although alam natin na hindi sila yung parang talagang nagba-backdoor, there is that potential. At alam natin dahil farming ang dalawang teams na to at na-activate nila yung kanilang gold laner, kailangan din tignan kung saan yung mga rotations sila. But do not overthink. Look for the gold laners when they are at pag nagkaroon ng team fight, mananalo kayo kapag nakip nyo ang gold laner nyo ng buhay. Yan po ang keys to victory brought us by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Rolf, for the keys to victory. And going back on those points, I want to ponder on a point number 3. Think twice, but don't overthink. You've mentioned earlier, right, that Nexplay EVOS has this hesitation, has this nervousness on how they're getting through their matches. Will this be an iron version of Nexplay EVOS right now with Yelly Hayes onto their side?
Yeah, again, being decisive with your choices and how you play the game is a big factor as to how teams get their victories, and that is also an issue that the Nexplay EVOS has to solve. And with Yelly Hayes' guidance, and I feel like this goes to everybody that is watching MPL. It's kind of like a challenge to life. Like, there is a certain balance between thinking twice and overthinking. And for NXPE, you just have to make sure that every move you make, it's well thought out, but you have to make it. You don't have to overthink in a way that, oh, will this play really work? What would we get after? What are the errors that could be could be committed on both sides? And if you manage to fix that, naturally the momentum will sink towards your way. Because if the play makes sense and if it works, then you just win. If it doesn't, then you make another play and maybe hope that it works.
That's true, because speaking of wins, going back to the match history of this heated, crucial match, Nexplay EVOS 2-0'd Smart Omega. This was way back, weeks ago, and we were talking about how they progressed in this fight.
That's the thing, man. Like, the first half of the season, a lot of these teams were struggling to find their grounds, to find their footing, basically, so to speak. And, NXPE and Omega were one of those, but yes, NXPE sweeping Omega here. You're wondering, what exactly worked for them? How did it all play out? But yeah, now that you have a veteran, someone with massive experience as well, like Yelly Hayes, leading some of this decision making, I think that's where one of the biggest things comes from. That is the hesitation factor. Man, we saw this and we were harping on this with TNC before, and weeks leading into where they are now. Now that they've taken down BREN and Echo, and that was something that really stood out, was TNC stopped hesitating. That's what they adjusted within their game, and people stepped up. It was Ben Things and King Kong especially, and that's why they're finding so much success. So both of these teams, it should be a similar answer. Stop hesitating, just go with what you know and hope that it works out for you.
Do what you need to do right there in this match. And to go back, now we're on to the draft. Something tells me that this is a different side that Omega chose. Their win rate is mostly on the red side, but now they did this with Nexplay EVOS.
Actually, that's the most interesting thing about Smart Omega is that they usually defy what is good for a lot of teams. Like for most teams here in MPL, you would prefer first pick. Blue side has a more average win rate compared to red side, but Omega, doesn't really play into those statistics. But again, I feel like coming into this match, first pick is really, really important. Considering that Fredrin is no longer the king of first picks anymore, it sets up a lot of different paces for the team who gets blue side, because now you can potentially set up for different openers. Like you could still argue that Kaja and Joy would be picked up on Smart Omega, or if they go back to Fredrin, Nexplay EVOS falls into this trap or pit wherein you are only allowed to select 2 heroes that are patterned in a way that this is the variant that usually threads when you're playing against a Fredrin first pick. So again, this is the power of first pick. You usually set the pace of the draft. And Nexplay EVOS, they don't have any choice but to follow through with certain conditions and permutations that we've seen already.
Well, speaking of following things through, that's the first pick, Joy. On the side of Smart Omega, on the other hand, they've thrown back a different pick. This is a Faramis and an Arnold. Finally, we're going to see a Faramis game back in this week. So, in this point, well, Nexplay EVOS had their winning conditions on the red side. It's more of like securing those factors on what is Omega starting to play. Because on all 5 players right now of the Barangay, a lot of them are capable in those pacing that they could set up. And Kelra got his hands back on the Beatrix.
Yeah, that's huge. Funny thing about this, too, is the fact that, Fredrin hasn't been picked up in this first phase yet at all. And so I think that paints the picture here, especially with the kind of play style, the play plan for both of these teams. I like that Omega, they kind of just went with that Joy, the Beatrix, the Farso. Like, now, Joy can still technically be flexed, right? You can't say, okay, 100% it's going in the XP lane. We have seen her being placed in the jungle as well. She can be used there. Yep, exactly. Woo. And so that's up in the air. But now the thing is for NXPE, they've locked in the Faramis, who we haven't seen in about a week because, he wasn't able to come into competitive play. So now you have him, the Arlot. This is where things, I mean, even with those 2 picks, it's already kind of scary how the interaction is going to be between them. Now you pick up the carry, so both teams locking in their gold lane options, kind of securing that here, plus their mid laners. And again, Ding grabbing this Arlot for the XP lane is going to be massive for NXP's success.
Well, speaking of interaction, I'm seeing you Midnight, I'm seeing your gears starting on the first shift. They responded with the carry.
Yeah.
Is this a good spot for NXPE to take?
It's quite interesting because the route that NXPE took was comfort, and if you remember, Doming had one of the best performances in carry on average in MPL, and I feel like that's what they're banking on. But the fact of the matter is, after first phase, we don't really know what Yellow Haze will be handling at. He can pick up the Faramis, or they can still pick up the Eve, which is inherently good against the lineup of Smart Omega, even though there is a Beatrix in Farsa. But the one thing that I am most concerned about is the health of the gold laner of NXPE, because there's a lot of threats against this carry. Even a Joy is a standing threat versus Doming BR. And going to the second phase, they might have to double down on protecting this carry on the late game, but that is going to become a problem because Smart Omega, they did show that they have been able to perform games wherein they just took over the early game. So if you're going for the late game route, Smart Omega might just take over on the early game.
Yeah, that's how the Venom or the last one works in this kind of match. Because Smart Omega, they had their highs and lows and how they wanted to counter this. And from what you're trying to tell us, Midnight, on the side of Nexplay EVOS, with so much heroes that they need to build on, they need something to be on the stronghold.
Whoa.
But that's a Fredrin onto the second pace of picking. Okay.
Not sure if you wanted to pick Fredrin right there. It's two sides. Whether you want to reveal jungle last or you want to reveal position of the Faramis last. So NXPE, they're still hiding the fact that the Faramis can be picked up as a support or a roam, but that does give Smart Omega the option to counter this Fredrin. And the thing is, there have been a lot of answers versus this insane jungler, like the Akai from Sensui, even the Grok, by the way. Both came from Sensui. It's a good hero to answer the insane presence of Fredrin during the Lord takes, because you do have that CC immunity, and you also get the chance to just out-damage Fredrin during the the Lord takes. But they go back to the Lancelot, the Tankcelot Ryzen, one of the favorites, works as well against the Fredrin because you don't mind playing into the taunts. And you go back to the Franco. So it's not a flex promise role.
Yeah.
But I would have preferred to to pick a Fredrin last because you would have wanted a better jungle matchup.
Better jungle matchup, in this case, I feel like it's just let Boyette dominate the objectives if he can, right? Because that's actually something we've seen him do before. And even as we take a look at the talent predictions here, we've got OSX for NXPE.
Again.
Yeah.
The sole believer.
Yeah, the believer. But that's okay because, we all voted for Echo yesterday, and look what happened with TNC, right? So
who would have thought that happened?
Who would have thought? But it's great. It's great for the seasons. Great for the regular season here. Now, my point with this is, with NXPE specifically, Fredrin, I'm expecting them to really hone down on the objectives with the lineup that they have and kind of play through that.
Well, speaking of doing things around in this game, watch out for the smart power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up, and you only have until the timer runs out. So comment your prediction with the hashtag power of smart. One lucky person gets it correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll. The ways of Nexplay EVOS right now is about to show up against Smart Omega. They 2-0'd, and now will they have a comeback? There's one thing that they're going to ponder upon. This is the fight that we're looking for. Because, Naisu, you've mentioned that into the playoffs health, into the playoffs standings. At week 7, we don't know who's going to go up in that 6 slots. And this is just amazing to see.
Yeah, we got, 3 more slots to go here, right? Couple of differences that I'm noticing too, and maybe Midnight you can expound on this. Brusco is playing with a different emblem here that we saw work so well for Ben Things when he likes to play with that focusing mark on the Franco.
Yeah.
And we were kind of talking about that. And also Ding, right? He's opting not to play Tenacity a lot here.
Yeah, I love the fact that Brusco is going with PYT, more flickers, more mobility on the map, and more catch potential for NXPE. Because with other emblems, you might say that it is a more potent Franco on the early game, but if you're going to play with a Gold Dane and you're just waiting for the objective fights, and then you think that, okay, catch is more functional, so lesser cooldowns means more activity for the Franco for the mid-game. So it's kind of sacrificing early game viability of the Franco for the insurance that you have more functions with the hero come the later stages of the game.
Yeah, activities and functions. You want that perfect hook if you're a Franco. We've seen good Franco games, and this could be an enablement for Doming DR because we're talking about how the carry would survive in the power spike composition of Omega because there's a lot of burst.
Yeah. With Ding DR's emblem choice, however, on Bendigo, there is some form of experiment going on to choose whatever perfect emblem is for the Arlet, but Renzio though.
Oh, Renzio could be in trouble here. First blood going over to Ding as you were just talking about him, but the turtle secured by Ryzen. Now the battle in the river ensues. Miko in trouble. Gonna fall to Yelly Haze here. So NXPE picking up 2 kills. They give up the turtle. Looks like it was worth it.
Yeah, and that's how they see of putting up most of their amplifications. Look at that, Yelly Haze. Close.
One hit. Oh man, that's satisfying. Every time you're playing, especially in the mid lane, it's 1 hit away, and you get that kill.
And Yelly Haze was not expecting that. After, he's a Farsa player, and with experience, he knows for a fact that after Farsa has been able to clear the way, Farsas usually just fly away, go to other lanes. But Stone was like, nah, I'm killing you.
Just how they become aggressive up against Helix that we know is one of the amazing users of this hero, the Farsa. So in that point that they're trying to get burst damage, I say they're pushing NXPE to go back in their lane just as this.
Yeah, they might. I mean, he has backup. Brusco's here, but you can see already the call coming through. This might turn into a hold-on fight here early on. Bottom side, Brusco is deleted off the map here, and some covering fire goes down from Calrun. They back off.
Not entirely sure what NXPE was looking for on that play, and Calrun just was able to get a lot of XP out of that skirmish, and that will propel him to better timing in the early stages of the game, and that means lesser farming time for Doming DR. So NXPE, they have to make space, they have to make plays on the map, because if they don't, Smart Omega will just pull ahead, especially with this Lancelot and Kaja always together during those skirmishes. They always want to try and look for pickoffs, because the thing is, yes, even though you're playing into a carry, your mid-game spike is much better compared to NXPE. So you're kind of willing to wait for things to settle down, and if nothing is happening, as long as you're removing the playing capability of NXPE, you're fine. Because mid-game, after Keller has been activated, it is going to become a problem for NXPE to deal with.
So we can either say the Brusco needs to have a double time on how they would want to have this coverage to protect the situation of amping the carry in the mid game, because right now they're really risking everything to get the second objective.
Yeah, they don't want to give this one up, so they're going to kind of assert dominance here in that turtle pit. There's not really much entry at all.
Yeah, but a top lane
Omega. Yeah, but they're trading it objectively top side.
Yeah, you were talking about space, Midnight. Keller is up top.
Yeah, this is, you know, classic Smart Omega. Like, they give out objectives for the sole purpose of allowing Kelra to just propel towards that proper timing. And NXPE, yes, you did secure Turtle. It took 5 heroes though, and Smart Omega saw that. And that's not going to boost the, that's not going to boost the game of carry per se, but it essentially at least allows them to have a lesser time in terms of farming for the late game. But again, Smart Omega, they just took a lot of gold on Keller on the top lane.
Well, it's all about the gold lanes, right? We're seeing the items on how they progress in these two teams. So right now, we're looking for damage for the side of NXP, because at some parts, they can sustain the game.
What the hell is
it's
this build from Keldra?
Steel leg plate right onto NXPE.
Yeah, Keldra is not building boots this game. He doesn't want mobility. He wants farm. He wants damage. And
he wants damage.
Yeah, he wants damage.
I was about to say big damn, but he's not there yet.
Well, we might just be seeing it in a short few minutes, because Smart Omega, they're hitting the timings right. And I love this because some teams would rather fight like crazy against a carry. And the dangerous part about that is if carry gets a little bit of momentum in the early game, the late game will come much faster. So Smart Omega, they're being patient with their timings. They're farming up the resources that they need. Comes such a time wherein they need to fight NXPE, they're at full firepower.
So right now, they need to have good trades on how they would want to wait for Dom and DR to activate.
Oh,
look at that!
Brusco going in with a flicker bloody hunt, and they look on the target. It's Renzio though, but he's still alive, and now NXPE gets punished. They get the flicker out from Yelly, still on the hunt here. Ryzen now in perfect timing. The turtle's going to spawn.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just going to go ahead and grab a turret, possibly plus an objective. NXP needs to contest this. Turret does go down. Bottom side, tier 1. Boyet and Ryzen facing off for the turtle dance. Everybody in place. Nothing. Boyet, though. Stolen from the noses of Omega. So they grab another objective here.
To be able to insert that retribution onto insane damage out of Smart Omega. They're not done yet.
Nice final slash. Ding goes under the turret. Domain grabbing the kill though. Nice setup there also from Ding. That's the power of the final slash.
Yeah. I was about to say that Smart Omega took everything away from NXPE, but Boyd DR again with his unspoken rule, if you start turtle, I'm gonna take it. And NXPE, after that initial turtle steal, he went back to mid lane. Yellowhaze.
Okay, they get the Cold Ulter out.
Ryzen.
Dragging the Stampede a little bit, but should not be able to get a kill here. Nice dodge. Thorn Rose able to get out of that. Appraiser's Wrath, the hook too.
Man.
Not going to land there. So avoiding a lot here, Ryzen, but as you were saying, Midnight, things are falling into place here for Omega, but NXP is counterpunching back when they can.
Yeah, Ding with the final slash onto Keldra, catching the Beatrix off guard. And again, this allows NXP to just have this massive space in the mid game. And Boyet.
Oh man, there's a lot of this back and forth between these two, but you can see how much they're centering around, these lanes, especially as we get geared up for that first Lord that's going to be spawning. We know how important those tier 1 turrets are.
Well, speaking of tier 1 turrets, we're looking for how NXP approaches these fights. Oh, they spotted one.
Still going to be going Stome. Can he fly out? He can't. Gets locked down and taken down.
I like this.
Mid-game, doming on a 2-0. This is a spike that we're talking about, Midnight.
Yeah, and again, NXP, even though they have a carry, these plays are so damn decisive. Like, whenever they see here, even Boyet committed the retribution there just to make sure that the kill will pull through. And this is the commitment that we were looking for from NXPE. The fact of the matter is they have such insanely talented players. They're able to execute. It's just that you have to translate that towards the game. And NXPE at the moment, even though they have a carry, they know that their heroes are strong. So whenever they see a hero on the side of Smart Omega, they fully commit.
Now look at that commitment.
Gonna get checked here. You did get pulled. Brusco goes in with a flicker, but he's gonna get pulled by the Divine Judgment. Separated from a team, he falls under the turret, still going. Deming alive. Finds Renziel. They're still clashing in the mid lane. Back and forth they go. Ryzen on the hunt. Finds Domeng when he was trying to go back. Punishes him there. And now Lord is up. Smart Omega still holding on. Look at the damage. Yelly Hayes in trouble. The burn is too much from Stome. And now it's a green light to start up the Lord here. They still got to approach this carefully. They know Boyet's ready.
My gosh. Omega strikes back, and those moments and windows of mistakes that NXP just committed. Don't get me wrong, they had all the chances to hold, but the pull on how Renzio put them on the other side of that route. Look at the pull! Brusco!
Another hook and land. Brusco, massive, finds Stome. Now down a member, still Lord gonna be juggled around here. Boyet and Ryzen, less than half health. NXP with a numbers advantage. Looking for it. There's the Divine Judgment. They do find Ding. Final slashes away. Ryzen trying to buy time. Gets knocked up by Boyet. Lord still going to be worked on. Comes down. Goes in the hands of Boyet. Still going as Ryzen will fall.
Wow, insane retribution timings coming out from the Fredrin. Smart Omega, even though they are punching back, yes, that's the strength of their lineup is showing. It's much stronger against NXP during the mid game. But man, the decisive plays coming out from NXP. Ding's committal onto the back line allowed NXP to fight essentially two team fights there. Two skirmishes wherein Smart Omega was trying to deal with Stone first. NXP, however, was zoning out the bitches on the back line, and that allowed Boyd DR to have this undivided attention towards the Lord, wherein on contrast, you had Ryzen. He had to use Puncture so many times. He had to use Phantom Execution just to be able to move in and move out of this fight. But Boyd DR was just waiting for the HP of the Lord, and Retribution was, was put in there. Very good timing, and that secures this lead by NXP. And mind you, they still have the carry.
You got it, man. The mid-game powers, like it's all about Dom and DR having a 4 kills against Omega. This is just purely NXPE EVOS knocking onto the base. Look at the gold. We have Rising on one, a player from NXPE EVOS, Domeng, against Ryzen in this match.
Yeah, just great performance so far. NXP able to pretty much swap things around even when Omega had the lead that they had. But still, as they work around this first Lord that they grabbed, Demolition Man, Domeng, man, he is able to buy so much space for NXPE. So, you know, it's given that they're going to lose these turrets leading in the base. Omega holds on to the inhibitors. So as we get prepped up for that next Lord, and whichever team takes that, they got to be careful not to get picked off by Brusco, because the man has been landing hooks left and right and getting that advantage for NXPE.
Yeah, speaking about Franco games since yesterday, it's a Franco week for everybody, and for all the tank users out there, go ahead and enjoy your day on how these players manage to land their hooks correctly, because right now Omega in their lineup, once Miko's pick off from the ultimate of Akaji is gone, everything can be miscalculated for Omega to have a counterattack.
Yeah, and the thing about Franco is that it kind of pseudo acts like a secondary Kaja, with the exception of being able to move back when you when you use the crowd control. But the thing is, the fights go awkwardly for both sides, But for Smart Omega, it's kind of hard because Renzio on Joy is trying to do what Ding is doing for NXPE. But the fact of the matter is, Ding has a crowd control ability. Compare that to a Joy, wherein Renzio just stands on the back line. And the problem is NXPE, if they don't look at the Joy, and if they don't see him as a target, you can't do that. You can't do the same for Smart Omega. Like, this Arlot is a big problem. Unlike with NXPE, they can play the fights, even not caring about the Joy. For Smart Omega, they have to care about the fact that Ding DR is always setting up onto the Matrix.
Man, the Arlot was the first heroes that Omega used in MPL Philippines regular season 11. And now, again, we discussed about the draft. They're like being in the red side. Now it's a different thing that how we're managing to see how this hero manages to break momentum, especially of Omega, once that second or window is gone, the counter punish of Nexplay EVOS can really show in terms of damage. And all of this, I'm seeing 2 immortalities present for Nexplay EVOS.
Not only that, but they also can play around the Cult Altar here. So that's something that they have to be conscious of if you're Omega. Renzio's gonna have his work cut out for him as well as he tries to zip around and get to the back lane once this fight breaks out.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you brought out. We haven't even seen NXPE fully capitalize on the fact that they have Cult Altar yet. It was just this immense damage output coming out from Doming DR with the space that he gets during the fight. Brusco though.
Okay, Brusco.
With a tongue!
Try to get Stone. Not going to be able to find the connection, but they flicker in. Appraiser's Wrath comes down too. Stone falls in. Ding goes in the back line. Final slashes. He's going to get pulled with the Divine Judgment. Buys time though. Cutting off Kelra from the team. Everybody else still going here. Domeng still alive. Whoa. Flickers out, it's Kelra and Miko versus 4. They're quite low though. Kelra, can he pull it off? Shoots Jelly Hayes, he gets hooked and Domeng gets the kill. Miko left alive. NXPE again with a massive team fight.
What a wonderful sequence for NXP. Again, Ding with a backline access towards the Beatrice allows more fighting time for NXP. Even though Doming DR almost came close to dying from Ryzen, Smart Omega, they didn't have the chance to fight on their own terms. Beatrix was trying to deal with Ding for the longest time, and they didn't have enough damage to deal with the carry on that skirmish. Again, it's essentially 2 fights that Smart Omega has been dealing with.
2 fights in these 2 teams. Ding was the sacrificial lamb on how he divided Omega. Look at that. Look at the progress. Look at the items right now of this carry.
Pal Domeng.
I think we can say this again on the English desk. Domeng Nation.
Domeng Nation. Back up and online.
Yep. That's massive. That's a massive lead that he just has in overall in terms of farm that he has.
I was going to say, if he ever plays Melissa and he has this amount of gold, it's Domeng expansion.
There it is.
Right.
I get it.
Let's go. Yeah,
it's a JJK reference.
Yeah.
I get it. Yep.
Let's go.
I get it. You don't have to explain to me.
No, I mean, I'm explaining it to the audience. Some people would not understand.
But it's true, right? Space with Melissa and all of that expansion.
Expansion, what?
Yeah.
What was that Doming expansion? Well, watch JJK.
Now you know.
and to look back on how Doming is managing to be dominant against Smart Omega, this is good news on how they want to take this game. Look at that, Ryzen is trying to spot 1.
Yeah, he's gonna have to buy time. The final slash does come through. There's the lockdown to Ryzen in trouble. Gonna fall in the mid lane. They're down their jungler. Omega still holds on a little bit longer. Conceal play gonna be committed to. Still eyes set on the prize. Mid-turret inhibitor. Couple hits away, not gonna fall though. They hold on. They just gotta dodge these hooks again from Brusco.
Yeah, again, the commitment of NXPE. I'm pretty sure Brusco was spamming the hell out of pressing that button, and he was able to land that stun onto the Lancelot. And Ryzen, the longest time we haven't seen him,
Okay, they're gonna pull Boyet. Still have the immortality, should be able to get the kill here. Can't get away, Kelra grabs the kill. They get the flicker around from Brusco. Domeng taking a couple shots himself. But there's a response from Omega.
Okay, no jungler from the NXPE. I think they're now looking for those viable targets. Smart Omega is looking for something that they can utilize because look at the AoE of Storm, right? Although they have fallen short on the time, but having this onto the ultra late game, they have this condition that, hey, we can't just count out the barangay.
Yeah, there is that Divine Glaive coming up from Storm, so damage is really massive on the side of Smart Omega, especially with having a Beatrix in Barca, the Ren's Apathy onto the Feathered Airstrike. Purified though, committed by Storm as the hook landed from Brusco DR. So it is kind of an awkward situation for both sides because they're both waiting for spells to be thrown out, but the the advantage is gearing towards NXPE, especially with this kind of playstyle wherein they don't really care if they misplay or not because Brusco has been phenomenal in this Franco.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for another pick here. Gonna dodge that iron hook, not going to connect. So they back off for now. Feathered Airstrike committed though. Jelly Hayes getting quite low, holding on here.
There's that damage from the Barca.
Yeah, it's there. So all this, leading up to this Lord now, both teams committing a couple spells and resources here. So we'll see how this all settles in for this next Lord take.
You were talking about how these 2 teams are waiting for NXP. They don't need to wait. That was one of the mistakes they committed in their matches, that hesitation factor, that they have all the gears to even go for a winning shift. in this match. And if they keep on doing that, that was one thing that we can look after. But also, they need to respect the fact that they can be bursted down. In the bush, Renzio at spot 1, but they're trying to pull the Lord onto their side. Boy, DR trying to spam it down.
This is awkward for Smart Omega. Nobody is willing to just go near NXPE, and you ask yourself, it's usually the job of the Kaja to just sit around and look for the Franco, but the threat of the burst damage is there, so Miko hasn't been really confident to just look for Brusco DR during these fights, and that allows NXPE to have this fantastic time wherein they know for a fact that Omega will just be scared whenever they see the Franco.
The flicker win in, still going to be committed. Lord is secured by Ryzen, able to grab it. There's a final slash from Ding, unleashing on Omega. Kelra has the flicker round. Boyet not going to be able to chase him down, gets punished and falls. So amidst it all, Omega grabs the Lord here, and NXPE loses Boyet.
Man, I just gotta say, the isolation play of Renzio, going back into the fight, he divided the damage of NXPE, putting Doming away out of the battlefield.
Yeah, and see, this is why science cannot explain as to how Smart Omega has been winning, right? NXPE, they committed into a fight wherein they caught almost 4 heroes on the side of Smart Omega. Nobody died, Ryzen was able to get the Lord, and Kelra killed off Void DR. Like, you would need to watch that fight 10 times before you understand as to what happened. Oh, Miko though.
Death Bush there, the setup. They do get Miko. They get a lot of return fire though, back from Stone. So NXP, they find a kill, but they're going to lose some of these turrets. They got to deal with this Lord here too. And we'll see if they're actually able to defend the way that Omega has in the past minutes here.
Okay, let's see how Nexplay EVOS could manage to hold the line, but how Omega is just taking down turret after turret.
They have to be careful. The round 2 of
they
the Lord.
Need to respect this.
Yeah, remember the Lord bump, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't go on cooldown anymore. Like
charge.
Every turret, the Lord charge. Every turret it sees, he's gonna be bumping into that. So for NXP, if they get, I mean, for a lot of the teams, if you see the Lord and you see 2 turrets, you have to defend at least the second one.
Yeah. And this tests NXPE to be onto positioning, because at some points that Omega would want to take this game back on their side, they keep on doing the flicker combo that Miku does, and it works!
The thing about that is like what Midnight was saying earlier, it's usually, when you have the Kaja, you usually expect it to initiate a lot, but there's a certain hesitation, but it's also because Miko is thinking sometimes he has to peel as well. Because if those hooks do land, or if they find the own initiation from NXPE, they need a chance. There you go. This time he's aggressive. He's going to find Ding here. Mortality popped, and everybody getting hit with this feathered airstrike. Ding not going to be able to escape. Phantom execution from Ryzen, finding the kill. So that time, Omega gave the go signal by Miko.
Yeah, and they found the right target, by the way. They committed onto Ding, which allows Smart Omega to finally have this single-minded team fight wherein you just have to chase the gold laner of NXPE. And that is what Renzio and Ryzen did. They saw 4 heroes on the back line. Ding was already dead. Immortality has been popped off. And you have this team fight wherein for Smart Omega, all you need to do is just chase NXPE.
Go. Speaking of chase, did he
Miko! Go ahead and drag Brusco here, quite low, not going to land the hook. Immortality also expended. The lined up shot not going to hit here, but Omega got what they wanted as they now make a beeline to the Lord.
This is the late game condition that Omega has. We're talking about how they're really playing it passively early game. Now this counts out the burst on how Storm and Kello works well.
Yeah.
Now at this point in time, NXP needs to have a lot of armor and sustain coming from Yelly Haze.
He's gonna have Divine Judgment in view here for Miko. We don't have any flicker from Brusco DR, so this is gonna become a problem here for NXPE. Ding, however, can sit on the back line. But Smart Omega, they're playing it smart. They're playing it carefully. No pun intended, by the way. And the thing is, it's
5 out of 5.
It's still hard for NXP to fight because the damage output from Stone has been detrimental with Smart Omega's victory in these skirmishes.
Double field coming out. They get it locked down on the roam, and they're going at it. Final Slash comes out too. Lord still going to be worked on. Renzio taking a couple hits with the spin wheels. No connection, though. Ryzen in trouble here. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution out of there. And Lord resets. And with everything, it's only Miko that falls.
Yeah, unfortunately for Miko, he didn't have any version of Cult Altar, no immortality whatsoever. But man, this is getting harder for NXPE to fight into because they felt the full damage of Stone's Feathered Airstrike, like 4 hits fell onto NXPE. And even though you have Sustain, you have Cult Altar, you have to be worried about the fact that if you don't catch this Barca, damage is not going to be a problem for Smart Omega. Positioning is everything for both teams. NXPE, they are the ones who are in the driver's seat in terms of that factor because they have the initiators on the form of Cusco.
Oh, dang! Brusco goes in again with a bloody hunt. They find Stone this time. Renzio in the backside takes quite a bit of damage himself, has to back off. Still has that immortality. Lord, though, looking like it's going to go in the hands of NXPE. Brusco gets sniped down.
16K
Still
Lord.
holding on. There's a Stampede. The final slash as well. It's Kelra finding another kill, but he gets a Prazer's Wrath. Ryzen down. Kelra on the run.
Taunt.
Gets taunted, knocked up here. Unleashing, can't escape Domang. Now Renzio chasing Domang here. Gonna try to get between the walls. Has the immortality. The team here to help him out. Renzio as well. Domang unleashing the best he can. Has to survive. It's 3 down for Omega.
Hayes, is it going to be enough damage? Nah. And NXPE, they win that fight. Smart Omega, even though they lost the Farsa, they were still able to hold on for so long. And Keller was able to output so much damage. But again, this is a late game already for NXPE. Doming with the carry, with the true damage and the shurikens, it hurts for Smart Omega.
Because of the mobility of Smart Omega has with Renzio and Joy, I just gotta say, and to go back to your word, mid that catch, who do you catch among the barangay? Look at this fight. Look at the replay brought to you by Infinix.
Yeah, they started the fight right. They caught the proper target, which is Stone. So they didn't have any feathered airstrike on that fight. But that catch from Kelra with the Renner's Apathy really did
All right, they get the Purify out. They're gonna lose the turret here. Lord also on the bottom side. They're going to work on this. NXP could look to punch this game in. They've got everything they need. Omega trying to hold the line. Miko with the conceal. Possibly looking for a target here. Ryzen going to jump in again. There's the Cult Altar as well. Extending the fight. Renzio falls. Another
Minions.
focused here. Yelly Hayes with the pole. Kelra trying to hold down the line.
Look at the
Hellstorm does fall. NXP still going to be fighting for it. A couple hit from the base, but Domang finds Kelra.
The waves.
That's it. They focus on the crystal. NXPE takes game number 1.
Wow. Commitment is really the key here for Nexplay EVOS. And that rewarded them this game number 1 victory.
Amazing as we go back and forth onto those team fights. Right now, Nexplay EVOS is we're feeling all the pressure translating into awesome ways and how they managed to pull through. Man, Doming DR, how did he manage to survive in tight spaces?
Domination.
Yeah, domination.
Amazing.
A lot of factors here. The Cult Altar, the mobility of the carry, and the fact of the matter, is NXP selected the right targets at the end of the team fights, wherein they just picked off the damage shooters. Like Stone was no longer an option here for Smart Omega, and Keller was always being zoned out with Ding.
That's the thing. Like Stone had massive damage on the Farsa, but NXP did such a good job at either expending that Purify with whichever that was the Flicker, Bloody Hunt, or a landed hook, and then getting him out of the picture. So then now you just have, all right, we got to rely on really Kelra to carry this damage department, and unfortunately, they just couldn't. So, even though they were technically Omega was able to hold their own for a while. They defended pretty well. They did the lore dances pretty well as well, but NXP just came out on top with those fights.
Yeah, just imagine having that small hesitation in those secure fights. Yelly was like, oh yeah, I'll be up front. Just go and keep on pushing. And looking at how the equilibrium and all of the maps were present, they calculated everything so much.
Yeah, the trigger discipline as well from the Faramis, because again, as we mentioned, we didn't really see aggressive Cult Altars because they're reserving it for the better option, which is to save everybody from Kelra.
Yeah, those oh no moments basically.
Yeah. The oh no Filipino savage moments.
Yeah,
it's changed. Did you see how much he sniped?
He had to work his way back up though. Like he was lacking quite a bit early on, but he got there. Just it wasn't enough in time.
Well, now, speaking of being in time, it's Nexplay EVOS taking the first win off this match. Midnight, break things down what happened in the game. It's your time.
Well, again, we did say that commitment is the key here for both teams, but NXPE was more committed on taking this victory away from Smart Omega on this game number 1. Now, with their draft, usually what happens is if you're having a carry, you just one farm on the early game, but that is not what the the Neon Tigers had in mind, as they wanted to be able to play and match the pacing of Smart Omega during the early game, because we did discuss during the drafting segment when Smart Omega can just capitalize on the fact that they have such weak early game heroes. Now, it doesn't even matter for NXP if they lose some steam on the early game, because what matters most is that you are getting trades from Smart Omega. You're not allowing this insane mid-game momentum spike come out from Kelra, and we did see that during the mid-game wherein Smart Omega was looking to fight. They were grouping up here for NXP EVOS, and that was banking on the fact that when the fight starts, they can either just use Blondie Hunt on the proper targets or have Ding zone out the back line. And that is the most crucial factor about this game. Ding's ability to zone out Kelra on the back line, not allowing the gold standard to participate on these fights for Smart Omega, essentially dividing the fights into 2 multiple skirmishes, which allowed Doming DR to just have fantastic time on the fights, because he's able to land so many hits onto the heroes of Smart Omega, onto the frontliners, and didn't even have to think about the threat of Kelra's damage output. Now, speaking about damage output, Omega, they did have a lot, especially on Stone with a feathered airstrike, especially against the lineup of NXP, where you just group up. There is a cluttered group of heroes that wants to fight onto Smart Omega, but again, the trigger discipline on Yelly Hayes with the Faramis to have this insane save with the Cult Altar whenever that happens allowed NXPE to continuously fight onto Smart Omega. Because the thing is, if you are using the Cult Altar aggressively, it can be negated with the presence of the Feathered Airstrike. But what is happening in the fights is NXPE committing onto engaging on a single hero on the side of Smart Omega. If Smart Omega answers back, if the Feathered Airstrike is shown, they commit the Cult Altar, so to have this insane mobility around the fights and also to have the sustain for the frontliners of NXPE, which in turn allows NXPE to continuously move on, and Ding on the backline, again, just making sure that Kelra is not able to make any moves whatsoever to respond to whatever NXP is doing. It is kind of limiting the damage output of Smart Omega on these fights. And again, the presence of the Cult Altar is very, very crucial, and I love the fact that Yelly Hayes was not really aggressive on using the skills. He was waiting for the opportune moments to commit for NXPE. And the fact of the matter is, they all want to protect the carry on this game so that Smart Omega cannot really stand on the front lines. Because if you look at the front liners of Smart Omega, yes, you do have mobility on Ryzen and Renzio, but they cannot sustain the carry for so long because they need to be able to live during these fights. But that is not allowed from NXP because the thing is, Fredrin can just catch up with the dashes, the mobility, and the taunt. And if they ever group up, they're going to be falling victims to the ultimate of the Arlot, which is the final slash, which allows more setups coming out from Ding DR, and again, limiting the playing room or the playing capabilities of Kelra on this Beatrix. It was really hard for Smart Omega to answer back because the way that they use this Kaja is not to get vision from the Franco. They used it to make sure that the frontline targets are being bursted out with Feathered Airstrike and the Ren's Apathy from Kelra, but that did not happen a lot for Smart Omega because the majority of this game was NXPE initiating towards Smart Omega. Now, there were some few instances wherein they have had successful Divine Judgments. One of those were onto Ding on the top lane, but after that, it was NXPE's terms that were followed through on the next engagement, especially with Brusco DR getting the catch onto that Farsa, and they didn't overthink the way they executed these fights. They just thought out to themselves, how do we lose fights? And after that, when they were sure that they were about to make the play, the fingers were quick to pull on the triggers. That's why NXP was able to just maximize their playing capability up against Smart Omega, and in turn netted the win on game number 1.
Thank you so much, Wilson. I mean, Midnight on that analysis.
Thank you so much, John.
And to go back on how Nexplay was managed to pull through, man, that was Yelly Hayes. How he managed to hold off Miko most of the time. I believe he struggled in getting those, setups and team fights because we understand how a Kaja works, it's a make or break jump. if you do it. Because in points that he does the initiation, everything is just used by what? The Stampede, if you get close, you have the ultimate to get back down. I say it's all about covering on how Nexplay EVOS managed to hold into those team fights. And again, if you want to experience this fun, happening, excitement, and the heat of MPL Philippines Season 11, join us the action right here on the Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. And again, playoff is happening on May 4 to 7. Woo! SMX again.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I can't wait for SMX again because you know, we got a glimpse of that, and what was that, season
9?
Season 9.
Yeah,
season 9. So you know, and that's when things were like getting back into normal. So now I'm expecting
First live audience.
Yep.
Yeah, first live audience in a long time. So
A bigger audience.
This season is going to be exciting, man, for playoffs. And even here, right? Like if you haven't gotten your tickets, obviously you want to definitely catch. Well, there's tomorrow, but then there's week 8 after we have that, you know, little break for everything.
We don't have MPL next week, right?
Yeah, it's we're observing the Holy Week.
Yes.
And also all of us are really
That's sad. I mean,
it's
not having MPL.
Yeah, it's a different feel because we're in the season where it's like the odd number 11. So it happens. So right now, let's throw it over to Mara for a bit of a breather on what's happening right there back in the audience. Mara, take it away.
Kasama natin dito ang family ng ating mga manlalaro mula sa Smart Omega, girlfriend ni Miko Angel, and sister ni Kelra Aliana. Nice to see you again. Nice to meet you. Kamusta na kayong dalawa?
Okay lang naman. Okay naman. Kabado. Kabado din.
Kabado?
Very tense.
Oh, yung mga players ba, sige nga inside scoop, yung mga players bago sila pumunta dito, kabado rin ba sila? Because every game counts from here on. So may nag-iba ba sa character nila ngayon na playoffs mode yung direction?
For me, kay Miko naman po, especially nung first half po nitong season, sobrang focus na niya sa work, sa paglalaro. Lalo na ngayong second half. Hindi ko inakalang magkakaroon pa siya ng even more focus and determination para manalo and masecure yung playoffs nila.
Alam ko nung umpisa parang nervous siya, may mga certain comments daw siya nakuha sa social media.
Yes.
Pero ngayon, mas confident na ba siya? May pinagbago ba?
Yes, nung first half po ng season, syempre medyo affected pa siya kasi sobrang dami pong taong nagsasalita against him. Syempre dahil malaking tao nga naman yung pinalitan niya sa posisyon niya bilang Rome. And ngayon, hindi na siya affected masyado. And anyway, marami na rin nag-express ng support sa kanya kasi sobrang ginalingan niya nung next few matches nila. Kaya sobrang daming nag-support sa kanya. Nakaka-warm ng heart, nakakataba ng puso, and nakaka-proud kasi ginagalingan niya pa rin.
Oo nga, pati nga si Chuck na sinabi, believe daw siya kay Miko eh. Galing
Yes.
daw nga ni Miko eh. Ito, alam ko, ito naman, si sister ni Kelra, si Aliana. Last time, nagkita tayo, parang ang lala din na nangyari. Kamusta ka na ngayon?
Okay naman na, naka-move on na.
ano ba nangyari? Like, are you feeling better now?
Oo naman, syempre. Kaya freely na ako nakakapunta ulit dito. Hindi na ako takot.
And that's really good. Let's talk about the support that the fans are giving now. Ano yung nakatulong sa'yo doon?
Kasi hands-on ako sa mga fans ng Omega. So mostly, nakakakuha talaga ako ng support sa kanila. The time na nangyari yun, talagang di nila ako iniwan. And syempre, thank you sa inyo, sa buong MPL na nag-support at nag-alala sa akin that time.
And ngayon nakita ko rin na, for those of you who don't know, yung sister ni Kelra, medyo nabully tayo sa social media at grabe to a point na hindi na siya pumupunta sa venue. Pero ngayon, it's nice to see you again. And I'm really glad that you recovered. Si Kelra din, napansin ko, he matured a lot. Alam mo ba, pag i-interviewin ko siya sa stage, minsan bibigay ko sa kanya yung tanong bago ko itanong sa kanya. Sasabihin niya muna sa akin, ano po ba ang tamang isagot? So ngayon, mas conscious na siya sa gusto niyang isagot. Let's talk about kung paano siya nag-mature.
Kasi nag-start kasi yung kapatid ko, sobrang bata pa niya, di ba? Nung nag-start siya, pumasok siya before sa execration. So, sobrang nakakatuwa yung naging changes niya ngayon. Kasi, sobrang mature na siya ngayon. Lahat ng ginagawa niya, iniisip niya muna talaga. Hindi katulad before na, syempre, pag bata ka, aggressive ka. Kung ano yung gusto mo sabihin, sasabihin mo. Ngayon talagang iniisip niya lahat ng ginagawa niya. And nakakatuwa. Kasi ang laki ng pagbabago niya.
And we can definitely see that, especially when I speak to him backstage. And for sure, you're really proud. Ngayon, is there anything that you want to say to the fans about Miko, about Kelra? Imbitahan din natin ng suporta.
Ako muna ba?
Sure.
Yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Kahit na gapang tayo lagi, syempre, di ba, sa saya, sa lungkot, nandiyan kayo, maraming salamat. Tapos sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa kapatid ko, maraming salamat sa inyo.
It's really amazing how much you support your brother. Kung ate kita, I'd be so happy. Proud ako sa'yo kasi grabe talaga ang suporta mo para sa kanya. Ikaw naman, para kay Miko.
Ayun, sa lahat pa na sumusuporta kay Miko, thank you po. And alam ko naman na laging nakakaba bawat game nila and sana sumuporta pa rin po kayo hanggang sa dulo.
And there you have it. And for everybody watching, make sure your words are kind. Be kind to everybody. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Keenan, to go back to that interview. Those are the buffs. We have the sister and the girlfriend of also Mika, and that's the sister of Kelra Dwayne Pilas in Smart Omega. And to talk about how this player grew from maturity, it's a different Kelra that we're seeing.
I think that's one of the things that it's like one of the underrated beauty things of if you're following an MPL, if you're an MPL fan, whichever region, is seeing your favorite players or your favorite teams, how they develop, how they grow, their journey is, even from now you have like the MDL up to the MPL, you see everyone's journey through into the pro leagues and how they've developed. I mean, over as individuals and as teams, of course. So with all that, now we have a Game 2 ahead of us, and let's see if we can actually get to a Game 3 between NXPE and Omega.
Well, right now, midnight, Smart Omega is back on their win rate red side.
Yeah.
Does this tell something different against NXPE EVOS?
I mean, it really does depend on whatever NXPE chooses to let go on first phase. Now that we're seeing it, Faramis and Kaja trade is again open for both sides, and I feel like that is something that NXPE has patterned before this game. It's kind of planning your draft prior to whatever you want to play up against your opponent, and I feel like they've seen that Miko struggles against a lot of these saves. Especially up against heroes like Faramis, the Diggies. So it is essential for NXP to go to an area wherein you're kind of forcing Miko to once again play that role wherein he has to initiate, but it won't work well for the roamer of the barangay. So again, Faramis is up for the taking here for NXP. Either that or you go for Fredrin and hope that Smart Omega doesn't play Faramis.
Well, initiate. That's one thing that Smart Omega was lacking for because of the damage that Nexplay EVOS has. But now, we're talking about how Fredrin could be off the charts. He's back on first pick for Nexplay EVOS.
Again, Smart Omega, if you don't want a repeat of game number 1, Faramis is definitely on the top of the list. It has to be priority. Like, Miko doesn't even have to play it. Like, you give it to Stone, at least you have that Faramis on your side. And Valentina is no longer an option because NXPE themselves opted to ban out the hero. So it is kind of an easy 2 picks, honestly, for Smart Omega. But your main concern is, do they play Faramis on Stone?
Well, Faramis and also have Farsa. So yeah, it's an easy 2-pick answer right away if the barangay is concerned with the damage and the AoE coverage burst.
There you go.
You have it. Faramis, you asked with Kaja. Okay.
Put it on both.
This is
what amazing setups here.
This is dangerous, right? Because yeah, like you guys mentioned, you have setups. You have not only that, but you also have the whole cult holder, the way you can extend fights for that. Now you have the lockdown. So just with these 2 picks, you have multiple options to either peel or start fights.
Yeah. I have this huge concern though for Smart Omega with Kaja and Faramis being open. Usually, you don't want to be doing this because you're susceptible to being countered by Diggy.
Yes, and it's a lot banned. But for next week on that good point, Midnight, we're going for the marksman picks here. Beatrix on the side of NXPE EVOS, Claude on the other hand for Kelra.
I'm not sure where they're going with the Beatrix Eve though from NXPE. There is that real world manipulation up against the cult altar.
Yeah.
And you are kind of forcing Miko to again have that laser target onto the Eve because you want to be able to pull the Eve during the real world manipulation so you cancel it out, and it gives a lot of playing room for NXPE. But this Claude pick from Smart Omega just shuts everything down.
Yeah, talking about being in the battlefield without being in the battlefield. That's how Claude's working, but in the hands of Keller. Oh, we're seeing Hele smile.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a good day.
Finally.
Finally. He was really serious back in game number 1, but now Omega wants to boil something up against the Neon Tigers. They're targeting their XP laners down. Arl as well, and it became a problem in game number 1.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing that, you know, speaking of Yelly Hayes smiling here, this is what I was talking about. When the first time we saw him, you know, play a couple weeks ago, I think it was a couple weeks ago, the veterancy factor, that leadership factor role there does play a part. And if you just look at, if you were watching game 1, you can see where, yeah, they're not overthinking, you know, and that's one of the things that NXPE did really well the previous game. So even with just these first 3 picks, depending how, you know, the rest of the banning phase goes, they're set up pretty well here because, yeah, Yelly Hayes will do exactly what he's known to do, especially with an Eve pick locked in. Now, that's the only thing. He has to avoid getting Divine Judgment, you know, out of his ultimate or just in a bad position.
Yeah.
But so far, again, what we've seen, and with that experience, with that veterancy of him, he does really well at not putting himself in that situation.
Yeah. Basically, NXP is following the power of the voice because they know this voice has seen so many games and has been able to pull off miraculous you know, plays. And I feel like whenever you do that, you are kind of building the game around Hayes.
Yeah.
But Hayes just has this insane picture of the game wherein everything should follow according to a sequence. It's like, you know, it's like Isagi from Blue Lock. You know, he has this spatial
I just started
awareness.
watching that, by the way.
Sorry?
I just started watching that.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're now watching and probably would read one of the best sports anime out there. So the thing is, it's kind of that, you know, having this spatial awareness. And Yellow Hayes has been known as one of the players who has the highest insane game IQ that we've witnessed in MPL. That's why he is that stone cold killer, the Baba Yaga, as you would say.
The Baba Yaga, yeah. There's no reason why he's part of the Hall of Legends back in Season 10.
Yeah, because he just have this incredible read on how the game should progress.
You know, speaking of progress right now, and space, well, Smart Omega was lacking the distance and how they wanted to gain some good team fights with Habal Lapu Lapu back on Renzio. The problem was the Arlet. Now they're sticking with Ruby for Nexplay EVOS and a Benedetta?
I'm not sure about the Ruby, honestly. I mean, yes, it's a hero that Brusco plays, but up against Faramis and Lapu Lapu, it could work versus Claude. But now with Alice being picked up on Ryzen, probably, it is a hard game, honestly, for NXP.
For a Ruby, too. How do you manage to catch?
Well, that's the thing. I think one of the great things, Ruby might be questionable, but there are going to be some situations in this game where, especially when your teammates are being dragged by either the Kaja or the Faramis, you're there to help peel or at least, like, use the CC to buy a little more time. Maybe your teammate can escape, maybe not. But that's kind of something that you can expect from that Ruby pick. But also you have the initiation factor, but I think more so for peeling, right? Because the initiation this time, with the lineup that they have, should be coming from Omega.
Yeah. We talked about the dynamics of the heroes on both sides, but I would say that Smart Omega has this one glaring problem. You know, their lineup is really freaking greedy.
Yeah, it is. Is that because of the Alice?
Alice and Claude, yeah. I mean, Smart Omega has been known to really stress the amount of late game power that they have, but this is insanely greedy coming up from the barangay.
Well, knowing them and being on the chase to get their playoff dreams alive, I say Omega is going all in. And now we're about to see a possibility to enter a third game. But right now, let's look on how Nexplay EVOS would really work with this recipe. Because we were talking about how you guys explained how the Ruby could be a good peel, a good ingredient. Well, let's see. Because there's a lot of ways. Either you deplete out resources or you make the pace of the game.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, a lot of this is the CC potential that NXPE has to either peel for the team, find out some of those objectives, especially with an Eve. Again, you're pairing this up with an Eve, right? Real-world manipulation is going to do work and do wonders, whereas Omega needs a little bit more time to build up here, right? So even with this early game poking that they're doing around the lanes, we know how kind of Alice works, right? She takes some time to get to the point where she is a threat in the jungle, where in comparison, you know, we've seen Fredrin pretty much 90, I think it's 93% of the time now throughout the season. So the picture is painted for Fredrin. And that's what you expect from Boyet anyway.
Yeah. Your main concern here for NXP, honestly, is the fact that you don't have any you don't have that much up against a Claude and Kelra. Even though Claude is a late game hero, he's been shown to able to play the Claude in the mid game, and I feel like momentum for the gold lane is very, very important here for both sides. And Doming, with a lot of the setups coming out from both Yellow Haze and Brusco, should be able to get this massive momentum during the mid game. But it's also a question of how much do you slow down the Claude from getting to a point where he just becomes so massive.
Well, now they need to worry about Stone.
They use the real world manipulation. They already get the flicker out from Stone though, but that is an important ultimate down for this turtle. So Omega's gonna know that.
Petrify?
There's the final blow with the Petrify. They're trying to get the kill. Cold Holder comes out. Ding falls here. Turtle secured by Boyet though. So it seemed like it was part of the plan, given that whole sequence, how things fell into place.
They're trading on.
If that play was 1 second earlier, he would have killed off Storm, but Storm got 4 at the most crucial moment. Well, having the support play on the X-Blade is a fundamental gameplay now. With Miga though, flicker, forced the flicker onto the Kacha. This is going to give a lot of space for NXPE. You don't have the aggressive tool for Smart Omega to make plays.
Yeah, they're stolen something out of the jungle camp of NXPE. So right now, it's all about depleting resources and going on good trades. I say NXP is eyeing on something that they want to delay with. Renzio, on the other hand, against Ding.
Ouch. Gonna flicker in. Renzio sees blood. Not going to be able to get the kill, though. Ding survives. Boyet there to help him out. The rest of the team making their way as well. Miko and Yelly Haze. Shouldn't result into much. There's their Praiser's Wrath. Renzio, can't get away. Falls in the real world manipulation. Yelly Haze with barely any mana, able to come in and help his team.
Yeah, again, the shot calls are there. Probably somebody called that the Lapu Lapu would be dead. I mean, if you're a Fredian, you don't want to be fighting into a Lapu Lapu, but you know, the trap was laid by NXP, and Yelly Haze was able to secure himself a kill onto the Lapu Lapu. Again, these are really crucial kills because you want to be able to get everything on the early game, because for NXPE, the tools that they need, they have to make sure that they make it work against this squad.
Oh, Ryzen saved by the Cult Altar. Thought he was going to be able to get taken out there by NXPE, but you know, this is, again, one of the tools that Omega can work around. But you can clearly see the early game pressure that NXPE has over this lineup from Omega.
Yeah. By the way, I just realized that this is such a deadly combo on the later stages of the game. Like the Blood Ode and the Cult Altar. There's just this insane ghost chasing you around, slowing you down, regaining some HP back, and dealing damage. And if you look at the lineup of NXP, they don't have any answers against that.
High sustain, good pickoff rate, and how Keller could feed onto those teams. Let's look at someone got a pull. Ryzen!
Oh, Ryzen's going to be in trouble. Doming grabbing that kill for himself. So with the numbers advantage here, NXP going to be looking to take this second turtle if they can. Might be better if Omega just gives it up. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do that.
Late game. I'm just thinking about how this could mean danger for Nexplay EVOS, because if that's the case, they all need to play this right with their cards, the good trades that we're talking about.
And really important for Smart Omega to just look for the gold, the resource essentially on the map. But for NXP, they are the ones who are in a position where they have to make plays. It's not like you are able to make plays. It's a requirement for you to make plays on the map, because you don't allow this Claude to just be able to farm up without any form of trades.
Renzio going to have to flicker out. Yelly Haze on the hunt, though. Saw Stone, but they're ultimately going to put some pressure on this top turret. Not going to be able to get it down, though. But they also did get the flicker out from Renzio.
Okay, peeling and forcing out on some defenses of Smart Omega right now. I say Ryzen is just trying to build up momentum on how they want it to be, how can they soak the damage of next base, because on the lead, Doming is ahead by like a level ahead against, well, Keller 30 seconds ago, and now it's becoming, could be a great factor of a threat.
Yeah, NXP, they're gearing up for the mid-game spike that they have. Interesting thing, they are went for the Bloodlust Axe instead of the typical Counter-Strike that we see from Benedetta that want to make plays on the map. Stone almost died there. However, they're going to be able to just get the tower here in the mid lane for NXP, which is not bad. You need more. You need all the towers that you can get for NXP.
That looked weird. That looked like, you know, Stone was like, are we going to fight this or not? And there was might have been a call there, because he was ready to go, and then he flickered out when, they called it off. They should have just given up that turret, without really expending anything. But here comes the conceal. Boyette's the closest target. Miko's going to flicker in. They're going to pull
Ding!
him. Ding there to help him out. Nice petrify. Going to force them back here. Now Stone popping the Cold Soldier down. Ding is going to be in trouble here. Whittled down, but not going to go down. 1 or 2 shots away from Kelra. So all this leading into that third turtle of the game. NXPE finding themselves a nice lead here, 3.5K, and they're going to solidify that even more with this next take.
They pleaded out 4 ultimates onto Smart Omega, peeling them back to base, and no contest for this turtle.
Yeah, you're going to be happy with that if you're NXPE. I mean, Smart Omega just committed a lot of their resources just to make sure that the pickoff doesn't happen. I mean, the fight doesn't happen, because the idea was they wanted to pick off Boyette before the turtle spawned. But Ding had just amazing angle with the Electrify Blow and Petrify and NXPE. They're capitalizing on that error.
Goes in with I'm Offended Flicker combination, but Kelra going to force them back. Renzio goes in with a Flicker himself. They punish NXP with a little bit of overzealous there, but they're going to go ahead and trade across the map, grabbing the tier 2 as well.
This is still really, really good for NXP. You're shutting down the resources of Smart Omega. You're now able to completely take over this jungle. You'll always have vision over the heroes of Smart Omega. And in turn, that means no playing room for Miko and Iskacha.
Well, speaking of playing room, look at the items right now. Oh, almost half HP onto Miko, doming with that shot. Now to go back here, look at the progress of Ryzen now. Clock of Destiny, and also for Claude, not get a second item right away. I mean, he's there behind on damage, but if you want that full sustain that the 2 heroes that Smart Omega can do, you would need to activate yourself much more early and with the golden staff.
Yeah, I mean, for Smart Omega, they're really in desperate mode to just get some form of gold or farm on the map. But NXPE, they're willing to throw bodies for Smart Omega to just completely, negate the resources.
Oh, again, the pull comes in with the Divine Judgment. Brusco, the miss of it all, but there's the Cold Ulcer. Quite a bit of damage comes down. Yelly Hayes still up here. They finally take him out. Domeng, though, punishing Ryzen. They're still going. Only 1 down for Omega. Still working on it. Boyette 1 versus 4 here. Gonna be able to escape. Ding still pushing mid lane. NXP losing a lot of firepower there once Domeng and Yelly Hayes were taken out.
Kelra coming from the back line. You just divided Nexplay EVOS ultimate team fighting capability just right there.
And also, there is a reason why Renzio is nicknamed the Showstopper. Just getting that access towards the back line, shutting off the Beatrix and the Eve. If you are able to land those combos onto these 2 heroes, if their HP falls really, really low, NXP is not going to be able to fight, because they know for a fact that Kelra will just be able to swipe them out. I mean, wipe them out during the Blazing Duet. So props to Renzio for just, focusing on that backline, because it's really the most important aspect of this team fight. If you are able to whittle down the HPs of both Yelly Hayes and Domeng, you essentially are winning the fight for Smart Omega.
And now just trade it off. They just let that objective go at Nexplay EVOS. And I say they have eyes on their late game possibility, and they're not letting go of that.
That's one of the things, right? As the game goes further and further onward, the scaling for Omega is going to be there, but, still, to give up a Lord like that, you should be able to defend it. But obviously, NXP is going to work around it, get a couple more turrets if they can, especially in that mid lane. So here's one thing I wanted to point out. What we saw even from yesterday wasn't completely like this, but I was talking about the relationship between the Alice pick, and then you have the Claude. And then, this time there is a little bit variation in that. But the way that works, especially late game, when all the items are there, especially on the Claude, that pressure, the pressure of the initiation with the Blood Ode, and Alice being amongst your team, and then just kind of Winter transitioning, sitting there, and then the Blazing Duet followed up on that. That pressure is going to be so hard to deal with for NXP if they don't end the game by the time we get to 20 plus minutes, 25 plus minutes even, because that's something where we saw again. Even those 2 heroes alone, Alice and Claude, the pressure they put on in that small little AoE portion, it gets overwhelming for a lot of teams. So at this point, we're only, I think, about, maybe to the 10-minute mark. So NXP, if they don't want to get to that point where they're scrambling in this game, they have to end the game before it gets to that point. And that's exactly where Omega wants to be. They shine there. That's what they're known for, right? They shine in that time. So, that could be also why they're just like, you know what, give up that first Lord. It doesn't mean anything. Like, let's just give it up, defend, keep farming up. Let's buy some more time. Now, I said that yesterday. I was like, Echo just wanted to buy a couple more minutes. Well, they ended up buying 20 more minutes. So
They ended up being the longest game of the tournament. And by the way, let me make the problem bigger for NXPE.
Go ahead,
You were
Midnight.
talking about Alice and Claude. You also have to worry about the Cult Altar coming out from Stone. And again, to add pressure to that specific aspect of the team fight here for Smart Omega, it breaks the game for NXPE, because come the late game, yes, you have damage output, you have sustain, you have frontliners, you have re-engage, you have a skill wherein you control a certain specific area with the real manipulation. But the thing is, Smart Omega, they're going to be able to survive that because they have mobility, they have re-engage, they also have sustain, but they have more damage than you. And the thing is, your damage output is solely reliant on the presence of the Beatrix. Considering the fact that if you look at the lineup of NXPE, the way that they win fights is if they are able to outlive the damage dealer on the side of Smart Omega. But come the late game, look at the heroes of Smart Omega.
Yeah.
There are 4 damage dealers on their side. It's Alice, Paramis, Lapu Lapu, and Claude. Look at the NXPE. It's Beatrix. And we saw a glimpse of that. When Renzio was able to catch Beatrix off guard on the back line, team fight's over. NXPE was trying to run away. They were scrambling for their own lives. And yes, NXPE, they are still holding on to this game. They are still the ones who are on the driver's seat. And they have the chance of closing out and converting this game into a sweep against Smart Omega. But you have to break the base. And I feel like the way you do that is by throwing bodies, honestly. But with that play also comes risk, you know. If you throw bodies, you're giving Keller a chance to snowball, but you have to do it. Somebody has to frontline for NXP.
Ding?
I think it has to be Ding, because at the last fight we saw him do typical explain things where
Typical
you just
Benedetta things.
Yeah, you do Benedetta things like the electric final blow, petrify.
Yeah,
but
combo.
You can't do that this game, because if you do, if you engage on the back line, what backline are you looking at? It's a Claude. It's a freaking Claude. Like, after Petrify is going to be able to use BMI, stack on 5 heroes with Art of Thievery, and chase you down. So I feel like Benedetta this time around has to play alongside Beatrix.
That's a good point that you guys pointed out and how we discussed on that pause. Because right now, we were thought about going laters on Omega and NXPE. And in this game, Doming is ahead by 2 levels up against Kelro. So I say, with all of the things happening in NXPE EVOS, if they crumble down on that hesitation again, those mistakes could be capitalized by Omega.
With the damage. Ooh, damage. Wow. That was a damage test.
Yeah, that was a check.
Oh my gosh.
So he's going to get checked. Domeng knows exactly what he's doing. But Omega is going to hold on to the inhibitor turret for now. No forced initiations, although a conceal was used. So no go signal.
This is again a commitment issue from NXPE.
Yep.
If they were willing to commit concealed at that moment, why not wait? Why wait for the Lord to die? Could have just concealed and maybe
throw Brusco in there.
Yeah,
that's the bodies
throw
you're talking
Brusco
about.
there. You know,
throw the bodies in.
Throw the flicker combo with the Ruby, because Kelra was still recovering from the Renus apathy committed by Domi BR. So again, Omega was able to buy more time again for this Claude and Alice, and they're able to get to that point wherein they start being a menace. Like, the Claude now has Corrosion Scythe. Ryzen will likely go for concentrated energy at some point, or maybe even Rush Winter Truncheon, just to be able to outlive the damage output of NXP. Because, again, if you look at the way NXP fights, it's mostly engaging on both the Fredrin and Ruby, but Yeleis and Doming will always be sitting on the back line. They cannot risk putting themselves on the front line, because there is that fact of the Claude using Blazing Do It on them, and also Renzio showing up just to wipe out the key components as to how they win fights.
Yeah, key components we're talking about, because commitment is concerned for NXPE to actually make that move. Because the longer we go to the ultra late game, that's where Omega's winning condition is.
Look at this. They're grouping up while Kelroy is farming.
Oh no.
This is not a position where you want to be in for NXPE. You want to be able to push the waves, get Omega inside their base so they don't farm any minions. Alice is not getting any orbs. But right now, NXPE is playing for the Waiting Lord game. But Smart Omega has been able to farm for 2 minutes with both Alice and Claude.
Yeah, big improvement on the progress of Smart Omega. And how are they able to keep this game going? It's just to buy time. Look at that, Ryzen initiating with a conceal and a hook.
Yeah, they're going to force themselves in here. Lord going to be about half health now.
No.
Omega knows. They can't give this one up. They want to fight for it.
No ulti from Brusco, though.
No ulti available. There's the conceal, though. He finds a couple targets. Real world manipulation goes
Renzio!
down.
Renzio!
Hunting Domang. Pops the Wind of Nature. It's him and Renzio on the backside. Domang's still alive. Miko is down. Lord's going to reset here. So a whole lot being thrown at both of these teams. No one able to secure it just yet. Both junglers pretty healthy. Kelra also picking up a Wind of Nature. That's going to be huge. He does have the Purify and Blazing Doom available too. Taking a shot right there. There's the Cult Altar. The pressure on the backside. Boyette does secure the Lord though, but the team falling apart. Yelly Hayes is next. And now Omega, despite losing the Lord, they grab the kills.
Yeah.
Kelra is awake.
I mean, if you're playing for the late game, you don't care about the second Lord at all. If NXPE is not able to capitalize on it, Doming is still out, Yellow Haze is still out, Brusco is still out. It's just going to be another form of farm for Smart Omega to get, and it is going to be on the hands of Renzio. His role in this game is, again, to just access the backline of NXPE, and we saw that during the last team fight. Doming was not able to participate at all for NXPE.
And Renzio, he's a showstopper for a reason, because as we call it, how he even divided NXPE was just amazing. He had target, he had eyes on Doming, and having that damage out against NXPE was because we were talking about how this is their winning condition. Now we have 4 players being activated all in the late game.
Yeah.
This is smart Omega's card right now to even play.
Ooh, he showed up.
Boom!
I mean, Miko could have initiated there. Could have.
I feel like, you know, what we're seeing is basically NXPE, they had a great lead at one point, but they're finding it really difficult to actually get those initiations in. And again, part of this is just the way the Mega is playing around their lineup, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of conceals, a lot of force entries like this. Divine Judgment can come down. Yelly Haze.
Oh, it's Haze.
Winter Truncheon. There's the return. Domang hunting for his own kills. Gonna be forced back though. Ryzen now. It's Yelly Haze that is down now. Boyette still has that immortality. Kelra though, not able to get the kill on Brusco. Now on the hunt for Ding. She'll be able to get away even though he gets Stampede pulled there. They lose the tier 1, but Omega making another play, still hunting for Ding, gonna pull him again. Ding on the run. Electo final blow comes out, but how much time can he buy before he's finally caught?
Amazing.
Still going, but he finally goes down. Stone grabbing the kill.
Still buying time and pulling Omega out of the harm's way of Nexplay EVOS.
It essentially is what we talked about earlier. Ooh, Brusco missed.
Yeah, that's
Did
tough.
I play Renzio? Ooh, the damage is real from Doming DR. But, however, Smart Omega is the one superior in terms of engaging, and we saw that earlier. Miko just jumping in blindly, not even counting heroes, by the way. He saw one, and he saw the right target. He saw Yellow Haze. And we were talking about it earlier, as to how Smart Omega wants to initiate fights. It's mostly Miko using Divine Judgment on the Eve so that they don't have to really care about the real world manipulation, and if ever that happens, they have the Cult Altar to answer up against the Eve. So it is the way that Omega wants to initiate fights. Now for NXPE, it's kind of awkward now because this is the Ruby problem that we were harping on earlier.
Yeah.
Like, how do you initiate against Smart Omega, against Cult Altar, against a Lapu Lapu, against an Alice that wants to be engaged on? Like, he's kind of a sadistic in a way. But
yeah. Well, it looks like this one they're going to have to fight for here. It's going to come down to the Retribution battle. Miko goes in, not going to be able to get it off. Ryzen secures this Lord, though. Still, Ding now looking to cut off Renzio. He was forcing him back. Boyette's going to fall. That was messy for NXPE.
And that was the Hesse of Nexplay EVOS on getting that positioning into Omega. Look at the lead, 3.3K. Now turning back the tables, now Barangay is smiling right on in this game.
yeah, huge problem for NXPE. Like, with the Alice's presence on these fights, being able to sustain and really provide this insane pressure for Smart Omega, especially with the Winter Truncheon. It's hard to fight if you're NXPE. I mean, how do you select your targets? It cannot just be whoever stands in front, because if Doming fights in front, Renzio will just jump on him. If they want to fight Kelra, they don't have any form of crowd control, especially with Kelra rocking that Purify battle spell.
Yeah.
For NXPE, they have to find a miraculous play. and an error coming out from Smart Omega to be able to win the late game battle.
Let's see if the Barangay commits to the error, because NXPE now is on to the position of defending their own base.
Oh, Brusco? Brusco did go in. This time they find Stone. That's a good pickup. They dealt with the Lord as well. So they only get one here, but that's an advantage for NXP to work around with. Conceal play coming out. Miko still holding on to the Divine Judgment. Might be looking for a play himself. Still going to be going. They lose the turret, though, top side. Omega's happy with it. They call it back.
Yeah, they got what they came for. And Kelra with the Wind Tower alongside the Golden Staff. Not usually the build that you see on Claude, but this provides an insane mobility for Kelra to just maneuver around these fights and catch a Beatrix off guard. And NXPE, that was a nice engage again coming out from Brusco DR, but it had to be a flicker play from the Ruby. And caught Storm off guard because they didn't have Purify, and the time was not enough for him to flicker out. But, you know, being a Paramis, he respawns after 4 seconds. So.
Well, now that Omega has their hands on to the damage output, with that, NXPE was making the right calls on who to target. The question is the defense items ready for Smart Omega? Because the lead right now just climbed back up from missing their game from mid-game.
Yeah.
And they have now full control of the map, waiting for errors. With this point, resources are so much valuable and important for NXPE.
Yeah, I think it even matters more for Smart Omega because of a lot of the items that were built on their side primarily amplifies the way they fight, like Ryzen with the again the Truncheon in the Ice Queen Wand, being able to survive and provide sustainability and also catch NXP off guard and slow them down. Well, you also have the fleeting time from Miko, so more catches for Smart Omega, and if they are successful in taking down the target they want to kill, meaning lesser cooldown with the Divine Judgment, more playing room for the Kaja.
Yeah, and fleeting time is back now in this game. And this tells that Omega can utilize those spaces that they want to use, because next Leos right now, they're building on defense and also damage, but in the right targets, they could make the right decision. Oh, look at that.
10 pixels short.
It's okay. It was a bit of a distance needed to get a hit on Kelra, but now let's not make things go messy for NXPE EVOS.
Well, we're back to this, right? The Lord dance. This time it's the 4th Lord of the game.
Nico!
That's the pull boy. It's going to be a trouble here. Immortality is popped. Can they help him out? Brusco a little bit too late, and the collapse continues. Ding on the run here. Brusco getting whittled down. Another Immortality going to go. Brusco will fall here. Kelra coming out massive for Omega. And now this is the green light for this Lord as NXP gets prepped up for the defense.
NXP again, they find it so hard on engaging against Smart Omega, and it is giving a lot of space for Miko to just catch these targets on the side of NXPE. And I feel like if they ever want to hope to win a fight against Smart Omega, somebody has to die on their side.
Yeah, literally throw a body while Miko gets stuck.
Okay, real world manipulation committed to. Again, the defense has to be huge for NXP if they're going to lose all their inhibitor turrets here. Omega in control, got everything they wanted as they prep up this Lord come down mid lane.
Yeah, talking about the struggles of Miko back in game number 1. Now he's making the calls. Now he's making the setups work for Omega. And this lead is not going down. We on 21 minutes, and there's a lower push. The defense in a miracle polar play. NXP is needed to have this game back on their hands.
Keep an eye for it. The flickers, if they're going to be committed. Ryzen does go in. Lord's still going to be up here working on the crystal. It's halfway down. They finally get rid of it. Renzo, Immortality is going to be popped here. Not going to be able to get him just
Ding! Ding!
Does. Ding goes in. Another Immortality down. There's the Cold Altar as well.
Wow.
Omega still alive. And they hold on to a couple Immortalities amidst it all. NXPE, though, with a successful defense.
I mean, I've seen a lot, and I'm just going to say this. A lot of beautiful spells were casted at the right time. Especially with Ding. You know, that final, like the final blow, no pun intended. And with the Petrify, he was able to live on that skirmish. He was able to use Eye for an Eye, and he dodged, I think, 3 spells coming out from Smart Omega, and only Renzo died. Smart Omega, as much as they wanted to end with that Lord, they didn't have Kelra at that specific moment, so NXP found an opportunity to fight on the Smart Omega.
Now, speaking of fighting, they're now pushing in onto the mid of Omega. If you're looking at how Boyati wanted to have a choice of the Queen's Wings, it only tells that he needed more damage reduction on the side of Smart Omega because everyone hits, like, you can even feel every scorched power of Omega right now.
Yeah, the problem here, too, is just the immortality advantage that Omega has because they got so many of NXPs on cooldown. And that's why you see them just being so aggressive, still trying to pretty much dominate this side of the map for, even though it's still about a minute away for that Lord to come up here. So by that next fight, we should see some more immortalities on NXP and how they juggle that around because, again, even if that's the case, one of the hardest things they're having a time with here is all the angles that Omega is throwing at them, right? And that's typically what I was talking about, the pressure with an Alice and a Claude combination. And
in
even
the
with
late
Stone,
game.
yeah, even with Stone, late game, being able to pull people all whichever way. And there's the Winter Trenchant for Ryzen.
He bought it twice now. He
twice.
sold, I think, the Immortality. So I guess he's eyeing for the grow as a player thing, wherein you use Truncheon, you sell it, you buy Immortality, and you basically get a lot of delay time on the skirmishes that NXPE wants to do. And again, it's kind of an awkward it's an awkward game already for NXP because essentially there's no angle to find. You're basically waiting for an error to come out from Omega, like the one that they just took over, wherein Smart Omega fought without a Claude, and the NXP was able to capitalize. So I think they have to be really keen on these micro nuances that Omega commits. If ever the Claude is a distance away, they can look to fight, but Nico, again, the flicker play.
They was looking for the Divine Judgment from Miko, not going to be able to get it. So now it comes down to a Retribution battle unless he decides to take Boyed. Brusco has an idea too. Ryzen's going to secure it. Electro Final Blow comes out, but it's just not enough firepower for the sustain of Omega. Renzio goes in, the showstopper here in the front side. There's the Blazing Duet forcing them back. Domeng, though, covering fire himself, still on the hunt here. As Brusco, Ding, and Domeng go back to base.
Can they still defend? There's just 2 men down on NXP. That's Boyd and Yelly Hayes. Just look at how Omega went straight forward like a charge of March with full-on damage. And they didn't even care who to target.
They still have the Electro Final Blow coming out from Ding, but Nico.
Oh, no. Yeah, Brusco. Immortality is there. Ding trying to buy some more time, trying to delay the wave coming in the mid lane. But it might not be enough. Ryzen, there's the Winter Trenchant. Keeping Domeng at bay here. Immortality is going to be popped, but it's not enough. Omega takes game 2, taking us to game 3.
Smart Omega again, proving that they are one of the best late game teams here. And with a greedy lineup, it is kind of poetic that we witness this type of victory, especially up against NXPE. And we're now heading towards game 3. Again, you have to go back to the fact that NXPE's commitment in this game was a little off, compared to game number 1, where they were just decisive with the plays. This time around, they were not as committed as to ending the game, and they were not able to find an angle and the opportunity to close it out against Smart Omega.
Yeah, because in the first to 1 minute 1 to 10, they had all the ways of getting that momentum and ready for that jump. And they had this hesitation to not even make all the commitments right. Because in Smart Omega, we're now back on our so-called, no matter how the time passes. But this is the Omega timers. With a greedy lineup such as this, they are more getting their playoffs dreams alive.
Well, every point counts, right? And now both these securing 1 point for the series here. Who knows what will happen in game 3, but yeah, one of the biggest things is the hesitation factor. We even mentioned it. I'm sure you'll see it in the highlights in your breakdown later. There was a moment, where they were charging in with the first Lord. They could have forced a fight there and probably come out on top because they had the advantage. They were leading, but again, with this lineup, albeit being greedy, was still successful.
It's freaking greedy, man.
It was greedy.
It's a Claude and Alice. If I ever see that on my rank games, I'll be like, okay, later.
It's greedy, but it's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Well, that's how Omega translates pressure in these kinds of amazing plays. Now let's throw it over to Midnight on how Omega forced the game number 3.
Well, guess what? Of course, Omega is forcing game number 3 on the back of a late game decisive lineup with Alice and Claude. I'd never imagined to see this day where I'm seeing two really greedy heroes work well against this hyper-aggressive early game composition of NXPE. And the truth of the matter is NXPE had every momentum that they want to get on the early stages of the game. They could have closed out in the mid game, but they were not able to do so, and Smart Omega capitalized on the amount of farm that they were able to get on the late game and the amount of window that they were allowed to play with, and they were able to bounce back after a horrendous early game start, because again, NXPE was in full control during the early game. But the problem is for NXPE, there were some cracks as to how they want to be able to engage on fights, especially with Renzio really stopping the show here for NXPE, shutting down Doming DR, like pretty much like what Ding did on game number 1. He shut down the Beatrix from the get-go. Every single fight that Omega engages on, Renzio was always on the Beatrix. He was backline duty basically, and NXPE had no answers against that because they wanted to also fight on against the front lines of Smart Omega. Come the late game, catch was also a prevalent problem for NXPE, as they didn't have anything to deal with both Ryzen and Kelra. And of course, come the late game, the damage output will be there for Smart Omega, especially on this Claude. And the one thing, the beauty of Smart Omega's lineup is that they also play well with each other, grouping up as 5, but the man who rose to the challenge here is definitely the Kaja. Miko on this hero really caught a lot of important heroes on the side of NXP, especially around the Lord ticks, wherein Boyd DR is a crucial target to take because they want to be able to start the fight on their own terms, and also it has to be a fundamental approach. Like with the way you want to be able to fight against Lord versus NXP is you take off the jungler first, because that is the main hero that you want to be able to deal with when it comes to Lord contests. If they don't have the retribution, even if you do fail, and I mean, even if you commit a lot of resources just to take down the jungler of NXPE, suddenly the Lord fights become awkward for Nexplay because they don't have the resources to take it from, to contest Omega in front of the Lord. So Smart Omega, they were really patient on committing their spells on the early stages of the game. And again, Renzio really becoming the showstopper here against NXPE. The fundamental approach here is that he will always be on the Beatrix duty, and Smart Omega, they don't have to be really aggressive. They don't have to be careless about their approach because they just want to be able to farm up with Claude and Alice. And Renzio was the answer that they had against NXP during these fights. And even though Doming DR amassed such a huge amount of farm, he was not able to translate that into direct damage being dealt towards to Smart Omega, because Renzio with the with the Festival of Blood, the amount of kills that he has and the assists allows him to just be the sustainable hero for the first few minutes of the game, while Alice was still farming on the early stages, and that gave a lot of time for Smart Omega to be able to ramp up their farm and keep up with the momentum of NXP's game. And come the late game, again, Kelra and Ryzen was able to just perform with their heroes. And it's a natural state to be in if you're the Claude and Alice, and NXP didn't really have any answers with the team fight because of the Ruby problem that we talked about. It was hard during the drafting stage. The fact is NXPE didn't have anything versus this Claude and Alice, and it was really the most crucial factor about this game for NXPE. Even if they do have the damage output, they don't have any ways of fighting into Smart Omega.
I say when you have the moment, take it. Carpe diem, whatever happens. And that's how the story of NXPE EVOS is going throughout of the season. If you just had a chance, go ahead and take it.
Don't overthink, right? And I feel like that's one of the biggest key to victory that both these teams have to follow through with Game 3.
Yeah.
Because we've seen it now, a glimpse of it for NXP in Game 1, now Omega in Game 2. So, everything being on the line here, well, at this point, I would say, with Week 7, Day 2, these teams specifically, too, because based on the standings, they would have liked the sweep to grab those 3 points. Well, they're not going to get it. So now, again, if you're looking ahead of us for Game 3, I would say, if they want to risk it, you mentioned this, Midnight, Omega can go with a greedy lineup again. They can go with that. They pull it off, right? But they have to get to a certain point in the game. That's the risk of it. They have to get to that Omega timers, basically, to pull that off. Whereas NXPE, I feel like similar to game one, if they're just a little more decisive, not a little more, actually, if they're just decisive, they can usually win these games, these fights that lead them into victories. So either way, teams know their pretty much game plan. But what I'm wondering is a team that will throw the curveball right here in this lineup is Omega. And I feel like they could possibly do that for game 3.
Pick a Leslie. Oh,
Leslie.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense because right now Omega just keeps on like they practice. It seems like they practice this for some time of their scrims, and how we question like, okay, how does this work? Well, they have answers for everything.
Yeah.
And the Leslie could be a good breaker here because now the question is that time Yelly Hayes and Nexplay EVOS
same.
They were on to the other side, and Omega when they got their red side win rate, it was more like an effective way. So, is there
maybe you want to go red side this time?
Yeah, because who will have a choice now, right? So, that's one thing that will leave the question right here.
I mean, it could work. Because honestly, the first pick trade matters a lot, especially in this matchup.
Yeah.
When you already know it's been established that this Kaja and Promise relationship would not work for both sides, and I feel like that's what Omega's done on game number 2 when they picked up the Promise and Kaja. Again, usually you don't want to be doing that, even though it's such a good meta contester. The thing is, you essentially get countered by Diggy, but we didn't see that come out from NXP.
Which wasn't even banned.
Yeah,
it was untouched.
It was out
Basically.
of their like possible pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you would argue that it's more stupid to pick a Diggy versus a Claude because, yeah, it would still fall to the same idea that you don't have anything against a Claude, but it provides you such a good early game when you just have this incredible Doming DR powered Beatrix that just runs towards your base and like you don't do anything to it. Like how do you fight into Beatrix? He has so much damage.
Yeah.
You can't crowd control him. You can't even petrify him. If the Lapu Lapu comes in, yes, you have to worry about the damage of Renzio, but you don't have to worry about the stun.
That's what was one of the biggest factors too is Renzio. Like the man knew his assignment to just sit on Domeng and not let him get the shots off. Like because you talked about this in the game. He was like the pure damage guy. So if you didn't even kill him, but you zoned him out from the team fight, they lacked so much firepower that it just gave that upper hand already to a scaling lineup from Omega.
Yeah, that's Divine and Conquer, for instance. Most of the time, he has his eyes on Doming.
Yeah.
Most of the backline entries were him.
He was tasked, and he was asked the question, how much pressure do you want to be put on Beatrix? Yes.
Yes.
You want to scale it from 1 to 10? From Renzo, how they asked, like, what you want me to do this time? Because that was what they were lacking at on game number 1. And Miko became the MVP in this game, where he really struggled to get that setups from game number 1.
Well, that's why I think it was overlapped well. You know, you have a Kaja and a Faramis, and yeah, sometimes you don't want to go that route. But because the way the game plan there for late game and, like, you have a bunch of options to pull people, literally pull them, but at the same time, peel if you have to. And then again, one of the biggest advantages was all the angles. Like, you didn't know if you're NXP, you're like, are they coming from the sides, behind us, in front of us?
Oh, right.
This way? What is this, perpendicular? Something like that.
You'll never know.
You never know.
But because the one thing that was missing inside of NXP as well was the angles that you've mentioned. Like, who do you target on amongst 4 heroes? Yeah, you take out the Kaja, well, he can just go out. Claude, Alice, everybody. There's 4 members who need to pin down.
Yeah, just picture this.
And they have evade.
Picture this, you know, you're playing into an Alice, you're playing into a Claude. You don't see them, both of them, you don't see them on the map. Like everywhere you go, you're already thinking to yourselves, there might be an Alice here, there might be a Claude here, there might be a Divine Judgment flying Kaja Bird here, and it's hard for it's hard for NXPE to play into that. And the way you answer it, the way you answer that is instead of them coming to you, come to them, so that you know that there's only one angle where both of you are looking at, and it's just this way. And we did see that on the early stage of the game. That's why I said earlier that if you want to be able to fight into late game against Smart Omega, you put them inside the base, push all the waves, make sure that there's no angle that they can find wherein they can engage onto the backline. Renzo is inside the base. Doming, you don't have to worry. You just have to push towers, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
That is just Keys to Victory point 3.0 by midnight. Because right now,
brought to you by Infinix.
Brought to you by Infinix. Now, we're talking about red and blue sides. Now Mega's on the blue.
Oof.
Okay.
Oof.
Sir,
Okay. So let's just trim things down a bit because in game number 1, they were really they struggled. So at this point, who are they willing to sacrifice in this first pick?
Maybe
Depends on the
Ryzen.
bands, yeah.
Maybe Ryzen, Lancelot first pick. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if you pick Lancelot, okay, you're already showing a threat, and Lancelot first pick is actually powerful. Most people undermine the power of Lancelot first pick, especially when I believe RSG did it. The thing about Lancelot first picks is you make sure that the roam of the enemy is limited to a certain set of roamers, especially the Groks, the Kufras, the Rubies.
Oh yeah.
Because you want to be able to control the Lancelot during these fights. So I feel like it is kind of a powerful first pick, especially with the way with how Fredrin was developed. Fredrin was essentially a hero that can be flexed out, and you limit the amount of heroes that the enemies can pick, because there are a lot of heroes that are just stupidly bad against Fredrin.
Yeah, and to think about that, this opens up like Smart Omega has the upper hand no matter which side they go on. Lancelot's been what? Their constant winning pick.
Kaja Faram is open.
Okay, let's see how this goes because Valentina is out. So trimming down mid laners, what is going to be for Smart Omega? The Fredrin? Or will it be something else?
You have to
Faramis.
go for
Okay.
You have to go for Aramis, honestly. This is something that...
They give up the R lot. Yeah, okay. There's the R lot.
Kaja? No,
Kaja's available.
Yeah. Claude actually is.
Available, yeah. A good way. Because in game number 1, Faramis was on the side of Nexplay EVOS.
But the thing is, if you pick up a different hero here, okay. So because the thing is, the threat of the Kaja Faramis is also still open for Omega. So I understand this Arlot and Kaja pick, and you don't mind playing into a Claude of Smart Omega. I even feel like carry is a viable option here for Omega. Either the carry or the Beatrix. I don't feel like Claude is very, very good against both Arlot and Kaja, because you are a waiting hero instead of a hero that just dictates how the fight goes. And if you pair it up with a hero that can deal with a Kaja, something like a Grok coming up from Smart Omega, that feels very, very good with with a hero that can control the fight, especially on the gold lane. Kelra has... Okay, they go back to the Fredrin.
I've been waiting.
And the carry. Okay. We're talking about shredding power, and it's all with Smart Omega, because we were talking about how this picks could play, and a carry is so much better in terms of getting how Nexplay EVOS Stronghold is. Now, you have a Kaja, you have an Arlot, will be the mid lane this time for Nexplay EVOS to take.
I think they lock in their gold lane pick here. That's kind of the trend we've been seeing between the two teams for their first phase of picks, because then you can really narrow down Domeng's choices here if they don't lock something in. And if not, then you secure yourself probably something that's more comfortable in the jungle if you want to. Karina.
Time and tide wait
Okay,
for
there's the
no
gold
man.
lane
This
pick. It
little
is going to be the
girl.
Beatrix. So, yeah, in a way, expected to pick something up here because, Domeng specifically, he does not want to be forced into a pick that he doesn't want to play against in this lineup, right? So now my biggest thing with this is just similar to last game. He's going to make sure he can be in the fights, man.
Yeah.
It's great if you can farm up all day and night.
Yeah.
But if you're not there to fight for your team, then, what's the point, right? So this time, though, I would say with the Kaja and Arlot pick, this should be a better time for Domeng in Game 3.
Okay, Midnight, something's grinding right in your head. So what is it?
If they don't ban glue, that's it. I mean, I'm going to lose it if NXPE doesn't ban glue. Okay, with Kufra being banned out by NXPE, Omega answers up with a Lancelot ban. And honestly, I think the last ban is reserved towards Yellow Haze, because you are primarily concerned about what heroes can you get for the mid laner of NXPE. And also, again, the glue factor. You are playing a Beatrix. You are up against a Promise. If you're Smart Omega, you overload the problem. You make sure that this Beatrix doesn't get any form of game. And Renzio is a fantastic glue player. I mean, 2 options are available here. 1 is Lapu Lapu, 2 is glue. There is a different school of thought wherein you go Yuzong for Renzo, but also a possibility of going Benedetta. But honestly, Lapu Lapu and glue sounds much better, because both of them can play into both Arlot and Kaja. So glue gets
there you
banned
go,
out.
Midnight.
Good thing for NXPE.
Great job.
Great job for
Yes.
recognizing the threat.
Midnight
Because
approved.
they can't play glue themselves because they have Paramus on the side of Smart Omega. But you still have Lapu-Lapu again on Renzio. That was why I smirked on the Kufra ban. I think it was unwarranted. You could have banned out Lapu-Lapu and glue for NXP and made sure that Renzio goes for either the Benedetta and Yuzong route. But now, you have to play to the Lapu-Lapu, a hero that can lane against Arlot, and is such a big problem in a team fight.
We're just putting out how Renzio is such a menace with these heroes and how NXP will still manage to not see that one more thing to ban out. Someone tells me they're prepared for this and they just don't want the glue in. So on how they wanted to play this up against Smart Omega, this could be... Oh, their mid lane trade, Alilia.
Lapu-Lapu
for
still
Smart
sounds.
Omega. Oh, so Lapu-Lapu still present for Renzio.
Yeah, I think you go Lapu-Lapu and Atlas here.
Oh, for the first time, it's, well, could be taken. And when you see Smart Omega use those heroes, give so much ways.
Yeah, either Grok or Atlas. I like Atlas better versus Lilia, although you suffer kind of a bit on the early stages, especially on level 1. But the beauty of Atlas versus Grok is whenever you have that perfect match, you can't...
What?
Whoa,
Renzio Classic as well.
Remember I said the team that throws curveballs?
Curveball, yeah.
Here's the curveball.
You go Masha against Beatrix. It's a curveball long known before MSC, you know?
Yep.
It's a Beatrix counter, basically, and it can one-hit the League heroes.
Yeah, because this is still, you know, like the way that Masha is played, it's still pressure towards Domeng. And that's, like, it's almost, I say this like Hilda, right? Your job is literally to sprint at people. Yeah, that's kind of what Masha does.
And you know what's crazy? It's even more terrifying because you see Lapu-Lapu casting his skills, close the gap on you. This guy's just running, dude.
Just full force, and then
Full
she comes
force.
in and thunderclaps on
with
you.
sprint, you know?
Horology is my
Oh, I love this.
Oh,
Okay.
Diggy.
Now you play Diggy. What happened in game 2?
Where you could have been, well, having a chance up against Smart Omega. So we're seeing two heroes pop up in these two teams. This is the pressure right now if you want to secure yourselves in a slot for playoffs. But this time, Masha is back in the hands of Renzio. We're talking about Menace heroes. Oh, you forgot one. That's Masha.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure about it though, because there is that risk of having this explainer that is dedicated to a single role.
Yeah.
Because most explainers now are multi-dimensional, like the Yuzong, the Benedetta, the Lapu-Lapu, the Glue. With Masha, your only goal in this game is to have such an insane amount of HP and use Thunderclap on somebody. So I feel like it is kind of one-dimensional, but there's also the fact that it is a protective layer for the carry to be able to play on Smart Omega side.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, amplify Kelra. The only way they can have against this, the lineup of, again, Nexplay EVOS. Now, the Diggy is back in their hands. Maybe this settles things onto the table because we were pointing out some ways on how Nexplay EVOS could make their way onto game number 3. Well, maybe this is their answer.
Like, you know, and as we see this game kind of progress here, that's the thing too. The assignment for Renzio is so simple. Just pick a target, sprint at them, and force something out. Whether that's you know a battle spell, the ultimates, probably even the time journey. That's part of it, right?
Yeah.
If you can go and just force time journey out, then you lose so much value out of this Diggy pick here.
Yeah, pressure ISO, just what he keeps on doing in number 1 and 2.
Yeah, even though the Diggy pick works wonderful against both Kelra and Miko, well, Stome included, I'm just not a huge fan of it because you need way more versus this lineup of Smart Omega. It's not just about limiting the crowd control ability. Of course, you're targeting Miko and you're shutting down the game of Cho, but what about the front line? Because Smart Omega can fight front line as well. And even if you say that you have Ding to just zone out Kelra, that means Ding is not with Brusco DR. And this means that the Arrow can still be taken down by the carry.
Yeah, speaking of the gold lane matchup, that's how the threats are in the early game for Nexplay EVOS. On the other hand, XP lane, that's how you peel, that's how you force. So something tells me Omega is looking for mistakes on this early game that they can use up against Nexplay EVOS. It's the momentum factor here that they want to do.
Wow, Kelra. Did they not know?
I guess they didn't know that he was there. He's going to get pulled back, but Domeng taking a couple shots. A couple seconds away also from that turtle being up. There was a lot of attention bottom side, too. against the 2 XP lanes, but still no one going down just yet. All in time for this first turtle of the game.
Good positioning for Keller. How do you not manage to see a dangerous threat right in the bush? Now Renzi, on the other hand, setting his eyes, setting a board here.
Yep, there you go. He's going to go for Ding. The flicker does come out. There's the final slash, trying to peel them away here. Ryzen securing the first turtle. NXPE going to get out of here. They know they lost the objective. They don't want to lose any bodies either.
I'm actually surprised that Masha wins over the artist.
Oh.
Wow.
Make that 2.
This is why I'm not a huge fan of Diggy. You need way more. Yes, you are protecting the Beatrix for the laning stage. In the team fights, however, it's not going to be protected by. It's not going to be protected from the Masha, and now you lose early game because of it.
Yeah. Oh, look at the peel of the Brusco. Oh.
I mean, this is tough, right? NXPE just even giving up that. So they lost the turtle. They gave up the 2 kills there. And it's just the pacing being set by Omega. And NXPE kind of scrambling to try to gain back their footing here.
Well, speaking of footing, do you want now to have the 8 for Dom? Because as Midnight mentioned, there's a lot of pros and cons of having a Diggy. You either go roam and poke everybody out and drain resources, but now on how Omega started the game, they're putting NXP in the corner with like sitting ducks.
Yeah, they're committing so many heroes here to deal with the carry, and they cannot even stop Keller from farming. And this just means that the whole map is for Ryzen's take. There's not a lot of answers that NXPE can, utilize at this moment, because the way that Diggy Gold works is you pressure the enemy gold laner, but if they're able to make plays and you're not able to capitalize on the fact that the enemy roamer is absent from this gold lane, that mid game will be messed up.
Yeah, and Brusco on the other hand is rocking the Avarice. Some we see in pure rage for you to get the pokes as we're looking forward to. So it's much more of a layer of protection. So it just drains out again. They're looking for mistakes, and if they don't have that chance of like putting their feet ahead against Omega, things can crumble down.
Yeah, so now with, the way the past 3 minutes have gone, Omega obviously having this little bit of an advantage to work around. So we'll see. Miko might be on the hunt for an initiation himself. They're holding on to the ultimates they need for this fight, but it looks like they assert their dominance. NXPE grabs this turtle, though.
Bottom lane.
Ultimate usage, but that's Renjo pushing.
Yeah, I mean,
tower down bottom.
NXPE to really display dominance, they put 5 heroes there, but Masha, I mean, even if it's not damage Masha, it's still enough for him to take the tower on the bottom lane. Brusco though.
Okay, Brusco gonna have to flicker out. So, way the Dragon committed too, but yeah, like you guys are mentioning, you might get that objective, you might get that turtle, you give up that tier 1 turret though. And all the while too, the fact that, Ryzen is just continuing to farm up as much as he wants without really much hassle at all.
Yeah, they don't mind giving away the minor objectives for NXPE, because for Smart Omega, on their perspective, the major objective is that we get to late game. That is a primary goal. That is the top 1 priority on our list. We have this insane amount of farm on all of our cores, then we win late game.
Yeah, this is a problem. There's 4 members of NXP right on top.
Oh, Stone going to be forced to use that Cult Ulcer, plus get out of there with a flicker. That could have been way worse for them, but both teams just kind of back off here. Renzio just doing a great job at just planting himself in the bottom side too, keeping Ding planted there. And all this, again, you're seeing the back and forth between the two teams. Omega holding on to that lead they have, but right now it's NXPE looking for any kills that they can grab here to start the momentum on their side.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting dynamic, because for NXPE, if they want to be able to win fights, they have to commit heroes, but it has to be with just 4. Because if Ding wants to be able to participate on fights, he has to cut minion waves. But Renzio has been doing a phenomenal job of just stopping Ding from doing that. And you can't lead this lane, because if you're not able to cut the wave, Masha is just going to take towers.
Yeah, she'll just be really happy just pushing through. Just imagine an XP lane leaving Renzio alone down bottom. Something tells me it's a lot of problems that they're putting up against Nexplay EVOS. Would you push or would you join me in the fight? Because right now the eyes are not even enough.
Well, they finally got that turret tier 1. Now going to be fighting for this 3rd turtle of the game. Renzio beelines right to Domeng.
Oh!
But it's secured by Boet there. There's the Divine Judgment too. Renzio with the Cold Ulter helping him out. Live a little bit longer here. Now Stome getting caught between the wall. He's going to fall. Yelly Hayes grabs the kill. NXPE now on the board here. Be looking for more. Domeng's still alive. Now Yelly Hayes, the focus. Kelra, one hit away. Can he get him? He does. There's the final slash though. Kelra gonna fall. Miko with the Way of the Dragon. Both teams losing a couple of members here. Still the fight goes on. Ryzen trying to hold Boyet there as long as he can. But NXPE grabbing a couple kills for themselves, plus that turtle.
Yeah. Look at them chasing this. Who won? Who literally won in that fight?
Yeah, they kind of messed up the retribution time here from Ryzen. There was a 231 HP left after he used the retribution, so Boyd was able to secure it for NXPE. Kerala did, however, die on that process. I would say that NXPE would have been happy with just that alone, but he was able to net a kill as well. So it is kind of problematic that the Beatrix and the carry is head-to-head in terms of gold. If you're NXP, you want to be able to at least get a pedestal higher over the carry because, you know, you have to be able to maximize your mid-game spike with the Beatrix. But so far, as the things are going for Smart Omega, they're on equal levels. And you don't want to be on that position if you're NXP because equal against carry means you're losing the game.
Oh, Renzio might get locked down here. There's the final slash. Boyet holding on to Divine Judgment just now. They should have enough firepower. They do. Ding grabs the kill. A pickup for NXPE.
And all of the resources, ultimates, just turned black.
Everything was committed just for the mock.
Just for one player, Renzio.
I would love for Renzio to go 0-6 in this game so that he doesn't give out so many bounties. Because if you net more kills on Renzio, every kill that NXPE gets is more efficient.
Ding, though, going to get kicked to the team here. There's the final slash, trying to keep himself alive. And he does it. Now Domeng. They're on the hunt here. Stome has to flicker out. Wow. It's a bad situation for Omega. Lord is now up, but NXPE quite low as well. Renzio making his way to cover this area. That could have been way worse. I can't believe Ding was able to do that.
Wow.
That final slash, though.
Yeah.
No casualties of being in that fight with Nexplay. How did they manage to pull that off?
I'm pretty sure Ding was just pressing second skill, pressing the vengeance, you know. Everybody's marked. Press second skill. as many times as you can.
And outlast everything, but now it's on the side of Nexplay EVOS. Renzio on the other hand, look.
Okay.
Ding.
Renzio has a target in mind. Ding's going to get grabbed, though. There's the...
Domeng!
Oh, Ding going to keep Kelra there. Boyet secures the Lord. Domeng still alive, firing from the backside. Omega cannot get to him. Renzio going to heal up a little bit, still looking for Yelly Hayes. Gets him down. So it's Ding. Actually, no, Yelly Hayes still alive. 3 fall for Omega.
Yeah, Ding is doing a fantastic job on utilizing the skills of Arla. And Smart Omega, as much as they wanted to take out the Lord, Boyet was just much faster on the Retribution. And the slows coming out from Yele's Glooms is proving to be fatal in terms of the team fight that Smart Omega can bring, because even the Cult Altar is not safe from the from the Glooms. They're able to just remove the HPs away from Smart Omega, and after that fact, you also have to deal with the vengeance of Ding DR, and of course, Brusco with the bombs and the reverse times. There is just so much control on the side of NXPE. The damage, however, is there from Smart Omega. Kerala is just not confident enough to position himself aggressively on fights yet.
Oh, they're going to look for a sandwich play here. Ryzen not going to get dragged, though. Boyet holds on to that. So they're happy with the tier 2. We'll see if they can still put pressure. NXPE still eyes set on the mid lane as well. And it's Omega that has to defend here.
I say they have good re-entry back in the mid-game. Oh, some got pulled.
They're going to find Ryzen, the perfect mark. They take him out. Tier 2 does go down. Yelly Hayes using the black shoes. Gets that reset in. NXPE still focused on the mid lane. Renzio has plenty of health still, though. Going to get CC'd a little bit. Too much. Able to survive with a sliver of health. And now the mid lane turret going to be taken down by NXPE.
Storm evades. Nexplay was onto the base, locking in.
Not sure if they're going to be able to punch this one just yet. They're happy with the inhibitor. Might still look for the top side or any pick off. Boyet waiting for that Divine Judgment to be back up. Waves are clear. The pressure is here from NXPE.
Yeah, this is commitment from NXPE. This is what we were looking for on game number 2. Ding DR standing on the front lines. Masha is not there yet. Even the carry is not there yet. So NXPE is able to capitalize on their mid-game spikes at the moment, and they're not holding. They're not being patient. Yes, they're being patient, but they're not patiently waiting for Omega to just get a response back.
Well, right now, they're trying to hold on to this last inhibitor turret. The covering fire from Domain comes out. It's a lot to handle. They did get the flicker out from Stome, but Omega holds on to that bottom and top turret here.
Yeah, they're not letting go. They're not letting go of the control that they have.
The gamble of Smart. I mean, did you see how they managed to just use, conceal on 3, and knowing that there's 3 members on NXP who has the higher damage up against them, I said this is their last card they wanted to play. Oh, look at that. It's just purely controlled back at NXPE. We're talking about their mid lane re-entry and the finding angles. This is good progress on how they wanted to do in this game.
Nico doesn't know what to do. Brusco is just standing on the front line with a threat of the Time's Journey. Didn't even have it earlier, but now he does.
And we'll see if Ryzen can pull something off here. Brusco, there's the Time's Journey. It's going to be forced out. Renzio's doing his job, taking the brunt of the damage. There's Divine Judgment too. Domain gets the kill.
Miko!
And they help him. Miko with the Way of the Dragon. They find Yelly Hayes. The final slash comes through. Double kill for Domain. And they force Omega back. NXP now looking to take this Lord.
The idea was there from Smart Omega. Renzio was like, okay, if Miko can do it, I have to pop the Time's Journey. And they did bait out the ultimate from Brusco DR, but the flicker play only landed onto Yelly Hayes, and they didn't even have the damage to take the Lily out. And NXPE, they're still able to come out of that fight victorious. Again, the damage output is just higher on NXPE, not just because of the fact that Carry is not able to fight, but they can, they can stand their ground against Smart Omega, while the Barangay really cannot do that because Kelra has to worry about his own positioning. So most of the time that he commits onto these skirmishes are just positioning himself, while Doming DR is just sitting pretty. He's just standing his ground, attacking the targets. Whoever is the front line, it's a target that I can hit.
Yeah, 403 onto Doming, and I'm seeing 2 Guardian helmets on Smart Omega. Renzi, on the other hand, needs to be the front line of this team fight because the lead right now is bouncing onto the Tigers, and they have taken down the last turret of Omega. Oh, Storm receives damage, dropping his HP down.
Yep. The shots are there. Renzio tanking as much as he can here. Lord finally going to get taken down. Base fully exposed, though. NXP might be looking to punch this one in here. Miko trying to buy some time.
Oh,
there
look at
you
the damage.
go. Stome now. Look at the damage is right. Domang is unstoppable. As Stome does fall still. There's the final slash. Ding trying to make a play here. Trying to buy the time he needs. Still going to be alive. Renzio, the front of the line. Now taking the shot from Domang. Domang looking to end the game here. Double kill again. The crystal is still up. The minions have been cleared. It's not enough time just yet. Boyette's still alive.
What the hell, Smart Omega?
Go in the wall. This is one. Yelly Hayes falls. Ryzen chasing down Domang. He buys the immortality. They got to be careful how they approach it. Domang and Boyette, and here comes Brusco. Omega defends.
A messy team fight, but that's just NXP on pure confidence. Domang with the recalls and taunts. Just how they put Omega onto the base for defense.
Yeah, they did, however, win that team fight, but NXP cannot close it out. The juggling between Smart Omega. Renzi was like, okay, I go first. Okay, I go back. Stone, you go now. Okay, Stone, you go back. I go in again. The juggling. And NXP, they cannot commit to the base push because they know that there is a pull from the Paramis. Once the minion wave has been cleared, if they time it wrong, Smart Omega can just pull them back, especially without a Time's Journey. Miko can also kick back a target on the side of NXP. That's why they were not able to fully commit. But also Kelra, standing on the front lines, making sure that he outputs the damage necessary to deal the minion wave and to also whittle down the HP of NXPE. He was also, fighting it toe-to-toe against Doming DR with incredible flicker usage and also the mobility from Kelra. It was an insane base defense from Smart Omega.
Amazing sequencing of skills. This is just pure veterans here on Omega and how they wanted to have that discipline up against NXPE. Look at that, almost half HP. Damage onto Kelra, and they want to control this river right now if they are NXPE.
Yeah, this is going to be massive if Miko can pull off a surprise here, but Yelly Hayes knows what they're up to. Still trying to find the space. The Ryzen, there's the Colt Altar. It did come down. It was converted. The time journey of Renzio goes in, finds the perfect mark. Domeng is down. Final slash there too. Now Brusco going to be in trouble. Renzio zoning everybody out here. Kelra grabs the kill after Renzio finally goes down, but mission accomplished for him.
Yeah.
Omega, they turn things around here.
The show has definitely been stopped by the Masha. Renzio, again, this is the sole purpose of the hero. He's born to do one thing. He was drafted for a single purpose. Use that thunderclap onto the Beatrix, and once you shut down Doming DR, team fight is over for NXPE.
And just as that, we were seeing like 7K gold lead drop down to 1K. Real-time readers with Nexplay EVOS, but how Rengio managed to just scratch and thunderclap everybody right in their faces with all these defense items. This is just one way of saying Omega is not backing down.
It's always this time. It's always around this time, right? They always make a big play, past that 16 to around the 18-minute mark. And so now, like you mentioned, OSX, they've diminished that lead, that massive lead that NXP had, where we saw them struggle to punch it in. And now they're on the assault to the base here. They're going to be able to clear that Lord pretty quickly, though. But they lose more space that they had to work with. So the tier 2s are now down. They hold on to the base turrets. That's the advantage that NXPE has right now.
Yeah, and you're also playing against a carry, by the way. So late game, it's still, it's still the same as game number 2. NXPE does have better chances on this match, but Smart Omega, they definitely have the hold of this game in their favor.
Well, back in Season 9 or Season 8, it's not a Omega and NXPE game if we're not getting in game number 3 with all the turrets out in their bases. There's always a heist coming. There's always these things that happen like, hey, we just can't count out on how these teams manage to reset in the midst of chaos. And even they're in the rap lines of Leo, they're not going to stop even for the late game, right?
Am I seeing things, or did Kelro just buy 2 Wind Towers? I mean, I saw him buy it earlier.
Well, he might have. That was Divine Judgment already. The Cult Altar did come down. A lot is being committed here. All teams just kind of checking to see if they can get that advantage. We're still a little ways from the Lord, but yeah, as you were saying, Midnight, we have to look at that again. I'm not sure if it was.
2 Wind Talkers?
I saw Kelra bought one Wind Talker 2 minutes earlier, and he just bought one again.
Probably juggling.
Yeah.
The juggle.
Maybe just choosing between items.
They juggled in the base, they juggle the items.
I mean, Kelra's been doing it for 6 weeks now, so why not juggle the items as well?
Yeah,
why not juggle the base?
Yeah, why not juggle everybody's phone in the game station?
So Kelra basically now is a juggler. Not jungler, by the way. Not juggler.
Yeah, juggler.
So instead of juggling the items, he decides to juggle the base. That's why they play it like this.
Yeah.
In Smart Omega.
Just imagine, like we're just trying to portray things on how they managed to even to pull this through.
Ouch.
Right? Half HP, bite onto Kelra, but this is just they're still onto the discipline and how they would want this game back on their side, and it's 2.4K gold lead.
Yeah, I love the itemization from Ryzen as well. He bought a Twilight armor, the recently changed one, so it's an anti-Beatrix now because you cannot be bursted down by the Rena's apathy. Miko though.
Yeah, he flickered. He was looking.
This is such a crucial information.
And a crucial
match.
Oh my gosh! No matter why these things are all happening, man. We have 2 matches of the day that has the same story to tell. Who's gonna get in?
Wyatt.
Oh, who's gonna get cut off?
They go in the pole. Ryzen. There's the Cult Altar. He was almost down. Look at Kelra, though, unleashing on the team.
Miko.
That's gonna come out. Killing spree for Kelra. Now focusing on Dig. Domeng running for his life from Renzio. Can he get away? Immortality popped. Again, mission accomplished. The team for Omega. They grabbed the Lord, and Boyette fell as well. Still going to be looking for more. Renzio goes down. But Omega securing the Lord. Their lanes are all going to be pushed in here. NXPE on the defense once again.
Nobody spotted Kelra. He was just throwing frisbees.
Yeah.
Run in the bush!
All eyes were on Renzio and Miko because they just threatened the kill on the Doming DR for the second time around. Omega kind of almost messed up because they decided to let go of Beatrix once he was able to run away. But Renzio was like, no, I'm born with a sole purpose. You're meant to die. Even if I have to give my own life.
Hey, it zones him out enough, you know?
And to think back how Omega's playstyle developed, I mean, back in MSC, we're trying to have this, their counters with Orange Esports and some of the teams, or Team Hack rather, who won against Smart Omega. The problem is with this team, who do you even target with such players that has capability to take another responsibility to win a game?
I mean, if you're NXPE, you might want to be able to burst down. You just might consider bursting down a Masha first before you engage on a fight. The pole doesn't matter anymore against the Fredrin. What matters most is making sure that this Beatrix stays alive. So I feel like you have to, you just have to cover the Beatrix. You need to relegate resources to taking down this Masha.
You see how hard that was, though. I mean, even conceal play going to be committed here. Miko not going to find that way the Dragon's looking for, though. They do bring Renzio into the base. He's going to get pulled as well with the Divine Judgment. The covering fire comes down from Domeng. The reset with the black shoes. Yelly Hayes grabbing the kill, and it's Omega running into the jungle. But they have enough damage still here. NXPE is checked in their place.
What was that angle? What was that angle? By Ding, that was the longest pull from a final slash I've seen. He was outside the base, and Ding was able to pull him inside the base.
Oh, another one, another one.
Okay, they do get the way of the dragon. It's only Boyet, though. They might be looking to punish here. Boyet now on the hunt, does not have the Divine Judgment, though. NXPE going to force them into their side of the jungle. They do have these minions to work with. Renzio still out of it for 20 seconds here.
Oh, they're going for it.
NXPE might just be deciding to look to end the game. Domeng picking up that wind of a nature. He knows he's going to be focused on here. There's the final slash again. The pull, there's the Cult Holder coming through. Domeng firing from the backside. Still looking for more. Stone going to be in trouble. He gets taken down. NXPE.
Oh, they cleared the wave.
No waves, though, with them. Renzio now alive, and Stone as well with the way the Faramis works. It's back.
That was such a very interesting idea come out from Smart Omega. Like, Stone decisively giving his own life. Like, dude, just get away. Let me make the sacrifice. I respawn in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So it was a good attempt from NXP, but Omega handled it beautifully. Especially with Stone being the frontliner right there.
Oh, now they're back in full form. No ultimate for Stone, though. This time around, NXP trying to set up and ring the Lord. Oh, look at that. Look at the control of NXP. They're trying to have the Lord on their side, but at this point, who do you keep your eyes on against Smart Omega? Yeah. They don't want that mistake again.
I mean, you have to look again both at the Masha and the Beatrix. It is that kind of game wherein you have both teams have to look forward to these two meters. Oh, Ryzen though.
Okay, gets the final slash. They did get the Cult all committed already. Still going to be working on it. Domeng trying to stay alive from Renzio here. Lord's still going to be worked on. It's Boyet that falls though. Renzio finds Brusco, but it's Ryzen that secures the Lord. And now NXP running. The final slash comes through. Miko now on the hunt. Going to flicker in. Kicks the target he's looking for. Domeng's immortality not going to be enough here as he falls. Ding still trying to buy time. Stone grabs the kill. Yelly Hayes on the run, but Kelra mid lane looking to end this game here. Yelly Hayes, one hit away. Can he buy enough time here? Miko on the hunt. Kelra mid lane pushing it in. Stone comes in with the killing blow. It's a wipeout. And Omega, a decisive turnaround of a game. They win the series 2-1.
From their highs and lows, screaming on the top of their lungs, Smart Omega recalibrated for this own momentum of the game. No matter where they are in the position of the standings, this is just their way in translating their winning ways back again.
Honestly, I kid you not. This is no way scripted whatsoever. This is how just good Smart Omega is when their backs are up against the wall. Again, very amazing stuff, especially from the base defense to the way they handled that Lord take from NXPE. And respect goes towards both sides.
Amazing. An amazing performance from this two teams. Just imagine how you managed to give all the sweat out from Smart Omega and the relief of shouting and winning that game. Nexplay EVOS really put a good fight up against the Barangay.
Great fight. They still garnered themselves a point in the series, so that still has weight to it. You know, as we round out the regular season here, who knows what else is in store, not only for today, but like for the rest of the regular season and how this all falls into place. But, you know, either way, you guys mentioned it. You can't count out the fact that Omega is known, regardless of who is playing, like their play style is known for that late game potential, that late game, pretty much being able to turn the tables at certain points, and they do it time after time. I gotta say, man, it's exciting to see and how things kind of fall into place for this point in the season, because I love these 3-game series going 3 games.
Yeah, you know, it
all
does.
nine.
9 today. Let's do it.
It gave us, it gave us an insight as to how close the playoffs might be. You know, because these 3 teams, again, they're vying for the final spot on the playoffs. 3 teams are already bound for, for SMX. And now Smart Omega is making a huge case, you know. Even though we have seen them dominate a season prior, it was not the best of seasons for them. But right now, they're on the right track. They're following that storyline wherein they lose their way for the first few weeks, but they bounce back on the latter half of the regular season. Again, it's exciting stuff, and we witnessed a lot of great outplays come out from that game. And a Masha Renaissance.
I'll say, man, Renzio.
Hey, man, that pick onto the draft changes everything, yeah? I'll pull you on the late game, no matter what the cost.
It's not like he did it in game 2, you know, just with Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, you can, you know, we don't need the Lapu Lapu. I'll just pick the Masha because it's the same thing. I'll just sprint at you and force you in, you know, a situation you don't want to be in, and that's what happened. There were times, like you mentioned throughout the game, where, you know, Domeng did a great job at countering that, and he stayed alive sometimes. But at the end of it all, especially when it came down to that last fight, Renzio did exactly what he had to do. And then so you end up forcing the final slash use for appeal or possibly even a divine judgment, early times journey, all because of Renzio's pressure that he's putting on the back line.
Yeah.
So that's something there that was really part of that success here for this whole series, really, was Renzio.
Ding, however,
showstopper.
Ding, however, played a fantastic
he did.
Yeah, we can't count out NXP right here.
I was amazed by the angles that he was finding.
Some of the angles, yeah.
Yeah, especially with that. The base play,
base
you know,
one.
with the final slash onto, I think it was Renzio, who was pulled inside the base of NXPE. And I'm thinking to myself, where was that Arlott position? How was Renzio positioned? Because I believe Renzio was outside the base. He was not even hitting the turret.
We'll probably see it in the highlights, but yeah, it was like max range. I don't know. Max range final slash weird angle.
I was also looking at the flickers. There were no flickers being committed.
That's what I was thinking too, because when you mentioned it, I was like, oh, maybe he flickered. But then he didn't use the flicker.
No, I mean, we're just having the more maximizes reach.
Yeah. I was like, how the hell is he finding these angles? Like, the amount of final slashes that we've seen in this tournament has been crazy. But I think personally, in this series alone, we've seen more creative final slashes pulled off by Ding there, and also the commitment as to how he played. The Arlott, like, okay, I don't care if I'm gonna die. If I can zone away the goal laner completely, if I can remove him from the equation, remove him from the fight, I will net my team a victory. And that's how he was committed to playing this Arlott. There was no mission greater than that for Ding DR. I am committed to to just zoning Keller away. Unfortunately, he was zoning a carry, so he cannot do it well in this game.
Yeah.
To put up a clear example, this is just going back to a cartoon reference that I saw, like my favorite cartoon moment. Like, what is my purpose? that is Renzio. Go ahead, just to pick a target. Now let's call in Mara Aquino together with Barangay Smart Omega for their winning interview.
Barangay Omega Omega, mag-ingay! Congratulations! Stone, ang lupit mo dun ah. Dun sa last moments natin ng Game 3, naligtas mo si Ryzen, ang dami mong nahila, ang dami mo rin napatay, you are all over the place. Walk us through yung decision-making mo, yung thought process mo. Paano mo ginawa lahat ng yon that led to the winning moment of Barangay Omega?
Nung yung last clash kasi naipit yung Kaja doon, tapos kinokol na ni Kedra na na lang yung i-lock target namin, kaya medyo napadali yung trabaho ko doon. Tsaka yun, sinave ko lang naman si Ryzen and kaya napadali yung trabaho ko doon kasi dalawang win condition namin si Renjo tsaka si Kedra, kaya yun, taga-save lang ako, taga-dish out ng damage lang.
I'm so glad you're doing well. You did amazing for this series. Ito naman, maybe Max, you can answer this one. Yung game number 1, it was dependent sa hero. Meron tayong Gold Claude, Alice Jungle. We thought, baka risky to kasi kailangan ng late game. Pag game number 2 naman, napaabot nyo sa 26 minutes. It seems like mas mahaba na yung game, mas successful kayo. What does it say about Omega and the Omega timers? Nakabalik na ba?
Actually, nung game 2 kasi, yung heroes kasi nila ng early game talagang sobrang lakas. So, parang hindi na namin sila kayang sabayan sa sa magiging drop namin sa early. So, ang ginawa na lang namin, kami ng Alice na papatagalin lang namin yung game. Tapos, pagdating na late game, alam na, Omega timers na, parang gano'n. Taking time bomb, parang gano'n yung naging strat namin.
Paano naman yung game 3?
Yung
All
game...
skills.
Yung game 3, syempre, parang binalik ulit natin yung hero ni Rencho, yung Masha. Yan, syempre, pagdating na late game, yan, umaariba na yan si Renz. So, yun, parang, ang lakas din kasi ng NXP sa early game. So, parang hindi na namin sila dun sinabayan. Mas pinokos namin yung, yung forte namin, which is late game. Tapos, yun yung ginawa namin play against sa kanila.
Eto, ano bang ginawa nyo nung Monday? Because belated happy birthday, Kelra! 18, right? 18. Okay, quickly, everybody. Happy birthday, Kelra! Happy birthday, Kelra! Happy birthday! Kamusta? How did you celebrate that?
Di na po ako nag-celebrate. Di pa kasi nag-champion eh.
Oh, okay. Wow. No celebration at all. That's very mature of you. Okay. Ano yung winish mo nung nag-blow ka ba ng birthday candle?
Ay, pero pa.
Okay. When you closed your eyes, you made a wish. Ano yon? Share mo sa amin.
Yung wish ko nun, sana mag-champion na kami.
Sana mag-champion. And they're all supporting you. You know, it starts with the mind before it becomes a reality. We're wishing for your success. Once again, congratulations dahil your playoffs dream, you're getting closer to it. Once again, congratulations to Smart Omega. Go ahead, you may now take your bow and take the walk of victory. Congratulations, Barangay Smart Omega. Dahil sa pinakita nila ngayon, nagkaroon sila ng 2 puntos. At umaakyat na sa standings. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, pero sabi nga ni Kelra, hindi muna siya nag-celebrate ng kanyang birthday until mag-champion sila. Once again, belated happy birthday kay Kelra. At ihimayin natin ang mga galawan nila sa laban na to. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. And from that, Smart Omega is never saying die in this regular season. Just to go back on how they develop their own storyline, man. They're always on the edge of something. Edge of the seat, edge of a knife, edge of a string, whatever.
Always
and
like
they
this.
just make it work.
It's always
Living
like
on the
this.
edge. Always. Always on the edge.
No, I was just thinking because, yeah, that's exactly how Smart Omega's been, you know, and the fact that I feel like their fan base knows that as well for them.
Mm-hmm.
So am I surprised? Not too much, but I'm happy to see them where they are.
Never say die. Never say die for Smart Omega. Right now, Midnight, break things down a bit on what happened in game number 3.
Well, the never say die attitude is definitely working for Smart Omega as they took over game number 3. And I would say NXPE, Etamax was right. They had the more stronger early game heroes on their lineup. The composition is well drafted in terms of fighting earlier on. Smart Omega decided to just double down on the late game. And with the comeback of Masha's Renzio, not kidding about how I say that, Masha's Renzio, he was completely able to just negate the presence of Beatrix on the equation. And then NXPE, yes, they do have firepower, but again, it's also the same problem that they faced on game number 2. It was mostly on doming the R, which in turn makes it hard for NXPE to fight against Omega if they ever lose doming on specific skirmishes. And the thing is, even if they do have enough firepower, if they lose doming the R, there is that threat of a save coming out from Stone with Cult Altar on the Faramis. Now, Miko was not able to play the show that he wants to be able to play, but that's not the point. Omega here is making a statement that we don't need to kick, we don't need to be able to look for pickoffs. We just need to make sure that Kelra is brought onto the later stages of the game. That's why the Diggy, although it made sense that they didn't have anything to to just control Kelra and Miko on the early game, the fact of the matter is they don't have any answers up against the farming speed of Smart Omega, because for NXP to win, they need to be able to close out this game as soon as possible, especially with doming DR's time trap, I would say, because for a fact that at some point Renzio will just be able to one-shot delete this Beatrix on the side of NXPE, and it did happen on the later stages of the game. Kelra was massive at that point, and again, he bought 2 Wind Talkers. That was not a joke, as the damage output was definitely real. True damage is deleting the heroes of NXPE one by one. Even Boyet DR was not safe from the damage output of the carry. The Kaja jungle was not able to compete to the presence of the team fight that was available for Smart Omega on the later stages of the game. They had the control, they have the damage output, they have mobility, and they also have the save. Now, Kelra standing his ground against these heroes are not the entire story of the game, because the majority of his early game was just running away from NXPE's aggression, especially against the Beatrix. And the amount of times that he juggled around the heroes of NXPE was so insane. It was highlighted on the base defense that they mounted. The amount of flickers that he committed that was able to save himself was absurd. He was standing his ground toe-to-toe against the Beatrix, using the flicker to dodge the sniper hits, using the dash to make sure that he can reposition himself. And again, during the early game, it was hard because most parts of the team fight, he was just trying to reposition. Where in NXPE, all they want is to engage continuously because they have the CC immunity coming out from the Time's Journey, and they also have the Final Slash from Ding. If somebody stands their ground on the side of Omega, they will just be pulled by the Divine Judgment coming out from Boy TR. So Kelra didn't spend much time hitting targets for the majority of these fights. He spent most of his time walking and maneuvering around the fight to freely select his target, but that allowed NXP to fight into Omega without having any concerns, because Doming DR was just hitting targets left and right. And the Lords were also important in this game, because the amount of times wherein Smart Omega defended their lives just to make sure that they also have control on the Lord gave enough time for Renzo to amass this item build that he had, 2 Guardian Helmets. And again, the amount of HPs that he has means that it can translate into damage with a Thunderclap, and that is also a huge threat over this Beatrix. And this is the base juggle that we were talking about earlier. They were able to miraculously defend against NXP. It was because of the juggle between both Renzio and Stone. The amount of times that they were able to outlive the burst damage coming down from NXPE gave them enough window for them to play around and prolong this game to a point where Renzio is such a big nuisance towards this Beatrix. Now, the next problem came in with the usage of the Time's Journey, because Miko was not able to use his kick prior to that. So Renzio was also the solution that Omega provided, and that allowed more control for Smart Omega, and again, more playing room for both Miko and Kelra to do what they need to do. And Kelra, being the late game monster that he is, come the late game, all he needs to do after all resources have been exhausted by NXPE is to hit the right targets and to eliminate the remaining threats on the side of NXPE, getting the final victory here and winning the series overall against NXPE.
Well, they are called the Lason and the Venom for a reason in MPL Philippines, and there's no surprise that they might crawl back again for the playoffs.
So I don't know. That's again, that's their journey, right? And usually they go through this. I don't know if they do it for suspense or what, but it is who they are. And then when they get to playoffs, it's like they took everything they did in the regular season, and then they're just like, all right, now we've showed up. Well, they're still fighting for that spot. They haven't guaranteed it yet.
Never say
but
die,
they're getting
though.
closer. Yeah.
Never say die.
Never say die.
Still, they're the kings of the sea for always a reason. They have their own title, and right, so the mindset to not just back down, the reset into, a 3-game in a first series? That's amazing, completing that. All of the things happen. There's a Smart Omega doing all the things. Right now, the deadline of your Smart registration sim is near the peak of its last day. On April 26th, that's the last time that your sim will, again, die. All of the things that you worked for in Mobile Legends and all of the online payments, all of the social medias, all gone. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you only have until April 26th to confirm and register your sim onto the official links of Smart. And again, do what you need to do, okay? smart.com.ph/simreg and get free 3 GB of data when you do. Again, did you register? Are you done? You good?
I did.
You good? Yeah. All
Never
three
say
of us
die,
are
dude.
good.
Never say die.
Never say die. And again, our match is, or the next match rather, is with ONIC Philippines and TNC. Whew! They
That
just
is
swept
spicy.
the world champions yesterday. I mean, we're all up for a treat. My name is Ozax. I'm with Naisu and Midnight. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega. So may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Pero there's a Glycine doon sa likod. Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi! Kelra will stay alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yun, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger ko. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung clash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa ONIC na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dip pa ng kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos mamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka dun sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RSG. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-prank ko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang palisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung prank ko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yung sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Perdwin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya, parang may buff siya na yung first skill niya po, hindi naririnig sa bush yun. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Kasi kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first kill patiklika. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo po pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hog City because on our 5th spot is Benting's Franco pick na tumalo sa BREN Esports noong day number 3. 16 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng BREN Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Benting si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook, sabay flicker pa atras, tapos Bloody Hunt para mapuwersa ang BREN Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed BREN Esports and snap their 9 match winning streak.
Oy, tawak! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Few, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa. Bentings is down. Few ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade. Pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa. Super Marco with a flicker. May minions sa may bandang itaas, pero dalawa. Ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco. Sobrang low at mapuputukan pa. Escalera, nagwawala na. At si Caltisi na lang dito ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi. Dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na!
On our fourth spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite BREN Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy TR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratratin niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Super Marco!
Sina Kyle TZFU naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nagkiklear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pain ni Few pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush.
Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at saka makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings.
Tampok sa ating second spot si Kelra and Miko noong day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders.
Depensa, make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Deja vu. Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong day 2 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 14 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Cartesi ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kanika nilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion.
Napalo up at si Benny dito. At this time around, merong pag-play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin inaasahan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Is habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo. Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good afternoon, everybody! It's the 1st of April and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Kagabi, nakita natin kung paano sinagasaan ng biyaheng tagumpay ang Echo Express. King Kong semi-tank slot was outstanding kontra sa tank slot man himself. Sa kabilang panig naman, sobrang lupit ni Sensui pagdating sa Retribution Battle kontra sa ating King of the Jungle himself. Kahit pa man natalo sila kontra sa Codebreakers. But all this is a setup for the match that we're about to witness now. Because ONIC Philippines and TNC Pro Team's playoffs chances could very well depend on how well King Kong and Sensui dance for their objectives. All right, Sonics, Phoenix Army, get ready. Casters, pasok.
It's a battle in the jungle, and it's a battle for the standings here for a playoff spot. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English Desk. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Rockhart and a special someone for the first time making her debut on the English Desk. It's not Atimo Chantel, it's now your big sister Chantel.
Our elder sister.
Elder sister.
That sound right?
It does.
Your elder sister Chantel, welcome. After how many years of you casting? Welcome to the English
4
Desk.
years, right?
4 years, yes. And this is my first time actually to be part of the MPL English Conference. And I'm not really sure if I am mentally prepared for this. But we're born for this, as Santi said earlier.
Yeah, Santi exclaimed to the world that he is born for this. I had my 10-minute layover in the Philippine stream. And, you know, we're breaking boundaries here. But speaking of breaking boundaries, everybody at home, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability, or MNP for short, MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. And of course, you know, don't forget to take care of everything with your guys' Sims registration as well. We have mentioned that earlier, but now we have this matchup. This is a heated matchup, by the way, because especially with the results of this past weekend, you know, I don't think a lot of people actually thought things would fall into place how they have. But the most important dance of Sensui and King Kong's lives starts very soon, minutes away from it. But it starts today here. And, you know, this matchup, specifically in the jungle, is going to be crucial because, you know, Sensui, King Kong, they love those, well, the Philippines in general, probably the best at the Lord Dance, right? But these two specifically fighting for a lot on the line. You know, TNC sweeping victory over the world champions yesterday is nothing to just kind of scoff at, because that says a lot about them.
That's true. And I have to say that we are the best. We're the best at most of these things, not just Lord dances, TikTok dances, everything, man. Just, when it comes to dancing, Filipinos just got this in the bag. And then the sweeps yesterday, I don't know, were you expecting any of that? Well, actually, for the sweeps, I was actually surprised with the performances of our teams, specifically for TNC. And we could see actually the player feature here having King Kong and Sensui. And this is a nice matchup because when we saw yesterday, it was a battle of retribution. And now that they are up against each other, we might see a different type of a battle of the retribution. I don't really know what kind of support from their teammates would be, but it's really crucial because looking at the average total kills as well, it's just a point for Sensui and for King Kong. And it's something that both of these players has to really work for on this game.
Yeah, actually, the games yesterday, even though we saw ONIC lose the Blacklist, Sensui was really showing up in the jungle, in the retribution battles, right? Which is normally 50-50, usually comes in his favor. And that's saying something against the king of the jungle himself, Wise.
That's the thing, right? As you look at the stats here, they're fairly close across the board. I mean, even the KDA, the kill participation. But yeah, they both kind of went through this test. You know, you had Sensui versus Wise holding his own. You had King Kong going against Carl Teasy, and King Kong was playing the tanks a lot too, to add salt to the wound. But that's the thing. Both these junglers have proved themselves, and I always said this when King Kong stepped in through the season, that this guy had potential, and he's proved it up to this point. And now, again, going back to what's at stake here is that playoff spot and how they have to battle it out. And with the impact of these two junglers for their teams, it's apparent on how they like to play around them, how they like to basically start momentum. And, you know, it really does come down to the way that the meta is right now for Season 11 in the Philippines, well, probably across the world, is one retribution could change the course of the game, could change the course of your season. And that's what we're seeing here. So, you know, how does that play out in the series ahead of us between ONIC Philippines and, you know, specifically TNC? Well, that's why it starts in the jungle, and that's why we're highlighting these two mechanically gifted players.
So going into this one, obviously, each and every one of them has had their trial by fire, so we're done with that.
Yeah.
We're getting into a point where, all right, it's enough about single individual gaming. It's time to see if you can make that work with your team, if you can actually capitalize out of, you know, retribution battles, out of really good, cool plays. I saw King Kong yesterday. He was insane. Even outside of the jungle, even outside of the retribution battles, I saw him dash around that Lancelot. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of, you know, how that plays out. But before we even talk more about the game, we're going to have to throw it over to our very own Odin for the backstage pass. Let's see what she has to say here.
Healing prayers for you. This is your very own Odin para sa isa na namang backstage pass. This is a crucial match sa pagitan ng TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines as they need to climb their way up para makasecure ng playoff spot. Maalala natin na ang una nilang pagtutunggali ay naganap noong Week 3 at noon din ay nangyari ang pinakaunang panalo ng TNC with a 2-0 sweep against ONIC. When asked about their first victory, ay mababaka sa TNC na talaga namang genuine at ang kanilang happiness. At dumalaw rin kami sa bootcamp nila para ma-vibe check sila. At para sa kanila ay win or lose, they need to reset and prepare for greater heights. Sa seryeng ito, this is gonna be another jungler matchup between King Kong and Sensui. Pakisigan ang labanan. Palupitan mag-jungler ng kanilang mga teams. Pag-usapan natin si King Kong. He is a young big boy ng kanilang team na na-scout rin sa kanilang mga tryouts sa murang edad. At neto ring second half ng regular season ay nagpakita siya ng kanyang galing dahil he is soaring like a phoenix as he shows his highlight gameplays leading to their victories. At nakita nga rin natin na pinatunayan nila yon dahil nanalo sila sa BREN Esports with a 2-0 sweep. Gayon din, kahapon lang, nanalo sila against the world champions Echo with another 2-0 sweep. Kitang-kita naman na talagang alive and kicking ang TNC regardless kung ano maging resulta ng kanilang mga laban. Kaldag kung kaldag, kumbaga. Meanwhile, sa kabilang bootcamp naman, para sa ONIC ay tahimik daw sila, balita ko ha. At para sa kanila, sila daw ay nabuboost mabuti ng kanilang management. Isa pang espesyal sa kanilang koponan ay meron daw silang instinct ni Sensui. He is known to be someone who thinks critically para sa mga sitwasyon na minsan ay nalulugi na sila pero nakakaya pa nilang umangat. At maaalala rin natin na nanalo sila against RSG with a score of 2-1. Mainit ang laban right now dahil ONIC currently has 13 points. Meanwhile, TNC has 10 points. Meaning to say, kailangan maipanalo ng TNC Pro Team ang laban na ito para magkaroon pa sila ng tsansang makapasok sa playoffs. Ibig sabihin, kapag nanalo ang TNC today, magtatay sila ng ONIC. At magkakaroon sila ng maximum points of 16 points para magkaroon ng tsansa sa playoffs. Kasing init ng panahon, ang init ng laban. Kaya naman, masipag daw mag-skincare ang dalawang junglers na ito, si King Kong and Sensui. Nabalitaan ko yan sa kanila. At malalaman natin kung ito nga ba ay another battle of the Pogi. Yan ay makikita natin sa laban ng TNC Pro Team versus ONIC Philippines. Kaya naman balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Well, I guess that's our very own Rafaela, right?
Yep.
So, but great to hear kind of what's on the line, right? Specifically, that's what it is. Because in this match for TNC, you heard it there from Odin. If you guys, you need the translation. Basically, what she's saying is they have to win the series.
Yep.
TNC, albeit they've done an amazing job. The previous 2 games they've had against top of the standings, BREN, world champions, Echo. They've won those series. Well, still, it comes down to winning this series today, because if they lose it, they are unfortunately going to be out for that playoff spot run.
Yeah, we're in the week where points are super critical, so I think it's important for them to just chill out for the meantime. I know the pressure is on, but I feel like they can't let that get to them, right? That's so important for them to keep their composure, because we saw yesterday against some of the best teams, TNC really pulled off some pretty interesting stuff. And maybe they need to look at where they are and think about ONIC in terms of their power levels.
Actually, what I really like for TNC, to be exact, is that they're able to show their potential as a team. But I really want to know what they have prepared for this game.
We're going to find out as both teams make their way to the stage. Let's give it up for ONIC Philippines and TNC.
What time is it? It's loading time!
Make or break the time, their clock-stopping strategies is a testimony that they are ready to change the path of their future. Check your clocks. It's ONIC Philippines. After they swept the world champs yesterday, the fighting spirit and the fire in the eyes is a living proof that they are ready to defy the impossible. Rise as one, it's TNC Pro Team!
and their coaches, Coach Blussy and Coach Scholar. It's ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team. Who will prevail?
And taking a look here at the lineup, it's ONIC Philippines first. It's a 27 games that they've played together.
Again, for ONIC Philippines, this is the lineup. A bit struggling on how they will really play and find their identity in this season. But so far, it was a nice performance for Ryota. So this is a lineup wherein they really have to find the support on how they will really play as a team. But when we say really play as a team, we could see on their kill participation, it is 70% for Sensui and Super Friends. And even for Kikidot, actually, with the 72.10%. And it goes to show that for ONIC Philippines, this is a type of lineup wherein they really want to go for the team fights wherein they are complete.
Ah, yes. Takardag buff. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but every
How do you
time...
translate Kaldog?
Kaldog is...
Kaldog. It's Kaldog.
Yeah.
Kaldog. It's just a made-up word, but it basically means...
Well, actually,
it is, right? Yeah.
All right.
Basically, they're like twerking. The closest I can think of is twerking, but every time they do that, it
It's a buff.
translates into a good game for them. They look so looser. They feel nimble. I don't know.
From the stage to the
stage.
land of
Yeah,
dawn.
actually, to be fair, it's as if they're giving them a different kind of aura and momentum
Yeah.
as to why they have been playing very superb recently.
It's a good thing we actually mentioned that. People might think we're joking around, but it's actually reality, right? Because their spirits are high, and when a team like TNC has been struggling the way they have this season, and then you see them still up in spirits, that's where one of the reasons why they are here specifically at this point, even though this is a big series ahead of them.
I'll add to that. If you guys don't know, pro players are very superstitious. Right?
Oh.
Yeah,
I didn't know that actually.
Insider
It's the
news.
truth. Yeah,
That's
you
new
know,
to me.
you don't shower before a
Oh,
big
yeah, that's
game.
right, that's right.
A lot of things. And if they are in a positive mental attitude, if they think they're gonna win, most likely they will. They will play out of their minds.
And speaking of out of their minds, I think I'm out of my mind looking at this head-to-head because there's a big difference in discrepancy in terms of the first blood ratio. So we talked about taking the objectives here for ONIC Philippines and even for TNC Pro Team. So it's a big thing and it's a big factor that ONIC Philippines is on the upper hand in terms of this factor, in terms of kill participation as well. So this is going to be a bloodbath actually for both of our teams. I'm really looking forward with the matchup of the Retribution, same with the setups, and actually all of the players that are actually playing for this game.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, looking at the breakdown there and just kind of how things are going to fall into place, you can see that momentum is most likely going to be started with ONIC Philippines based on the stats. And then it comes down to the jungle. And you saw that the one advantage TNC did have was those Lord takes, right? So that is, again, why this picture was painted about these two junglers and exactly the impact that King Kong has on this team and how this kind of plays out. And, we haven't even began to speak about what we call over here Big Game Ben, Big Guy Ben. The guy can carry games himself in the roam role. So we'll see how that all plays out. Again, those two are going to be ones to keep an eye out. But now we're going to hear exactly what both these teams have to do for the keys to victory, brought to us by Infinix.
Mainit at madago ang magiging bakbakan ng TNC at ONIC dahil napaka-importante manalo sa match ito. At para manalo, itong kailangan nilang gawin, ang keys to victory hatid sa atin ng Infinix for ONIC. Kailangan respetuhin nila yung mga signature heroes ni Bentings. Nakita na natin kung gaano talaga ka-fundamental yung paglalaro ng TNC, especially with Bentings helming yung early game movements, lalo kapag hawak niya yung mga kanyang comfortable heroes like the Franco, the Kufra, even yung mga lumang heroes like sila Grok, sila Lolita. Dito talaga bumubuo ng foundation yung laro ng TNC. So yun yung kailangan nila tignan. Maybe remove it from the draft para makaluwag-luwag sila sa early game. Now for TNC, be prepared for ONIC's double tank composition. Paulit-ulit na natin sinasabi yung mga heroes ni Sensui, yung kanyang ginagamit. Even though unorthodox, it is working magic here for ONIC. Lalo pa yung Grok jungle na pinapatakbo ni Sensui. Last season, nakita natin yung Minotaur. This time around, Grok yung naging flavor ng ONIC. And it has worked wonders even up against a team like Blacklist International. Now for both teams, dance like it's the last night of the season. Well, medyo mainit nga talaga yung laban between ONIC and TNC, especially with TNC not being able to drop any game here. ONIC ang habol nila ay isang match. Kumbaga, pwede kang magsabi na laso na rito, labas nyo na lahat ng bala nyo, yung mga unorthodox picks. Maybe makita natin yung pagbabalik ng either Hanzo or yung Zilong, or baka may mga cute na naman na heroes na lumabas mula sa Hedgehogs. Yan natin makikita sa laban ng TNC and ONIC. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much for the breakdown there, Midnight. And, you know, the thing that points out the most to me here is that third one. Dance like it's the last night of the season, basically. And, you know, you saw, now it might not be, you know, King Kong that's doing all the dancing here, but he is going to be doing it in the Land of Dawn.
He's a head cheerleader.
He's a head cheerleader. But we know how important this is, and again, it's going to come down to those fights. And now, looking at the XP-laters. Let's take a look at Ryota and Hesu here. This is the dancing member, the dancing leader, basically, of TNC.
I haven't seen Ryota actually do the dance. But
Come
yeah,
on.
if we look at the player head-to-head
It's already
here,
doing it.
It's already doing it. Okay,
Okay.
it's part, I think, of the show already
Yeah.
with the Kaldag dance. But anyway, if we look at the player head-to-head.
Look at it.
He is-
Closer.
Okay, the
Burger.
heart has been filled here. Oh, okay. Personal decisions here. And we could see actually in the player head-to-head stats, there's a lot of difference, of course, for both of our XP laners, for ONIC and even for TNC Pro Team. We have to consider that they haven't really played, specifically for Hesu, all throughout the season because there are instances that other player will play in for the XP lane for the team. Again, for the team fight participation is really high for Ryota. It's something that Hesu has to look forward, or Hesu has to step up on this area. He's been doing great with the Terizlas, with the Arlots, and all the other heroes
Yeah.
that he...
Speaking of, hold on a minute. Happy birthday, Coach Scholar. Look at him.
You know what the trend here that's been running? Everyone in TNC is just looking so fine.
I know that's why I was like, look at this guy.
What a specimen.
All I gotta say for TNC, a lot has been happening
Yeah.
for this team. Aside from the Kaldag buff,
Yeah.
we also have the birthday buff.
The
Birthday buff. Well, I mean, they got a lot of buffs going in here. They're going to need it, though, right? Because, again, as you saw for the breakdown, as we take a look here at the match history now, hey, TNC did sweep ONIC when they first met.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that is a thing, right? And how did they exactly pull this off here, Chantel?
Actually, for TNC, if we go back to this game wherein they swept ONIC, we could see the potential actually of TNC. There are times wherein they don't really play as they play now, but the good thing is that we could see the hero composition that they picked against ONIC Philippines is very different. They want to go for the burst. They want to go for the pokes, having the chow. And with all the weeks that had passed for the season, I kind of feel like for ONIC, they're also prepared because we don't really see Lapu a lot nowadays.
Yeah, speaking of heroes that we probably won't see, goodbye, Franco. Please. I mean, if I'm ONIC, I'll
Probably going to
just...
be auto-banned.
Well,
Come
actually,
on, just ban it, right?
there was a game yesterday that there's a respect ban, and if I'm up against TNC, why not?
Yeah.
I
He's
mean, I was pointing this out, too, like, the way Ben thinks plays that Franco with that focusing mark emblem, it works so well with their play style. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's let through, basically. Now, we're jumping into the draft here for game number 1. ONIC Philippines is going to be on the blue. We got TNC on the red. And we've seen a little bit of, like, variation, I would say, in drafting, specifically for the past couple weeks. We even saw where, like, you know, Fredrin is still a hot commodity for a jungle pick, but not so much that first pick anymore, depending on the team that's playing here. And as we see, there's a respect as well. That's towards King Kong, right? The Lancelot's going to be taken out.
I think ONIC were watching yesterday, and they were like, you know what, this guy? I think this guy looks kind of cool. He's very dashing. He uses heroes that are very good in the jungle. Why don't we focus ban him?
That's 2 respect bans, by the way.
Yeah.
That is a Hesu glue that wrecked across Echo.
This is actually a smart ban for ONIC, since we are to dictate the priority pick here, since they are on the blue side. Why not we make sure that these heroes won't be played for TNC? So I had this feeling that they are to prioritize Valentina for Super Friends. So, well, Super Friends has been playing immense with Valentina, having all the options on the other teams, but it's going to be Fredrin. Nice to actually mention earlier, but it's still on the hot pick with the 63% on the ban and pick rate for this tournament. It's all about the objective taking here for both our teams. Now that this has been a pick for TNC, they have the option to take Valentina. We've mentioned that earlier. Or maybe secure a hero for Hesu on the XP lane.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here. The Frederick already locked in. There you go. That's the answer.
Ooh, that's early.
Yuzhong Farsa. So this also, in a way, this is like, all right, guys, you want to ban out my XP lane option, the one that I like to go with. I'm going to take the Yuzhong, which is obviously what Ryota likes to play here. So they take that away here.
And it also adds to it, right? Because if you have a Farsa, you don't want to fight against a Yuzhong. And they pick it up just so that Escalera will have a very good laning phase. That's very, very smart. If you think about it, it allows the mid lane of TNC to really roam.
Yeah,
really fly, literally fly.
And
Both of them are flying.
Don't let them fly. And at the same time, actually, if you have the Force on the lineup, you're just saying that there's a warning sign for the marksman or the gold laner of the other team. But for the side of ONIC, it's going to be Arlott and a Claude. And when we say Arlott, actually, in a normal day, we could see, or we might see an Edith to be picked here for TNC, but I doubt with the current meta that we have. So they might really secure a specific hero here for the gold lane, because there's a possibility here for ONIC to actually ban those gold laners, those marksman heroes that could be picked here by TNC.
Yeah. Well, if we're thinking about... I'm going to think ahead here, right?
Go ahead.
I will make a prediction. Last pick, Hanzo for TNC.
Hanzo, you think we're going to go back to their first?
It can work.
Well, it was a Beatrix.
There's
going to be a Beatrix.
All right.
Beatrix.
They don't want to risk a marksman.
Where are you saying last pick?
Last pick.
Last pick, you're thinking
Last
Hanzo.
pick for... I'll make a very far ahead prediction.
All right,
I think it can work.
Because they use it the previous
It worked. It worked
time
for them.
event.
They don't need to deviate too much. And if they want to take ONIC by surprise and introduce some fear into ONIC, that's a great way to do it.
It's a good option, yes, for TNC, since the last two picks would be for ONIC, and they could have a surprise pick on the red side, and it's an edge for them already. Now that we could see gold laners being locked up here by both of our teams, you could see Natalia. This is actually a nice ban for TNC. Again, for ONIC, this is a team we're in. It's part of their identity that there could be a Natalia, but there's an answer here for ONIC Philippines. We saw the performance of Bente, and it's part of the keys to victory. We're in, they have to be prepared for Benting's jungle invasion. So this is a good thing for them to ban this hero. Now for TNC, they also have the option to ban a hero that could actually zone out the players, which is more on the burst. So we're talking about magic damage heroes, or could they still specify heroes that is for Keke, but maybe the Ruby, since they go that route.
Right.
They could.
Man, that's an ONIC special,
yeah,
isn't it? That's an ONIC special, that Ruby.
That's what do we call that over there? That's a hookadoot.
Hookadoot.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's hookadoot. Yeah.
Oh. They don't ban
Nice
it out. They
foul
actually
back.
take out the Valentina here. So I'm wondering if this just means we're going to see the Eve Farsa matchup. You know, like
that's a good.
ONIC Philippines might just pick that.
Speaking
There's
of it,
Diggy.
Eve and even Farsa could be one, but I kind of feel like for ONIC, they need this burst damage that could target melee heroes. Probably it could be Lilia. We saw that earlier on the previous series, but to go for the safer route, they could go for the Eve. Now for TNC, we're waiting for that Benting's hero. Could be Lolita. Good counter against this Claude, just to get all those damages from those bullets. But it's gonna be Kufra more on the crowd control, anti-crowd control.
Oh man!
Look at that.
Oh, other side, it's
right
gonna be
away.
Lolita.
All right.
Lolita.
In an instant.
In an instant, that's going to be locked in here.
Fire Mist looks really good as well.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of great options here. Depending on what they lock in. If they do lock in, we saw the hovering over the Kadita.
Kadita, Faramis.
Yeah. If they do decide to go that route, then, as Chantel was saying, they have great burst if they do opt for the Kadita. But still, even with that, Faramis can work.
There it is.
Again, like we saw, because we didn't get to see Faramis last week, and now that he's had this, reappearance, now that he's being able to be played here, you can see, again, how just powerful Faramis is in the team composition, especially when you're relying on, when you have a Claude here, you have an Arlott, there's so much setup potential that you might feel like there's a little bit of lack of magic damage here, right, with a Faramis that is going to be parked in that mid lane. And you're really relying on the scaling of the Claude to go forward.
Not unless for ONIC, they want to go for the late game, but it's going to be difficult knowing that they have the Farsa on the other side. And Rockert actually mentioned earlier that there might be a Hanzo.
Come on, do it!
Say, why not? They're looking for points. They want points. But it's going to be, well, it's going to be Grok. So it's interesting to see actually for TNC that this might be a King Kong hero. We don't usually see a King Kong with this type of heroes. We usually see Grok on the XP lane. It's going to be interesting. But the thing here is that if you have the Grok on the jungler role, it means that you're really up for the objective taking.
Which is also exactly what ONIC does, right? ONIC, Sensui.
Well, I was going to say, this is like a Sensui pick.
What's that about?
Well, look.
Whoa.
Well, I'll tell you what. The talents seem to have been swayed yesterday.
I would say consecutive 2-0s. I'm starting to get on the train, you know?
Well, we're
against
already
the world champion.
Against the world champion.
I don't know if you're starting to get on the train or you're already there, because it looks like we're already along for the ride, you know? So we'll see. Again, as we take a last look here of both teams' lineup for ONIC Philippines and TNC, like you guys mentioned, this is actually it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this Grok is utilized on King Kong, if he's able to play it against someone who kind of made this pick in the jungle known, Sensui, as we're taking a look here on the screen.
And again, Fredrin has been picked as a jungler because of the crowd control with the energy eruption. Having Grok up against this Fredrin is a big thing for TNC, so they really have to maximize this edge against them. And if we look at the spells, battle spells actually, Hesu has the Petrify. Also, Nets is also forced to use the Purify. So it's really more of a calculating on how and when they will use their spells. And anyone can joy, anyone can ride the biyahing, tagong biyay. It's still the same. TNC still holds the most number of heroes this season.
That's why I wasn't afraid to make bold predictions.
Yeah.
And maybe they're gonna go for Hanzo.
You never know.
Jungle Natalia, you can do it. Anything can happen.
Well, again, that's one of their strengths, right? One of the facts is TNC, you know, given the fact that they took some time to find their footing in the season, they were juggling even players around and roles and whatnot. The fact that they can play those curveball heroes and surprise people around is an advantage that they have. But, you know, you're almost kind of wondering, like, man, was it a little bit too late that they found their footing? But, you know, even this early aggression is, again, expected of TNC with the way that they've been playing the past couple weeks here.
But in the way that they're doing this right now with two junglers, two tanks basically roaming, you can't really expect that much damage, especially in the early game. It's going to have to be slowed down because their win condition here is not early. It's not even late.
Yep.
It's mid.
Yeah, that's actually true because we could see marksman heroes that are actually more on the late game. And for Nets, he really has to capitalize the average spell. And again, we've mentioned earlier that we might see a bloodbath in terms of objective taking. Again, this is Fredrin up against King Kong. And it's Sensui versus King Kong on this Grok. So in terms of positioning, it's a nice position for ONIC that they're able to have this HP for Bentings already on half.
Oh, look at this. Benthings forced to use a flicker out. It's a 4v3 on the first turtle. That's a lot of action, a lot of resources being committed by TNC to stay alive. Here's Hesu who's flying up on the back foot. He found two people. It's going to be King Kong securing the turtle. They're not done yet. Oh, look at Kegadot basically dodging out of the Guardian's barrier. Locks in the Numenon Blast and secures first blood.
It's actually a dance on the turtle. Again, we saw earlier that the Bentings was zoned out by ONIC, but at the same time for TNC, they didn't disengage on that objective. Again, they know the capacity of their heroes, and if you look at the gold lead right now, actually Innocent is on the lead in terms of the gold. And the difference here in terms of the items is that he went in for the boots, so there's a movement speed for the guy, and we could see the pants or the leggings.
The cheats, sorry. The legendary pants. But again, these are things that we will not really see in the play right now, as we are seeing a lot of mid-game control being shown here by TNC.
There's some durable pants that he locked in. And, you know, that's the thing, though. You kind of expect this. You already mentioned it, Chantel, the bloodbath of a game, of the series that is needed here for TNC to pull out on top and stay, again, in contention. So, you know, it starts with these minor decisions and how things kind of unfold from here. But this is what we're seeing. You're seeing the back and forth between ONIC Philippines and TNC, especially around even the, the bottom side of the river, now the top side of the river, looking for plays. But at the end of the day, the job here for TNC is protect Innocent, keep him alive, let him farm up. Because realistically, for TNC to catch nets, that's so difficult, especially because it's a Claude,
true.
and then he's got a Purify, right? So, hold on.
Oh man, that's a lot of skills missing actually here from both sides of the Land of Dawn here. I don't think that anyone made what they wanted to do in that engagement, but I think the biggest thing we have to consider is that ONIC, they don't play for the early, they don't play for mid. They want that late game security. Ben Pings. Man, they're really diving in here. Escalera, good damage on the Farsa, will be slowed down by the Cold Ultra, but right now, ONIC just playing on survival mode.
Again, this is a high level of ML play from both our teams. Very disciplined on how they were really disengaged rather against each other. They know that the majority of the skills has been used, but at the same time, they also know the potential of the lineup that they have. But again, we have another turtle objective that is being started here by ONIC.
Wow, that is way too fast. There is no time for TNC to react or send any of their members in. Hesu being dashed in on by Ryota.
You see that? That is not fun to deal with. You're dealing with the Fredrin CC kit plus Ryota using, Final Slash and everything else, the Vengeance, and it's when you get caught in a between a rock and a hard place, basically.
That's a
even
doozy.
if even if it's against your own wall here, it's tough to deal with.
And at the same time, actually, for ONIC, during that moment, they also have the Cold Otter here for Super Friends. So a lot of crowd control here being shown by ONIC. And I kind of feel that for TNC, they have to be a bit slower on how they will really engage. There are moments wherein we could see Hesu really go for the Dragon Form, but at the same time, it's not the perfect timing for that usage of the skill. But still, it is 6 minutes into our game, and ONIC is on the lead, just 600 in terms of the gold. And TNC has the potential to actually turn things around, having the Farsa on the artillery burst in terms of magic damage.
Actually, TNC don't need to be super flashy.
Yep.
Because if you notice, ONIC heroes are very slow and sluggish, right?
Yeah.
They don't need to make any fancy plays. They just need to go slow but sure. Because they're going fast, but they're missing. Let's see if that's going to be the case here once more, as Benfink is going in. More decisive, I would have to say. But ONIC, they've got more damage here, surprisingly, because TNC, they're just walking away.
That's the tough part to deal with. Ben Things, hold on, Prince.
Oh, that's a punish. That is an overextension if I've ever seen one.
And again, for ONIC right now, they are aware of the skill set that they have. But with this type of trades from TNC, I kind of feel like they have to be really safe in terms of how they will engage in terms of team fights here against TNC. And the good thing for Ram is because of the stacks.
Yeah, he's back right away.
He's back right away. We've been mentioning Super Prince to be dead a few seconds ago, but he's back in action here. And we have another turtle for TNC and even for ONIC. And again, it's all about crowd control here for ONIC Philippines. And be mindful that everyone actually has their ultimates.
Okay, that's a huge commitment on the Ryota just to remove the XP laner. But there it is, locked in by a Numinal Blast. King Kong takes it out. But looks like ONIC is going to be the one who takes that turtle.
Okay, so, interesting decision there. TNC was looking to contest that. They wanted to get that turtle, but again, this is the power of the Cult Ultra, right? It really extends those fights, but already ONIC Philippines holding on to this lead. Chantal, how's it looking in the item department for them?
Well, actually, in terms of the items, it's a good thing that Super Prince went in for the Enchanted Talisman. He wants to go for that support or utility type of post 4. Whenever there's an opportunity to go for the Shadow Stampede, why not? And for TNC right now, I kind of feel like they need to be really prepared for the damage that Nex could give in on this game. As the way King Kong already built that blade armor. And I had this feeling actually on this game that everyone has to be, prepared whenever there's someone that will come in from the bush, because no one doubts to use the flicker as we've seen from Ben Things.
Yeah, I think Benting is like a tiger. He's ready to pounce all the time, Well,
that's how he plays the Kufra. Now, even his eyes are set here at top side. I don't think they're going to be able to find anything, though. There's no wave there. But, when we were comparing, like, Ben Things, Big Game Ben, on the Franco, usually he opts for the Kufra if he can't get the Franco, right? And he plays it very similarly, where a lot of times he is putting himself in some of those situations where it might be like, whoa, Ben, what are you doing? But actually it works out for them. Uh-oh.
Look at this, BGB for free. He's going to be the ball, though. This time around, he's getting passed around. Where are my teammates? It's like Hesu flying in. He's looking for Kekino. He's looking for someone. Who is it going to be? Nope, ONIC not going to give you anyone.
And the funny thing here is, after all the skills that have been used by our players, there's no casualty here for both our teams. Again, the respect and discipline is there. And here comes the Lord for this game. It's 9 minutes onto this game, and both of our teams are really disciplined, you know. And we could see Super Prince already with the lightning tension by Wade on the top lane.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's rare for you to see a Claude out-damage a Beatrix in the mid-game. That is rare, and it's happening right now. I think the Nets is doing a great job in keeping alive here.
It's the pants, man.
The pants.
It's the pants.
The pants are paying off.
I think he needs the new jeans.
Oh, the new jeans. I love that. Right now, though, Ben Things got cut out. Maybe got too spicy there a little bit for the TNC roamer. As the rest of ONIC, they seem very confident to go in for the Lord this time around.
Oh, they're just going to go ahead and push them out. There's the Colt Ulcer, though.
Beautifully done. King Kong's
King
low.
Kong?
He can't contest for the Lord with that HP. Sensui will secure it, and Nets gets a kill.
We've mentioned earlier the Battle of the Retribution, but this time around for ONIC Philippines, they secured that on the Lord, and at the same time, kudos to their support as well, to their jungler, of course, because of the positioning that they had. They were able to zone out King Kong actually, and was forced to go away on that objective. Now, looking at the items, it is 100 lead, or more than 100 lead for the Claude, and that is the maximization as well of the average spell. And for TNC right now, they have the opportunity, they have the kit to defend this Lord, but at the same time, they really have to defend this middle lane, or else majority of the buffs will be taken here by ONIC.
This is why you want to fight early on right now. If you have a good advantage, you got to take care of it. Ben Things being punished over and over again by ONIC right now. Even Hesu on the Flying Dragon might be in trouble here, but yeah, ONIC can be composed, slow and steady, wins the race for the Hedgehogs.
That is, that's hard to watch, right? Ben Things just getting layered of CC on CC where, you know, you can't escape. You're kind of just walking. No trade. Yeah. You know, you're kind of, you're there looking at your teammates like, it's all right, guys. You know, live to fight another day. So they still have to deal with the Lord, by the way, that's taking down these tier 2 turrets. So TNC finding themselves in a dire situation here, 6K gold behind. Is there hope here for TNC, Chantel, to bring this game, let's say, another 5 to 10 minutes here?
When we say hope, yes, because they have the Farsa. When we say about minion wave management, TNC has that. They have the bombs or the rockets from Innocent, even a better airstrike. So a clear of minion wave won't be a problem for this team. But with the pressure that ONIC has been dealing with, it's a lot to take for TNC. Now again, if we go back to the itemization here of ONIC Philippines, they also have the Athena shield actually for Keke. It's a lot easier for him to go in for the Aluminum Blast here. And Nets has the Malefic Roar. So just imagine the damage. Speaking of damage, already half on live with a fair airstrike from Escalar. So a good synchronization of skills from TNC could switch things around for the team.
Actually, 12 minutes, Nets is almost full items.
Yep.
His last slot is the pants, the legendary pants. That's all he needs to remove.
Not unless he changes it into something like a Gradure type of equipment, or maybe the Immortality if they just really want to be safe. Here's the thing now. For Innocent, he already has the Demon Hunter Sword. So this is an item that is for the anti-tank. So good against Fredrin and even the Lolita. If given enough space for Innocent, this could be the switch here for TNC.
That's the biggest thing, though. Like, the question is space. Does, you know, Innocent even get the space that he wants to work with? Because right now, the tools being thrown at him, the entire kit that ONIC Philippines has across the board, like, that's what we're seeing. Innocent doesn't have much room to work with.
Yeah.
Because he's got to worry about Super Prince just traveling over walls and also Ryota making a beeline toward the back line, looking for a final slash, and then you got to avoid a blazing duet rush. So, you know, there's so much here, and look at that. King Kong is whittled down.
Look at that. ONIC says, no space for you. Space is for astronauts. We're going to go in, and we're going to go in hard and taking up that Lord. Man, King Kong's in trouble here. Ryota jumping in on the two members of TNC, no fear whatsoever. Diving in on the bad guy, the follow-up doing the blast. It's canceled, but it doesn't matter. They're diving in. They got the power of the Cult Altar, and they're going to wipe it out. Escalera all alone.
And just to cement that play, even the Cult Altar has been used here by Super Prince to deal damage against TNC. That is a 4 against none in terms of the trades. And we also have that finish shield here for Nets. And it is really ONIC pushing against TNC.
And Sensui, he just wants to tank it, flicker in by Super Prince. Just show off here.
No
minions, but they will arrive just in time for the clear. 14 minutes in. It's ONIC time for game number 1.
Well, that's how you end a game there when you have a lead that massive. ONIC Philippines making quick work here of TNC again, the momentum that they had. My goodness, ONIC Philippines here to play tonight. Chantel.
I kind of feel like actually for TNC, since they've been dealing a lot in terms of attention, the majority of the teams right now that they're up against is really studying the potential and even the strategy of TNC Pro Team as to why ONIC here is really prepared for this game.
That was, you just watch it unfold and you see CC after CC laid upon TNC, and you know, that's the thing.
So good.
It was perfectly planned. Like, that draft was so good because of the fact that you had so much pressure to the back line, but you also had so much either peel or initiation. Like, that was something that TNC actually was, it felt like they were struggling to catch their breath against ONIC Philippines.
And if you're ONIC, you knew that Nets was in a good position. They were communicating, you know what, I'm good. My items are really good right now. Maybe it's time to go win. 12 minutes in, I don't care if it's not late game. Let's go and finish it.
I kind of feel like this is one of the shorter games.
Yeah,
this after this second round, surprisingly, because we've seen a 37 minutes and a lot more longer games this season, and it's really ONIC Philippines being prepared on this game.
And Chantel's usually a magnet for a free game
For long,
series,
yeah.
5
This is a
game
short
series.
game.
This is surprisingly short.
Is that the Chantel curse?
Yeah, that's the Chantel curse.
Well, you know, either way, it's not to say that TNC is completely out of it. It is 1-0 right now, but that does mean, you know, as we talk again on the situation here, they can't lose. They can't lose because their lives are on the line for a playoff spot. And I feel like that time they just had against the draft that was given to them, they had a bad draft here. So with all that said, I'm sure Chantel has more to say and exactly, you know, how those pants helped ONIC Philippines get that win.
From France to New Jeans, of course, by ONIC Philippines on game number 1 as they defeat TNC Pro Team. Again, it's all about execution and the hero composition that they had on the game. Again, they wanted to go for the early game. They had it in terms of the hero composition, having the Fredrin and even this Faramis and Lolita. When we say this type of lineup, they really want to go for the crowd control. Again, with the Faramis, you also have the Shadow Stampede and the Cult Altar to actually extend the team fight. With 118 KDA for Super Prince, it was a lot easier for ONIC Philippines to set up those team fights, and it was a difficult fight for Hesu actually up against this Arlot. Again, Arlot has the crowd control, yes, with the final slash. Even the Yuzhong has the crowd control, but the difference is the displacement in terms of this crowd control. So majority of the turrets, actually there's no turret pushed by the side of TNC Pro Team on that game. Damage to turret definitely will go onto the side of ONIC, so there's no really conversion in terms of objectives. And if we look at the team fight participation of the whole Sonic squad, majority of them is really part of the objective, having 100% for Sensui. We've discussed earlier during the draft and the pre-game discussion, the battle in terms of the retributions. Yes, there has been a battle between Sensui and King Kong, but at the same time, it was the support of the whole ONIC squad that made them the winner of this game. Having Nets as the ace of this game, full performance, but again, we've mentioned a lot of times, and even the previous weeks, the performance of Ryota, Atoy are actually on this Arlot game, 317 KDA, gold per minute of 628. And look at that. kill participation of 91%. Imagine you're an XP laner. You're expected to be the dead lane. But since you are 91%, it's as if you're giving an XP lane buff for the rest of the team, having the Hunter Strike, Dominance Eyes, and even the Blade Armor Ear for the item. So you want to go for the initiation. You want to go for the zone out potential of the team. As to why ONIC Philippines didn't give TNC Pro Team the breather here on this game. It all started with the first blood actually on this game. Again, there's a lot of hold with the Numenum Blast, and the follow-up again is really on point for ONIC Philippines on this game. Even the itemization, they really looked forward on those burst damages from Escalera, and we have to take note of the positioning of Kekidot on this game. The positioning is very intense, that it was difficult from Ben Things to actually go to the position wherein he is to give vision to the team. It was 6 minutes. Yes, there has been a retaliation for TNC, but I kind of feel like it's too late in terms of how they will deal in terms of the clash, and even King Kong uses the wild charge just to zone out the players of ONIC, and while at the same time it could be used actually to secure the objective, and we could see actually a 10-minute game time. There was a Lord secured by ONIC Philippines, but during that moment, King Kong is already low on life. So there's no point for TNC to actually retaliate and even contest on that objective. Also, ONIC Philippines, we've mentioned that time and time again that because of the attention that TNC has been bringing in the Liga, ONIC Philippines is really prepared to counter them onto this game. It was one of the fastest games that we've seen on this tournament. I'm really looking forward as to what TNC will bring into the table on game number 2. I'm sure Naisu and Rockard has a lot of things to say for this game.
Man, you have, I gotta say, ever since I knew Chantel, that's the most English I've ever heard her speak.
Oh, wow.
Galing mo. I'll say it in Filipino. You're really good, galing mo, you know? And that's a breakdown of a game. Again, it was a fast game here for ONIC Philippines, and you pointed out great points. And also just the fact that, man, their lineup was better. You know, that was the thing with the draft. You're looking for some of the curveballs here, some of the kind of, you know, when we talk about unique hero picks for TNC, again, that is an advantage, but when it comes all down to it, is it enough for them to win a match? We'll have to find out for game 2, but also we want to mention that we have our smart game face of the day. And so we're going to find out exactly who that is. Again, Team Shooting Gallery. You can be the next game face of the day winner. Oh, not you, Odin.
You have so many codes already.
Yeah, you have so many codes. Again, all they have to do is put on the hashtag there, hashtag power of smart. We might have a winner in just a second here.
Who's that gonna be?
Let's see. I mean, there's, again, look at all the merchandise they have. Is this the winner? They're zooming in here. Okay, there it is. Right. Congratulations to our smart game face of the day. And again, everybody here at Shooting Gallery, be the next smart game face of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag power of smart on your device in a green screen. By the way, it has to be a green screen. So surprising there because, you know, I'm green colorblind. So anyway, that's why it's so hard for me to actually read the hashtags.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I can't even see some of the hashtags here. But, you know, congratulations. And always remember that we have a good time here at Shooting Gallery Studio. So join us. There's only, we have tomorrow, and then we have quite a long break, and then we have week 8. But then, of course, you can see and join us at SMX for playoffs. So that's in, May 4th to 7th.
May 4th to 7th, yes.
You gotta be ready for that.
By the way, the winner of our game phase of the day, I've seen him yesterday, so he's really an MPL fan.
Ooh, very consistent.
Yes.
Buying tickets. Hope all, yeah.
Hope all.
You know, what's amazing about having, you know, not only the game face of the day, but the stories that we've heard from the audience throughout the season. Even yesterday, again, you know, props to our guest yesterday. She was a special education teacher. Again, that's what I used to do before I sat in this desk. So super happy to see faces here that join us. And by the way, this audience today for this matchup with ONIC Philippines and TNC is quite loud. I don't know if you guys can hear them in our microphones, but it's always exciting. So there they go, right on cue.
Right there, on cue.
I just heard them, you know.
I know they don't hear the English stream in the audience, but that was perfect timing. I must say myself. Good job, nice to you. Thank you. So yeah. And as we get ready for this matchup, game number 2, we're still a few minutes away from the draft. I know we're going to talk more about how the adjustments can be made here. The one thing that I am wondering, though, is if they switch sides, what kind of priority TNC would want to go with?
Well, actually, that's a risky choice for them. They could go for... The battle here is... If you want to go for the sustain type of jungler, we saw the Fredrin and even the Grok matchup. Maybe more on the damage dealers could see Valentina. It's surprising actually that during our drafting earlier, it was on the second banning phase that we saw Valentina, actually the fourth one to be banned for that game. And it's not the usual, it's not a usual day we see that.
It's not a normal day, right?
Hanzo pick. Come on, Hanzo.
He's over for a Hanzo pick, but before we actually get to see it, let's throw it over to Mario Aquino with the audience.
Nagwagi ang Sonic sa first game. Tanungin natin sila, what time is it? Kasama natin ngayon ang mga supporters ni Ryota. Okay, introduce yourselves. Itong hilarang to. Nakabukas na.
Ako po si Noli, kapatid po ni Ryota. Mas matanda po.
Mas matanda, ikaw si Kuya. Kamukha.
Ako
Ikaw?
si Nico, kapatid ni Ryota. Mas bunso.
Bunso, mas kamukha. O, i-zoom natin dito. Tinan mo yung mukha nila. Kamukhang kamukha. Okay, dito naman. Ay, feeling ko hindi kanya kapatid.
Hindi, ano po, inampun nila ako, kaso hindi ko lang tinanggap.
Inampon pero hindi tinanggap. In other words, kapitbahay.
Opo.
Kapitbahay. Yung katabi mo.
Ako yung tito ni Ryota.
Dito ka pala. So, buong pamilya nandito. Okay, bigyan nyo nga ako ng secret ni Ryota na hindi alam ng madlang people.
Maliit lang yung si Ryota, ganyan lang kaliit yan.
Okay, ano pa?
Hindi, yung sekreto niya talaga para lumakas. Tuwing nasa bahay, hindi talaga siya naliligo.
Hindi naliligo. Okay, go. Pero parang, ano kayang deodorant nito? Parang ang bango niya. Okay, ikaw naman, anong secret? I-share mo sa amin yung hindi namin alam tungkol kay Ryota.
Pagka may tour na yan, hindi naliligo.
Oh, totoo nga, na-back up. Kapag may tournament, hindi naliligo. Okay, isa pa.
Pag nasa bahay po, puro kain.
Puro kain. Okay, lagi siya kumakain. Oh, ano bang ginagawa nyo kapag nilalabas kayo ni Ryota, kumakain kayo sa labas? When he goes home, ano ginagawa nyo?
Ang ginagawa po kasi namin pagka nasa bahay lang po siya, pag naglalaro po kami, tapos pagkatapos po maglaro, ayain namin po siya kumain, pero libre niya.
Pero libre niya. Dapat lang libre. Alam mo, you talk just like him. Pati yung facial expression mo, parang ikaw na ikaw. Oy, nililibre ba niya yung barangay, yung mga kapitbahay pag umuwi siya?
Hindi. Kami lang po, di niya dinadama yung ibang chismosa.
Hindi. Okay, si Bunso naman. Bunso, maglalaro na si Kuya. Ibalik natin sa ating casters. Alam mo kung paano ko ginagawa, di ba? Okay, kayong dalawa. Kuya, Bunso. Okay, casters, pasok. Okay, in
Casters,
3... Wait lang! Okay, sandali lang. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go!
Casters, pasok.
Pasok na!
Always great to hear again from the audience there, the brothers of Ryota and of course Mario Aquino there. So yeah, if you guys didn't catch it, what they were translating, well, I'll translate it for you. Wait, actually no, it's not my job, it's Chantel's job.
You said it already.
You've
it's your
started
turn.
10 minutes, right?
No, what does it mean? I'm from the Tagalog desk, hello, today. So
No,
does it mean not to Ligo?
No,
Rihanna
actually,
doesn't legal.
here's the thing. Actually, Rockhart have mentioned this earlier.
Superstitious.
That we've been superstitious here, and
right on
it's
cue.
a thing here for Filipinos. And when we say that there no ligo, no shower, you don't have to bath yourself, of course.
You're
because
wiping away the luck.
You're wiping away the
Yeah.
luck. So if you want to
keep it
win,
there.
keep it cool. No one will smell you, right? You're just here to play.
Well, I'll tell you what, I shower twice a day. I'll keep it at that. So, morning and night, let's go as we jump into the draft.
That was suspiciously defensive, Naisu.
Yeah, we're not even
We're not
asking
pointing
you.
anyone out.
We're not pointing fingers here.
Oh, but look at this. Blue side draft. Blue side
Oh.
favor for TNC.
This is what we were talking about.
Oh, man.
By the way, actually, here on this season, there's a lot of winnings in terms of the blue side. Again, you set up the tempo in terms of the drafting, and you're forcing actually the opposite team to counter the picks that you have. So right now, actually, we could see Fredrin rather. We could see Paramis, same. It both starts with letter F. Fredrin, Paramis.
You're right. There you go.
Paramis and Kaja here for TNC to be banned, and we could see Assassins. So a lot of respect here for King Kong. So they saw the potential of King Kong earlier or the previous games in terms of how he did the plays, and that was the part of the storyline here for King Kong the whole MPL season 11. He was a jungler that has been using assassins before on the amateur scene, as to why we could see these bans for ONIC.
So, with all that being said here, Chantel, are you thinking they go ahead and just lock in the Fredrin? Is that something that's safe for King Kong to do here?
If we consider Fredrin, it's totally up to the team how they really play. But if they're up against that, it's gonna be again. It was banned earlier, game number 1, a third ban actually for ONIC Philippines. No, they were part of the blue side.
I know what you're saying. I can picture it. So here's the thing. There's the Fredrin on the swing back from ONIC Philippines. If they don't pick up this Beatrix, we called this yesterday the Inisu. It's the combination of Beatrix for Innocent and Hesu on the glue. If it's not taken right now, I'm almost gonna say 99%.
Lock it in.
We're gonna
Lock it in.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Beatrix picked up here. Okay, there's the Claude. Let's see.
It's actually a nice pick here for ONIC against Glue, more on the Shredder. But would take a lot of time in terms of the itemization and in terms of laning rather. So it's a good option here for TNC to go for a carry and even Beatrix. But Franco has been open, and we will see Franco here for Ventings. Why not?
This looks reminiscent. Give me the Beatrix.
Don't be shy, Innocent. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
I'm telling you guys.
Of course.
Son of a gun. All right, we were almost there. But here's the thing. Okay, if it's not taken up, maybe it will be. Maybe it'll be banned out. But this is still good because this is a signature hero for Ben Things. Not to mention, again, the fact that I'm wondering if he will roll with the focusing mark emblem. That's how they usually like to play it. The R-Law is going to be locked in here for ONIC Philippines. We'll see exactly how this banning phase goes out. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another marksman or a gold lane option being banned out from ONIC Philippines.
I think the biggest thing I want to see for TNC, just don't pretend that you don't want Assassin. Just do it, bro. Enable King Kong on the Assassin. It's how they've been winning. Just let it happen.
Yeah, actually, you've mentioned that there's an option here for TNC to go for the Hayabi, the Hayabusa. Why not? But
there you go.
We've mentioned earlier, but they prioritized actually the Forza instead of the Beatrix. It could have been a good option here. So TNC is left with maybe Brody and even Melissa, but we haven't really seen Melissa lately on this game. It's going to be Ruby. Interestingly enough, for both our teams, actually, they're really effective in using this hero, So ONIC right now, since they banned out heroes mostly on the gold lane, could still go for that route or maybe go for the specific hero that they don't really want to see King Kong uses.
Hanzo.
Hanzo again.
Rockhart's just waiting.
For the Hanzo, right?
He's just waiting for the moment that Hanzo is locked in again. And, to see TNC just go and risk it all, basically.
Oh, look at that. They banned out the carry. I mean, I think they heard you. Elder Sister Shantz.
Yeah, she called it, right?
You
Focusing on the
called it.
gold lane.
Yeah, on the first pick.
And
That's
again,
beautiful.
there's actually this thing that when we see carry in a specific lineup, nothing goes wrong with the carry in terms of the late game. We really have to do the dashes. Just only do the dashes. So this is a good option for ONIC. They'd rather have the Brody for TNC. So since we are seeing a crowd control bans here for TNC, they might want to go ban again, the Natala, why not? Since they have the Forza and they will go for another marksman hero. They don't wanna see those heroes being isolated, and it's gonna be a Natalia ban here for TNC.
Yeah, great call, but I'm wondering if this just means that, you know, we see ONIC Philippines possibly right now block in the roam option, the Lolita, which is something that I kind of expected TNC to ban because of what happened in the previous game. Again, the CC was the problem. Like, so much crowd control was being thrown at them. They didn't have room to move or to react, and it's the same thing. You got a Fredrin, you got Arlott, and now you got a Lolita.
Yep.
That's so much crowd control that you have to deal with if you're TNC. So, you know, again, it's very similar to the situation just based off these picks right now from game one. The big thing is, do they have an answer?
Actually, for ONIC, one reason as to why they went in for this type of route in terms of drafting is because they know that we won't be seeing a Digi here for the side of TNC. Okay. My mood escalated quickly with this Leslie pick actually for TNC, and there was a time actually in terms of ranked games that we saw Leslie being picked a lot, and with the changes in the current patch, Leslie has been buffed, so they really want to go for the late game or mostly when there is the specific items for Leslie here.
Yeah, just go, you know, the big damn route here with the Leslie pick if they can pull this off. And we'll see what the last pick here for ONIC Philippines is.
What a big damn lineup for TNC, though.
Yeah,
that is
unfortunately no Hanzo.
That's all the dams.
It is. So,
except for
interesting though, because it's been a while since we've seen Benedetta in the jungle, right?
That is true. Benedetta jungle has not had a fun time. It did get picked like 2 weeks ago, but did not really excel that much. I get what they do. I get what they're trying to do, though. It's better than, especially in this lineup. I think it's better than a Grok jungle, right?
There's a possibility actually to dive in on those back lanes of ONIC, which is a good thing. But the difference is that I kind of feel like there is more strength when we see a Benedetta that will use a Petrify spell in terms of instead of the Retribution. So this is a bit tricky, and this is the first time actually that we've been seeing, or we will see, a Benedetta as the jungler this season.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of iffy about the Benedetta pick. I actually agree with Rockhart. I'd rather see the Hanzo like locked in.
This specific lineup, right?
Yeah, with this lineup, because, you know, I agree with Chantel. Like, Benedetta is struggling when, especially, you don't have the Petrify.
Yeah,
That's
it's
part
huge.
of.
It's huge.
It's literally like, it's almost a must to have in the hands of Benedetta. Again, you can still pull some amazing things off, and maybe that's what they're banking on, you know, because King Kong has had that reputation to be able to do that on the jungle picks that he goes with. So again, maybe this is just putting full faith, basically, in King Kong's capabilities as a player, and then you hope that Ben thinks he's on a signature pick, he gets hooks, he's able to build the momentum and snowball here. Hesu as well is on a comfortable hero pick, the glue that has had a great performance yesterday even. So, you know, who's to say? But the thing is based on the lineup from what we saw in the previous game, it was so much just, again, crowd control to deal with. We'll see if they have the answer for it.
And speaking of crowd control, actually, there's no option even in terms of the drafting for the side of TNC to pick Diggy to counter out those heroes, because it was Franco that was prioritized in terms of sequencing. So it's going to be a bit difficult for TNC in terms of early game, but there could be an option for them having the Leslie. So this is a surprise pick, actually, and we cannot really disregard the potential, the firepower that this hero has coming into this game.
Yeah, if they're going to win this, they need to win this around 10 minutes or 12 minutes, because that Arlott going to go crazy once more in the hands of Ryota. And Nets, once he gets those 5 items again, it's done.
Well, we're going to find out. We get a last look here at the lineups. And like just the previous game, ONIC Philippines running with this crowd control-based lineup, with TNC rather going for all the damage basically possible here. And this is going to be a time also for Leslie to shine. We've seen glimpses of her actually in the past couple of weeks and series. We'll see if Innocent can pull it off in a similar fashion, especially with Hesu here on this glue, as we take up a look at these XP laners. Again, XP lane, the factor that they play throughout the game here is massive, especially with these two in consideration. There it is, Ben Things playing with that focusing mark emblem. This is exactly what he likes to do. So if he's landing these hooks early on, and they can convert those into kills, the momentum's going to be in favor for them.
Yep, definitely. And again, Ben thinks his strength here in this league is the vision. So Kekidot actually has to counter this type of vision that he could give for TNC, and it's going to be interesting how ultra fast the laning here is going to be in terms of the XP lane. Again, XP lane has been a crucial factor with the current meta. They really have to be part of the team fight. We saw that earlier on Ryota's performance. But ONIC right now, they have the tempo-making type of pause for Escalera has the firepower. They just really have to counter each other.
Looking at it, I feel like Lolita actually is a great way to... It's surprising because you know Lolita blocks long-range attacks.
Yeah.
Very little long-range attacks aside from the Leslie, but it can block out hooks. That's the biggest thing.
I
right?
almost forgot.
Yeah, and it can cancel the Bloody Hunt coming in from Benfing, so it's a really good tool for ONIC to survive this early game.
I mean, that's exactly why when the last ban was up there, and I know you mentioned that Natalia banned Chantel, but I was literally thinking
why,
go with the
right?
Lolita.
Yeah.
Like, just ban her out because you're already locked in you're already locked in the Franco, and you don't want to deal with the fact that you're either going to be stunned up or just pretty much blocked, right? Not only for the Franco, but now for the rest of the team too. So again, all this is just kind of considerations for both of these lineups, and at the end of the day, it comes down to how they execute it here. So we see both teams lining up. Kekadut just about to that level 4. Should be able to have it here for this actual fight. Hesu, though.
It's a really good collapse here by ONIC. That's 3 people diving in on the Hesu, but again, Hesu not really in trouble here at all. Goes for the split and grabs onto Sansui. Holding on for dear life, but it's going to be Benfings, who is actually going to be the one who gets taken care of. But look at that, TNC. They get the turtle.
Again, a trade for the trade for both of our teams. For TNC, they got a turtle, and it is a better option for them. Again, the gold is going to be global with this type of objective. Now, speaking of gold, we could see the gold difference here. Wow. In terms of our gold gainers or marksman, we have a 2K for the Leslie and a 1.3K for Nets. And when we talk about this lead, let's consider that Nets is holding the average. So it means that Innocent is really on the lead in terms of laning. It's really efficient for TNC.
Nets can't activate the Avarice.
Yeah.
He can't get near the Leslie.
He can't get near.
Because of the range.
Yeah.
Look at that already. That Berserker's Fury being picked up here.
Ouch.
Benfing's also planning himself up there. So again, the plan here could be just let's try to snowball one of these lanes, one of these heroes here. And if it's Leslie, that's all going to be the better for your team. So they're still holding on to that lead they had, about that 800 to 1K gold lead. And TNC, if they can continue to play around this and possibly even secure the objectives across the board, the early turtles, that's going to work out great for them. Because right now, Nets is having a difficult time farming up. So he's got to rely on the rest of ONIC Philippines to find picks here. And that's kind of what they're looking to set up here.
Yes. And speaking of setups, actually, even for ONIC, they're a bit thinking if it's a good idea for them to go into the fortress of TNC. And TNC still holds that 1.1K gold lead, but take note that Nets already has the Demon Hunter Sword. It's very crucial if you're up against this Franco. So TNC has really to be mindful with this type of marksman that is on the late game that could really disperse your formation.
Dispersing formation. Actually, we rarely talk about formations, but that's super important, especially in lineups like this where you gotta look at who's in front. Like, who is actually gonna be soaking the damage, no matter how much damage Innocent has. If Kekidot is the one in front, if he has that bulwark up, it's gonna be a massive difference. That Berserker's Fury can't do the damage because it's negated.
And again, going to me scratching my head. Should have just banned out the Lolita.
Oh,
because, again, the thing is that we're about 5 minutes into this as we take a little breather here. Benfings really hasn't been able to land anything just yet.
Yep.
As we get further into the game, we get to that mid-game point. If you're not getting those early pickoffs, especially, that's the whole point for that Franco, it could end up biting you in the tail, basically. But again, Franco is always relevant throughout the entirety of the game because it's always that one hook that could change the course of a game. But still, things for TNC, given how low action the start has been, all they have to do, secure yourself the objectives.
Yep.
And sometimes that's been things sacrificing himself so they can do that, which is okay as long as they secure those things and maintain a lead and allow for the rest of the team to shine, right? And that is, right now, honestly, that's Innocent. Innocent has to get there. But yeah, that's the big thing, like Rankar mentioned. You can have all the items in the world on your Leslie, where if it's being blocked by the Bulwark, what can you do?
It's really more on the gold conversion here for TNT. We've been discussing this a lot, regardless of how of a good laning that you had on the early game. As long as it's not really converting or you don't really have the trades in terms of the clashes, in terms of objective taking, it's really gonna be a difficult case here for TNC. Now for ONIC, I kind of feel like that they are aware that Leslie is really more on the late game, as to why they're really forcing Claude here.
Yeah,
to
he's probably gonna win. Like coming into that draft, they know that Leslie's gonna win in the laning phase.
Really on the early game, as to why they're giving space for the Claude. And you've mentioned nicer earlier the difference in terms of the Franco and the Lolita, and it makes me think, and it makes me wonder actually if Lolita is a better option in terms of the banning, because when we say Lolita, this is an area of effect, more on the crowd control, as compared to Natalia that is really towards singling out a specific player just to be on the upper hand. So TNC a lot to process on this game, but with the laning that they have in terms of the golden, not impossible. Not possible.
Impossible.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
Never mind.
Possible.
Never say die.
Never say die.
Oh, well, it isn't. I mean, overall, it doesn't. Everything comes down to the fact that this could very well be one of the defining moments for TNC's mission to get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
right? Actually,
their playoff win.
That's what it is.
Their playoff run is not impossible yet.
Yeah.
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 Right, we're getting there. And I hope that's not weighing on the minds of the players right now. That's what, coming to this game number 2, that's my biggest concern. How are these players feeling, knowing that, you know what, this could be their last shot at getting into playoffs? Another season where TNC is not here after their beautiful run in Season 9. I mean, the expectations for this team is pretty big.
Well, that's why I gotta say, you know, regardless of what happens, what the story ends up being this season for TNC, I would hope that they at least stay together, work on the chemistry that they can build, that they've shown.
Yes,
at
please.
least the
Stay
end
together.
of this season, right? Stay together, work on it, because they were one of the teams that, and it wasn't just TNC that had that deep roster to work with. They were one of the teams that took a couple weeks to get to the point where they figured out, like, okay, hey, we know what we want to play with. So again, even though, with all that said, TNC still holding a lead here. Again, it comes down to winning those key to victories, and this is, again, dancing the night away like it's your last night here.
Let's dance the night away right there under the turtle. And King Kong, he's being very consistent in taking these objectives. And this time around, TNC are also getting a bonus kill.
And at that moment, even 2 players of TNC are really on the lead in terms of the gold lane, having or forcing Nets rather to be out of the turret. So it's a good trade, really. Or it's a good call for TNC having that 2.7k gold lead. Right now, we could see Super Prince on the Ice Queen 1, so there's a potential for them to actually slow down the players of TNC. But King Kong is all over the place for this game. After the turtle objective, went in for the top lane, so they're really giving space for Innocent on this game.
Yeah, I'm actually quite favoring this tank Benedetta right now. He has Molten Essence. He has the HP siphoning retribution. I forgot the name. Oh my god.
It's as if... wait,
look at that. Oh, that's a great dive in. Oh my god, the suppress is good though. It's really good. They're under the turret, but Benfing's not going to be able to hook a Super Prince that has activated real-world manipulation.
See, it's those moments when you're like, man, I wish I had Pet.
I wish I had Pet 3.
Fine.
Yeah, that would have been huge.
That was a perfect moment.
That was the lineup moment for Benedettas, but he's like, oh yeah, I'm jungling. So, you know, doesn't have it. You can only retribution one person. But so with all that, the whole sequence, it pretty much resulted in trades, right? ONIC Philippines able to at least get a turret here and work around with this space, but that's a small step in the right direction against what TNC has the lead against them.
Well, actually for ONIC, speaking of lead, definitely still in terms of golden, Innocent is on the lead. versus Nets. So we might see rather the conversion here for our gold laners, as even the ultimate of the Leslie is being used
Almost
for
2K.
the vision. Actually, in terms of vision, it's a good thing that you have the Leslie. We've been mentioning about the vision here, so there's an edge already if you will include the Leslie on the team fight. So
Ultimate Snipe, it has a huge vision. Yeah.
So they will really know as to where ONIC Philippines will be positioned on the Turtle team fight.
Oh man, Hesu being danced around here by ONIC, but he's going to be able to survive for a little bit. Reset's also going to be happening here. And I would have to say that, you know, TNC's also playing this quite conservatively.
Yep.
Ryota.
They're really extending it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now Turtle half health here. Everybody getting in positioning. They have quite a few ultimates both sides across the board.
Where's
They're gonna be
Benfix?
fighting for it.
Oh, we're looking for someone. It's Benfix. He's way on the other side of the map. ONIC didn't expect that. They did not expect the hook from Benfix. They got a free hit, and now they have the objective and maybe a kill. So we're going to be walking out, though. Close on the hook, but TNC no joy. That was good, though.
An objective after another objective, a kill, and then a turtle for TNC as to why there is a goal lead of 3.9. Kind of mentioned earlier that TNC is a different beast when Benfix uses this Franco, and when we say beast, there's a different beast as well inside the team.
King Kong's a beast.
King Kong's a beast in terms of the jungle, with those electro-final blows, and then singling out a player from ONIC Philippines, and at the same time, look at the itemization here of Innocent. After the Berserker's Fury, there's an endless battle.
Not again! I don't even have to say what happened. You guys saw it right there. It's just TNC getting a free kill with a Benfix hook rather.
Oh, hook.
Another hook.
Yep, there's it. Keep on going. That's Sensui. Easy kill. Lemon squeezy coming in from TNC, but Nets has something to say about that. You got to keep your composure if you're TNC. Here we go again. Right after that, Ryota being forced to flicker out of the R-Log.
You see that? Benfix is on point here with the hooks.
Actually, I was prepared for my analysis prior to that hook, but I lost my thought because of Benfix hook. And again, Benfix, when he uses this hero, he's a different type of leader for TNC. A hook after another hook, and it actually destroys the formation of ONIC Philippines here. They want to go for the split push or maybe the minion wave management, which is a strength, by the way, of ONIC Philippines. But because of those hooks,
maybe
another one.
Maybe that's too much. You don't really have people around you, but maybe he bought enough time for that turret to go down. He will get taken out by Super Prince, but I think that might have been costly. That might have been cost effective, considering they got pretty good gold from that turret.
Yeah, Nets is just pushing though that whole time. You know, TNC still holding on to a lead here, but they got to be careful, especially now that the Lord is pretty much up. You don't want to be down, you know, a member. Now Benfix will get here in time. King Kong just trying to buy time, dancing here with Sensui. So still crucial here for both teams. TNC have a nice lead with itemization. We'll see how they pull it off. Lord half health here.
Majority of the players is actually dancing really the night away, as it is going to be a 4-4. Okay, the Feather Airstrike has been used by Escalera, by the way, on the middle lane.
Oh, that's going to be damage going down here. Will they have enough to take out the hook member? Yes, they will. Ryota going down. No final strike available, actually. And there's going to be Hesu. He's riding on Sensui like there's no tomorrow. But the rest of TNC members are actually quite low. They might not be able to complete this Lord take.
Oh, that is tough. They can't actually get into the fray of things because the zone potential for ONIC Philippines is definitely showing here. So Innocent trying to find his own angle if he can. Benfix still a couple seconds away here. This might be the time for ONIC Philippines to just close this one in, take the Lord. But they still got to be careful how they approach it.
TNC members are not dead, but they're very, very low in health. Innocent, he spots out some good damage on the Nets. Will be able to walk away with the ultimate snipe, though.
And the Lord has been reset, by the way. We could see a flicker here in for Hesu. So a lot of vision for both of our teams, but the Lord!
Innocent! He's the one who gets the Lord, and while that was happening, Benfix also gets a hook, which gets them Ryota.
Okay, a lot has happened during that moment, and we actually thought that ONIC will secure the Lord. But again, for TNC, they didn't disengage during that moment, and they are fully aware of the potential that this Benedetta has, having the elective final blow and even the eye-to-eye, and even this Sky Guardian helmet. So with this item, it is a lot more confident King Kong that we've seen, and we will see the Lord march in on the bottom lane, and look at the damage from Escalera. I kind of feel like for Escalera, if he sees nets, you're inside my nets.
Yeah. He's gonna grab him in the nets, but here's the thing. Look at the gold that has been built here for Innocent against Nets.
It's massive.
Saw this early on. We saw a glimpse, a preview of it.
Basically, Innocent is one item ahead.
Yeah.
And King Kong is also one item ahead. That's massive.
Yeah, that's massive, and also in terms of the hero levels as well. So even the skill set of ONIC Philippines versus TNC is there is a lot of discrepancy. So for TNC, they're just maximizing this type of lead that they have, and the difference is that for ONIC Philippines, good thing rather for ONIC Philippines is that Nets isn't being brought down by TNC, but for TNC, they are aware of the placement of ONIC on this moment.
Yeah, look at that Innocent just being like a sentry, just not allowing anyone nearby. Checking these bushes, that's big.
Yeah, the vision that they can play around with, already forcing out everything that they want to. But ONIC Philippines might be actually looking to press this situation here.
Oh, that's tricky, man.
Does he do
ONIC,
it?
they are going for the kill. Nice suppress from Ben Finks. The Bloody Hunt won't save him this time around. It's 4v5, and a lot of TNC members are actually quite low. This might be an opening for ONIC to go for it.
Oh, even with the lead that they have, it looks like TNC is struggling in the team fight department.
Yeah, actually, in terms of team fight, the good thing for the lineup of ONIC is they have the tempo maker. They have Super Princess here, which is the Eve, and once he uses that real world manipulation, and you add that blazing to it, it's a really deadly combo for the side of ONIC Philippines. Now for TNC, they really has to stop this kind of combo from ONIC with the Bloody Hunt. So it's more of them calculating which is the better target for this ultimate. It's really more of the single targeting. So it's a single target versus AoE of ONIC.
Yeah.
Too many good targets as well for ONIC. Like, good luck. Good luck to Ben Finks singling out someone. But he's a genius. I think he's a huge genius on the roam. He's got it. I think he can do it.
He can do. I mean, he's been landing hooks here, but at the same time, you at this point, right? You're at what 14 minutes in here, and as these lords continue to get taken.
Oh my goodness!
That's a perfect target
Oh,
here.
they're gonna get punished though here.
We were just saying that, but of course that will be punished, like Nice has said.
Okay,
Quite
but they
quickly.
might trade. Look here.
Oh my goodness, that was a sneaky one.
All part of the plan.
That was part of the plan. It was part of the plan. All of you guys looking up top.
And again, TNC calculating the better trade. They'd rather sacrifice Ben Things than take the Lord. That's why they will be pushing at the middle lane.
Numinal Blast.
Right.
Escalera had the Purify. He's able to walk on out there. Hesu this time around going to be chasing on the Nets, but Nets actually quite beefy right now. They're trying to go for Hesu. He is hurting his Sensui, but Sensui does not care. Super Friends with the elimination at the end. Nets looking for a good target, looking for an opening to go in. Just tried DPS onto this Lord for now. Ben Finks is back now, and you can see the damage that that ONIC was able to do while he was away.
Actually, this game is very jam-packed in terms of the skill usage for both our teams. So when there's an opportunity, they actually use that. And we can see right now, again, there's a goal lead for our marksman here on this game. But the good thing is that we are leaning towards the mid-game. So it doesn't really matter in terms of, it's really more on the equilibrium here for this game. And TNC right now, yes, they are at a 4.1k gold lead. But for ONIC, they're able to capitalize the positioning of TNC having the usage of the Numinum Blast, the real world manipulation. By the way, Super Prince is at 404. Perfect KDA.
Yes.
That's the thing for me, is even given the lead that TNC has, it's kind of negated with the lineup that ONIC Philippines has and how things kind of interact with each other in terms of their ultimates. Sensui just kind of being the bait here. Hook not going to land, so they call it off. Again, it's more so ONIC Philippines trying to see, like, do we want to let TNC engage us or do we want to engage them because we have the tools to do both? And whereas TNC still, yeah, Innocent might be farmed up out of his mind at this point, but if Ben thinks isn't landing a hook, well, maybe that's that one.
Why do we always have to call it? Why? Each and every time. And it's also Kekadut. There's no Numinal Blast, which could be big, but there's also no glue, no Hesu. Oh, that's another one! Just like it. It's Hook City, ladies and gentlemen.
Right at that moment, we've mentioned Super Friends at 404. Why not make it 405?
I'm done. I don't want to cast this anymore. Oh my goodness. What is up?
My God!
I think there's a magnet on Benting's hook that every time he uses a higher hook, there's a specific player that is stick to it.
My goodness, as soon as I said if Ben Things isn't landing the hooks, then he just goes and lands 3.
And then that's 3 points for Ben Things.
My goodness.
Someone check this guy, please. Come on.
And it's right on point. We could see that on our instant replay, of course. Another hook. And at that moment, actually, since we went in for the dash, just to back away, they didn't really want to go in for a team fight, but Ben thinks, okay, I'm going to cast my iron hook. If somebody is magneted here, why not? Let's kill that.
Insane.
Oh, giving it all. They're still going to be fighting for the Lord.
It's Innocent. What?
Out of all the players.
Of all the players, no retribution. It's Innocent. It's a second Lord take with the Leslie, but look at this, ONIC. They're finally done. They're fed up. They're done defending. They want to go for the attack. They take out Ben Finks.
Oh, they're going to have to push here. They got to deal with the Lord. They got 2 kills there, and yeah, it was Innocent that secured the Lord for them. But ONIC Philippines, again, they have the tools they need to assault into the base here.
Definitely, and when we say they have the kit, look at the map right now for ONIC Philippines. All of the minion waves are really flowing onto the side, and even Kekadut is there. Just to zone out the players of TNC.
Ain't a thing, but the chicken wing, look at that on the bottom side of the map. It feels like it's ONIC's game, but they can't really get near. Escalera is some good damage with the Forza.
Again, for Escalera, the difference here for Super Friends' hero and even Escalera's hero is the burst damage that they could give in terms of team fights. So ONIC Philippines, they really have to wait for the next Lord objective or maybe be mindful of the hooks again from Ben Things. We saw the potential of these hooks, right? And it's going to be 10-11 for the score. 18 minutes into our game time, we could see already Ryota on the Hunter Strike. So we could see the formation right now as if they're walking as varsities.
Sneaky.
Again, the hunting party of Ben Things on this Franco. Just going to be looking to see if they can set something up here around the purple buff, but it doesn't look like either team's going to fall for that. ONIC Philippines still holding on. Now, that's the thing, too. Both teams have relatively good high ground defense if it comes to it where they have to defend. They're going to be spotted out here with the sentry. Then now they're going to fight for that purple. Sensui might just try to go ahead and grab it as he does. So all this lining up for that next Lord in about 1 minute and 10 seconds here.
It's actually quite good here. Oh, the battle plan
There
here
they
being
you.
spotted out by
That's
Sensui.
it.
Beautifully done there on the real world. It's Ben Things going down. King Kong
Sensui.
also going to be in trouble here. Ooh! He could go down. Is he going to live?
Ooh.
Not for long. Ryota made sure of that.
Wow. That was an aggressive play that worked out for ONIC Philippines. Sensui started it all there.
Actually, for ONIC Philippines, they are aware that Innocent is already mispositioned because of the aggression that they had. And why not? Let's go for that. But again, the damage here for Innocent is there. The reward manipulation has been used just for the shield. And the respect for Innocent is there now. Going back to that last team fight, ONIC Philippines again, there's no way that we will give on TNC rather the opportunity to have this damage, to go for another initiation. Why not? Catch them off guard.
Yeah.
Make sure that the Innocent is in the wrong footing. But the Innocent, by the way, is still at 603. A difficult target here for ONIC.
I have a question. I just saw Wind of Nature on the Nets' claw. Is that normal?
Well,
normal item?
it's a good thing that Nets actually built this item because King Kong could be on
Wind Talker.
Wind Talker. More on the movement speed, yes, because King Kong is really more on a hero that is on the dashes, onto the dashes.
Yeah.
Even for Innocent, because of the stealth mode, So that's a good thing actually for the hero of Innocent. He's not so innocent because after he deals damage, okay, that's not me, do not find me because of some of. But yeah, if we look at the items here for both of our teams, it's very crucial for the players to actually build the immortality. So we have 2 players for TNC and even for ONIC for this immortality, and we could see the Lord now for ONIC. This might be it for them, but in terms of clearing of minion wave, TNC has a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're going to look to pretty much match up these waves here. Again, this is the Lord marching down the bottom. ONIC Philippines with a real-time win rate, 62% in favor for them. So this is now the test of fire that TNC has to deal with. Defending their base at this point in the game, 21 minutes in, quite a task ahead of them. They got to deal with this, and most likely they're going to lose 1 or 2 inhibitor turrets, if not all, if they're not careful with how they deal with it. Oh, though!
Guys, a long-range hook straight in the Keke, though. There's no Numen Blast available for now, with Innocent closing up that Lolita. On the bottom side, there is a Lord pushing up that might be trouble. But TNC, they're going for Sensui. Sensui's the target. Super Prince locked them out in real world. But Hess is on the bottom side. Does he have the split? He does not. That could be a trouble, but at the end of the day, TNC did defend.
Again, TNC with his hooks from Ben Thinks. Welcome to the Hook City. But a good thing here for ONIC is that they have the minion wave on the middle lane. Keketa is down, yes, but they could still put pressure on the lanes of TNC. But there's nothing can go wrong with his hooks from Ben Thinks. 179 in terms of the KDA out of 11 kills in totality for TNC. And this is the moment we're in. We could see the change also. We could see the Divine Glaive here for Super Prince. I could hear Rockhart react actually.
Yep.
Yeah, and
no more Wind Talker.
No more Wind Talker.
Yep.
Wow, Haas Claws.
He probably just picked it up to help push those waves earlier
Oh,
on.
for the speed. Wow, that's high level.
For the speed,
oh my god.
And at the same time, he went here for the Haas Claws actually to do more on the damage per second. The life steal actually for this item. So it's a good option here for Nets on this game. And Nets, by the way, is still at 407. So it's a battle of our marksmen in terms of positioning.
Oh, he just picked it up again.
Again.
He just swapped it. As soon as
I want to walk fast right now.
I want to walk fast. Let's go fast. Let's go hard. All right.
As soon as we talk about it, he's like, you know what?
I will ask
hear
him
you
about
guys.
this later. I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, you know, like the thinking there, especially with the way that they're handling this. Again, what they want to do is get in the most advantageous position for the Lord take, right? They know that technically ONIC Philippines, their lineup should be able to handle this objective fight, but they haven't been able to get to Innocent. Innocent's 7-0-3, and he is popping off. So that is one of the biggest cards here for TNC. If ONIC Philippines finds him, it's going to be crucial. Already avoiding that. That's a great start.
Oh, no, last
Innocent!
They downed him! As I just said it!
Why do I feel like there's a jinx here in the English desk as Innocent has been killed here by the side of ONIC.
Wolf predicts picks. Nice who predicts events. I don't
want to say anymore.
He predicts them 3 seconds ahead.
I said as long as Innocent avoids it.
And then they kill Innocent in an instant with the conceal play. But then it's a good thing actually for ONIC, so there's a gold swing. But at this moment, 24 minutes, the gold lead doesn't really matter anymore. It's really more of the itemization. So we could see ONIC Philippines trying to take this Lord, and they focus on King Kong actually just to zone out the jungler. There's no room for you to contest or try to steal this one.
They still have great defense, right? They can still defend against this. They're going to have to give up that Lord. Innocent will be up in time for that assault on the base. Again, with the way that things happened earlier, again, it was Ben Things landing a hook that avoided them from losing more turrets than they should have. So they've lost that bottom one, but Ben Thing's going to be setting up for a similar situation, trying to find a hook if he can keep the team alive here. Innocent's now up. Let's see how they play around this. Lord bottom side. They're going to make quick work of it too. So TNC, very crucial defense coming up as they get in position, trying to spawn out exactly the angle ONIC Philippines is going to be coming from. And again, a last look here at the recent real-time win rate, 77%, as now Lord makes his way bottom side.
Yep, Super Prince with 100% full participation. Great hook onto Sensui, but here's the Numenal Blast. Suppress! What? All right.
Oh my God.
All right, but yeah, King Kong gonna be going down in the end, and I think ONIC, they're done. In that fashion, they will end TNC's run for the playoffs.
Man, oh man, you thought they were going to be able to pull it off again. ONIC Philippines going to celebrate there, and it's tough to see that Cinderella story that was beginning to come to fruition here for TNC. They're shut out in a sweep versus ONIC Philippines.
And at that last moment, I could feel that that hook from Bentings was actually a bait from ONIC Philippines, because Sensuis was really prepared for the winter truncheon. It's like the Achilles horse or Troy's horse?
Yeah, Trojan
horse. Yeah, Trojan horse.
Love it. A Trojan horse.
They just
Achilles
wanted
horse.
to penetrate the defense here of TNC with the Trojan horse, with the Sensui's winter truncheon play. And it's sad to see.
Yeah.
I was shocked as well. It is a shocker that from those wins of TNC, we see them say goodbye on their tournament run.
Yeah, and we got a preview of that actually earlier on when Sensui was the one that went in, dashed into all of them because he wanted Ben Things to hook him. And then just that time, the way the game ended, he juggled around with the Winter Trunchet as well, buying time. Knew that it would allow things to line up here. So again, this is TNC getting their bow in.
Oh, wait.
And again, unfortunately, for them, I think we're going to hear from them actually.
I think we will hear from them.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from them in a little bit. Again, this was a crucial matchup for them. Unfortunately, TNC, because they lost this series, they will not be able to proceed to the playoffs here, based on how the points work and everything else. Again, what they have accomplished, though, in the previous 2 weeks, especially, against BREN and Echo, finding their footing with this lineup, with everything that they've done. I hope, again, my personal hope is to see more of them next season, this specific 5-man roster here. Who knows what else they have here. But we're going to hear from them, I believe, with Marek, on stage. Let's see what everybody has to say for this matchup.
Medyo mabigat yung puso ko ngayon. Kasi pagpunta ko dito, humarap sa akin si Bentings at sinabi niya, Miss Mara, wala na po ba kami? Nakafocus sila sa laban, and it's just now na na-realize nila they're eliminated. And ang sabi niya is, okay lang yun, kasi mas marami pang season. But you know what? Kailangan ko lang talaga sabihin, even though hindi smooth, thank you guys, even though hindi smooth yung umpisa, you guys ended it with a bang. Natalo nyo 2 of the strongest in the league. Yung isa, yung world champion, na 2-0 nyo pa. And that shows a lot that you guys didn't give up. You guys did well. We are happy for the last performance you guys showed, the last 2 victories. We are proud of you. And now, it's your turn to say the final message to the Phoenix Army and those people who are cheering for you to make it to the playoffs.
Yun nga. Ako kasi personally, hindi ako natingin sa points eh. Kaya tinanong ko eh. Kaya nung nalaman ko may final message, kumbaga nagka-clue na ako na pag wala na pala kami. Parang yun lang. Yun lang, pumuso kami. Hanggat di kami ina-announce. Yun yung ano ng team eh. Dahil yun yung ito yung pinanghawakan namin ng team. Hanggat hindi kami ina-announce na wala na sa playoffs, hindi kami titigil bumawi. Maraming salamat sa mga sumuporta hanggang dulo. Pinalakas nyo talaga yung loob namin. Huwag kayong mag-alala. May season 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hindi matatapos yung pangarap namin na mag-champion dito sa MPL hanggat hindi nawawala yung MPL. Maraming salamat sa suporta, guys.
Once again, let's give it up. Phoenix Army. For TNC Pro Team, you may now take your last bow. And we're looking forward to see you next season. Go ahead, take your last bow. And you may now exit. And you know what? Let's do it your Kaldag way. Hesu, go ahead. That was a tough one. But you know, in here, ito ang tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang player sa buong mundo. And there has to be a loser and there has to be a victor. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines, come on up. Okay, so I'll give the... Okay, sinong... Here you go. Okay, so there. Okay, go ahead. Ako rin, sorry, natamaan ako doon kanina. It was a very emotional moment. Pero you guys did well. Congratulations. Yung 2-0 nyo, sobrang laking bagay. Dahil doon, nagkaroon kayo ng 3 points. Umakit kayo 16 points sa 5th place. And this is really important because yung last series no, that's about to come up will be BREN. So, na-eliminate nyo na nga ang TNC. So, coming to today's game, did you guys know kung ano yung nakasalalay ngayon? Because if you had lost, nakasalalay yung playoff spot nyo rin. So, how intense was waking up in the morning today, coming in here? What was the mindset?
Yung ano naglaro sila eh. That's sila interview.
Ikaw yung kumuha ng mic eh. Ibigay natin kay Coach. Coach!
Yan nga po. Kasi since natalo kami sa blacklist kahapon and sobrang halaga talaga ng mga points na dapat para makapag-secure kami ng playoff spot. So parang ang mindset lang po talaga namin is manalo. Kumbaga, wala kaming ibang dapat puntahan kundi manalo. Kasi yung mga games na actually puro almost, ngayon lang nagsisink in sa amin na parang nagmamatter talaga kahit 1 point,
Yes.
1 point lahat. Tapos parang sinabi ko sa kanila na okay, nagdaan na yung season 10 and season 11 and hindi pa tayo nanalo ng series sa TNC talaga. And siguro kasi may factor din talaga yung friendship nila sa labas ng laro For example, si Keke at si Escalera. And they're both parang nagiging comfortable na lang talaga sila sa isa't isa. Then, ngayon, bago kami pumunta dito sa venue, sabi namin na okay, parang wag muna tayo magpansinan. Kumbaga, game face on muna tayo. Though magkaibigan tayo, pero sobrang halaga talaga ng laro na to para. Kumbaga, hindi talaga tayo pwedeng ma-relax dahil magka-vibes tayo or magka-tropa tayo. Kumbaga, focus muna tayo sa laro. Kumbaga, kailangan natin sila angasan muna talaga natin sila. And tingin ko nakatulong naman.
And that was a good approach because na-prove nyo na 2-0 nyo yung kalaban. And TNC ended with 10 points. Ang susunod sa kanila, nanganganib ang kanilang spot. It's NXPE. Now they're about 12, 13 points, right? Pero ang difference yung dalawa is they have 3 more games, 3 more teams to face. Kayo, 1 na lang. BREN, I know, Boss A, may masasabi ka dito
Next season na lang sila mag-try. Next play.
Next season na lang, mag-try. There seems to be a rivalry going on. But on a lighter note, Riota, lighter note naman tayo ngayon. Nandito, ayan, yung fans mo nandun. Si kapitbahay nandyan, si kuya, si bunso. Meron silang ni-reveal kanina na hindi ka daw naliligo pag may tournament, lalo na kapag importante. Ang tanong, naligo ka ba ngayon?
Opo.
Opo. So kapag inamoy ko, mabango ka. At mukha naman, so hindi totoo yon. Anong mensahe mo sa mga kapatid mo at sa kapitbahay mo? Kasi kanina pa ka nila pinapump up Kamukha mo
Mensahe?
Oo, sabi hindi ka daw naliligo.
Hindi, di totoo yun. Minsan lang.
Minsan lang. And once again, job well done. 2-0, 3 points. Umakit kayo sa 5th place. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Ngayon, it's hitting all the teams kung gaano nga ba kaimportante ang bawat game. Not just the series, but every game counts. Every point will matter for the race to the playoffs. Ngayon, hihimayin natin ang ating laban kasama ang ating mga casters. Pasok.
It's always tough to deal, at this point in the season when teams are basically the reason for other teams' dreams of playoff being snuffed out, basically. And that's what happened here with ONIC Philippines sweeping TNC. Again, the Cinderella story was starting to build. Even, us talents here were like, man, TNC, they're doing things. And maybe that playoff spot is theirs. Well, unfortunately, we don't get to see them there this season. But like Ben Thing said, hey, they're going to be here season 12, 13, and onward, 14, 15, all. I think he got up to 19. I don't know where we'll be at season 19, but it never gets easier. When you get to week 7, week 8,
heavy.
It's always heavy to see, even when you see the players' reactions during the interviews and everything. So, again, GGWP to TNC. Now, I know, Chantel, you can't wait to break down this game. Take it away.
The run of ONIC Philippines here in our tournament still continues as they defeat the Kaldag buff of TNC Pro Team. Again, it's a mixture of their execution at the same time, hero composition. And speaking of hero composition, again, we saw almost the same hero composition here for ONIC Philippines. Having Claude, having a Fredrin Eve, even the Lolita and Arlot for Atoy R onto this game. So majority of the team fights here has been made around 15 minutes of our game, and mostly is really more on the gank. So even on the orange buff and even the purple buff is leaning towards ONIC Philippines. Again, it's because of the positioning that they had. And when we see the difference here, yes, TNC has the AOE burst damage, having this Farsa onto the lineup. But the difference is that you have a frontliner here for ONIC Philippines. That is the Fredrin. So when you go up against a Benedetta, if you're Fredrin, it's a lot easier for you to take in and get the objectives. And speaking of objectives, TNC actually is on the Monster Gold Stolen, or in the lead in terms of this factor. But we really have to take note of the damage to turret for ONIC Philippines on this game, even the hero damage. So it's really more of countering out the initiations here for the side of TNC. So there were moments of glory actually for the side of TNC, having bent things on those monstrous bloody hunts, the iron hooks. But it goes to show that the ONIC Philippines' hero composition is really more on the late game, more on really that disperse, having the Blazing Duet and the rest of the skills that they have. And speaking of Blazing Duet, the MVP for that game is Nets with an 808 KDA, gold pyramid of 754 and kill participation of 84%. We've been discussing earlier the item choice with the Windtalker. So imagine that you are a Claude, you have the Art of Thievery, you also have the Windtalker. Imagine how fast you can go on to the team fights, and a lot easier for you to actually target the players of TNC. So there were moments of glory actually on this game for TNC. I actually thought that we are heading on a game number 3, but when we say a Claude and it is the late game, it's really difficult to turn things around. It's showtime for the Claude. So I kind of feel like for the matchup, having a Leslie and this Claude, when we say late game, it's a lot easier to turn things around if you are the Claude as compared to a Leslie. Because Leslie has a strength in terms of the map vision, yes, but you really have to be mindful of your positioning. Again, speaking of positioning, yes, it was a 401 for Innocent. It was 808 actually as a final KDA here for Nets. And it was difficult for the rest of the players actually of TNC to go beyond that formation even after those hooks, because it was a shutdown for Escalera at around 15 minutes of our game. And at that moment, every time that TNC wants to go for the retaliation, ONIC is there having Kekedut actually on those Numenum blasts, and the millisecond of stun is a huge factor to turn things around. Take note that there is added damage with those blazing duets, and every time that there is a blazing duet, there's a follow-up stand on those energy eruptions actually from Sensui. So it's really more on the synchronization of skills and even the map awareness and the focus fire here for ONIC Philippines that brought them onto this victory, onto this game. Again, it was a nice play for both our teams. For ONIC Philippines, we will still steal them
to contest their life here in our tournament. And I'm sure that Naisu and Rockart has a lot more to say about these teams.
Yeah, first of all, I'm surprised still, actually, that we
Yeah.
still have teams that are fighting for tournament contention. Usually week 7,
It's
or
like
we already
settled.
know who's going to playoffs.
Yeah.
So teams are like kind of experimenting slowly, but no. This time around, we're going to week 8. We're still not sure. We're still not 100% yet on who will go to the playoffs. That's actually rare. That's rare to see in my experience here in MPL. Week 8 and we're still close. That's saying something.
There's still those 3 spots open, right? And you know, that's the thing too. Even if we finish up today and then we have tomorrow, and then like imagine the space where it's like, all right, now we have this long break, and then we gotta figure out like the end. It's like a huge cliffhanger, right? But now for today's match to round out this triple header, it's RSG Philippines and BREN Esports. That is going to be also a big matchup. Just even yes. BREN Esports is top of the standings. They secured their spot, but they still want to maintain that upper bracket slot. Also, for RSG, they want to be, again, one of those teams that is fighting for those 3 spots left. And this could be great for them if they can sweep this. So, again, on behalf of myself, Rockhart, Chantel, for our first time on English, killed it. We'll see you guys after the break.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Oh.
congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Hi, ako si Miko, ang roamer ng Smart Omega. At ngayon, i-breakdown natin ang nagawa kong play ng Game 1 laban sa RSG.
Movement ng Smart Omega. So may top lane sila dadaan.
May flicker si Miko. Importante makita kung saan nga ba magmumula ang setup. Pero si Natsay nasusunog na agad.
Pero may umikot.
Feather Desert Glycine doon sa likod.
Si Kelra pala talaga yung target nila. Mukhang mapapatumba pero hindi! Kelra will stay alive! Umikot na yung RSG Slate pero hindi pa rin sila nagtagumpay at dalawa na lang dedepensa. Make that one. Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang Game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega.
Yung sa play na yun, alam namin na nasa likod yung sila, gagawa sila ng play. Tapos, ang dapat gagawin namin doon ni Storm, gigit ako ng kalaban sa may inhibitor nila. Tapos, tatapusin namin. Sa play na yan, biglang nagsalita si Kelra na nandito yung Franco. Biglang nag-change yung first kill ko, tapos tinarget ko sa tinamaan ng first kill trigger ko. Yung tinamaan ko ng first kill yung Franco, tapos nasama yung Valentina. Tapos naultihan ko silang dalawa. Sabi ko kay Kelra, buhay ka dito, buhay ka, buhay ka. So, ayun, naipanalo pa namin yung flash kahit almost 1 HP na lang si Kelra. Pagkatapos ng play na yun, makikita nyo dun sa video na papunta pa lang kami sa may last na tower ng kalaban. Pinapa-relax ko sila, pinapakalma ko kasi ayaw namin maulit yung nangyari sa ONIC na sobrang hype namin, baka ma-one way kami, ma-dep pa lang kalaban. Siguro yung pinaka-challenge nun, what if sumablay yung first kill flicker ko, tapos mamatay si Kelra. Tapos baka dun sakaling makagawa ng comeback potential yung RSG. Siguro yung game 1 po sobrang aggressive namin. Ayun po yung namin. Kasi lalo na naka-pranko lang po si Light. Aggressive po kami. Kaya mo siyang i-vision ng hindi ka mababawasan kasi hook and second skill lang naman yung Madali siyang paalisin sa bush. Lalo na sa early game, walang gaanong kakonect yung pranko. Walang burst gaano. Parang sa draft, lalo na yun sa game 3. Expect namin na tinalo kami ng game 2 ng Lance. So si Coach Eto Max, gumawa na siya ng play na pag inopen yung Lance, ipipick na kalaban. Tapos kukuha na agad kami ng lalamang sa kanila. Sa Arlot Lance kasi, di ba, yung sa bawat may sumisisi, may nagkakaparang second skill si Arlot. So sa turtle fight, malakas kami masyado. Kasi yung Fredrin, puro siya CC. Tapos yung Arlot, second skill lang siya ng second skill. Tapos may pang-lockdown kami sa Lance, which is yung Kadja. So hindi gaano makakontest si H2. Siguro po kasi sobrang laki nung lamang ng Cobra sa lalo na buff siya, parang may buff siya na yung first kill niya po hindi naririnig sa bush yon. Ayun po yung kailangan po muna hanapin ng kalaban yung Cobra. Tapos kapag di nila nahanap, hindi mo na naririnig, malayo pa yung vision, malayo pa yung range ng first kill pati trigger. Congrats sa amin ng teammates ko. Tapos sana magtuloy-tuloy na. Tapos sana makabawi kami sa blacklist. Siguro po yung tatlo, si Omega Venus, si Yawi, tapos si Ogwen po. Hindi pa po ako nananalo sa kanila. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, salamat sa suporta, salamat sa pag-boost ng confidence ko nung down na down ako. Yung message ko po sa fans, salamat kasi lagi niyo pong pinapalakas yung loob ko. Tapos matalo manalo, lagi po kayo nakasuporta sa amin. Tapos sa mga coaches po na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, sa manager po namin, sa lahat po, sa mga boss po namin, yan. Salamat po dahil nagtitiwala po kayo sa amin.
Hi guys, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for Week 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. We are going back to Hawk City because on our 5th spot is Benteng's Franco pick na tumalo sa BREN Esports noong day number 3. 60 minutes into the game, 10,000 ang lamang ng BREN Esports in terms of gold at mukhang makukuha na naman nila ang series na ito. Maganda ang ginagawang depensa ng Phoenix Army at naghahanap na lang talaga sila ng opening to turn this game around. Meanwhile, makita ni Benteng si Pandora na umaaligid sa may purple buff. Agad siyang magpapakawala ng Iron Hook sabay flicker pa atras tapos Bloody Hunt para mapuwersa ang BREN Esports na makipaglaban. From that initiation alone, nakapag-snowball ang TNC hanggang sa mabaliktad nila ang laro to upset the Week 6 top seed BREN Esports and snap their 9 match winning streak.
Oy, tawak! Nakuha nila, pero kaso nga lang si Few, doon na sa may bandang likuran. So wala rin yung follow-up, pero immortality pa. Bentings is down. Few ang mapapatumba at siya yung magiging trade. Pero penalty zone, huli ng dalawa. Super Marco with a flicker. May minions sa bandang itaas, pero dalawa. Ngayon ang mahuhuli nila, Super Marco. Sobrang low at mapuputukan pa. Escalera, nagwawala na. At si Calteasy na lang dito ang magsasalba, pero mukhang hindi. Dahil apat pa ang natitira. TNC, matatapos na ba? At mukhang ito na nga ang katapusan ng win streak. Phoenix Army, naglalagablab na!
On our fourth spot is Super Marco with his Beatrix nung day 1 kontra sa NXPE. Almost 15 minutes in the game, lalabas ang ikalawang lord ng laro at nagbabalak ang NXPE na i-contest ito despite BREN Esports having over 10k gold lead. Sisilip si Boy PR sa Tribush pero tatapatan siya ni Super Marco, Ogwen at Flap TZ, forcing him to commit his heavy spin. Super Marco will then flicker out, raratratin niya si Boyet gamit ang Nibiru at tatakbo palayo si Boyet para tumakas. Pero Super Marco will continue to pursue. Ilalabas niya ang Renner and with the exact precision ay buburahin niya si Boyet DR sa mapa.
Backing off. Super Marco! Sina Kyle TZ at Few naman ang bida for our top 3 play nung laban nila sa Day 3 versus TNC. 12 minutes in the game, makikita ng Phoenix Army si Few sa bottom lane na nag-clear ng minion wave kaya nagbalak silang bigyan ito. Popping off conceal, pumwesto sina King Kong, Bentings at Innocent sa bush, waiting for the right timing. Pero ang di nila alam ay nagtatago rin sa kabilang bush si Kyle TZ. Kakagatin ng TNC ang pain ni Few pero pag sasapak-sapakin sila ni Kyle TZ para mabaliktad ang kanilang ambush. Easy, mukhang naging bait lang si Few at siya pa makakuha ng kill. Innocent is down. Gawin na rin natin to kay Bentings. Tampok sa ating second spot sina Kelra and Miko noong day 1 laban sa RSG Philippines. 14 minutes into the game with a whole map under Omega's control. Balak na nilang ubusin ang mga natitirang inhibitor turrets ng RSG. Meanwhile, nakatago sa purple buff pit si Light and Exort preparing to flank. Popping off conceal, tatargetin nila si Kelra pero Miko will be there to save the day. Gamit ang Tyrant's Revenge, sabay flicker at ultimate, maliligtas niya si Kelra sa pagkakakagat at tatapusin na nila ang first game of the series laban sa Raiders. Make that one! Eman na lang ang tatayo pero wala siyang magagawa dahil ang game 1 ay mapupunta sa Barangay Omega! Deja vu. Back on the top spot is Benny Cutie with another backdoor play noong day 2 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 40 minutes into the game, magaganap ang Lord Dance para sa Luminous Lord. Sinasayawan lang ni Sensui at Cartesi ang Lord habang nag-aantayan ang dalawang kupunan sa kani-kanilang timing. Mapapagala si Kekedot sa bush sa taas ng Lord Pit at kakagatin siya dito ni Yawi ng Bloody Hunt. Bibitawan naman ni Carl ang Lord to follow up at magkakaroon ng teamfight sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan. Pero hindi makikisali si Benny sa labanan. May makikita siyang lumpon ng minion sa bottom lane at agad siyang tatakbo to seize the opportunity. Patuloy na papalaga ng Orcas ang Hedgehogs para pigilan silang umuwi to give Benny all the time he needs to end the match in a classic Echo fashion. Napalo up at si Benny dito. And this time around, meron pang play pa rin Lord ay nakuha ng Echo at si Benny Cutie. Oh my G! Another backdoor play! Wow! Bawal pumikit kapag Echo ang kalaban nyo sa Lord!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week number 6 ng MPL Philippines Season 11. Paalala lang may dalawang teams na tayo na secured na for the playoffs at palapit na ng palapit ang end ng regular season. Let us know in the comment section yung most awaited matches ninyo in the remaining 2 weeks at magkita-kita ulit tayo this Friday para sa week 7 ng ating regular season. Paalam!
This is Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Titi. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit doon para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak nyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you...
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Everybody, you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Now, the final match for today will feature two of the greatest coaches to have ever laid hands on the game. Coach Ducky has been bringing back the Malakas in BREN Esports. We saw them dominate the standings all throughout the season, and they were the first to secure their playoff spot. On the other hand, there is Coach Panda, an equally decorated tactician who now aims to guide RSG Philippines back to their championship form. Kaninong talas ng isipan ang mananaig? Yan ang ating alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is RSG Philippines versus BREN Esports. Casters, pasok.
Two championship coaches and two championship calibrated teams. One tough match to finally settle the score. This is the matchup of RSG Philippines and BREN Esports. And welcome to the Battle of the Generals. Good evening, Philippines. My name is OSX and I'm with Rockhart. And I can't believe I'm saying this, elder sister Chantel.
Are you surprised?
I am.
I am not surprised.
How is this happening? We have Santi and we have Chantel. Who is going to go from the Tagalog stream to here?
Yeah, it feels, at first I thought it was, is this an April 1 thing?
I kind of feel like it's a thing now.
But yeah.
We are celebrating
It's
the April
real.
Fool's Day, right?
Yeah, so we're very happy to have, you should have watched last game, man.
I did.
Elder sister Shance, she really tore
I was
it
actually
up.
grasping for words, to be honest. I'm like really grasping.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job because right now, we and you guys who's watching us right home, it's your time to nominate the next Hall of Legends inductee by using the hashtag Lakas ng Pinas and hashtag MPL Hall of Legends and MPL Philippines in your post. Just simply follow the nomination mechanics found on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page, and one chosen nominee will be inducted during the upcoming playoffs. Man, Rockhart, you're a witness to all of the players who has been here from Season 1 to now, and even you, elder sister, and all of the players.
That's why she's elder, right?
Yeah,
she's elder.
Elder brother Rockhart. I'm with the elders, by the way.
Big brother. Big brother Rockhart.
Oh my
Big
God.
brother Rockhart and
Yeah.
elder sister Chantel. Now the Hall of Legends at hand. How about this? We have more of the players who is really rising to the top, and now Coach Panda's tough love is working for H2O. Again, we've placed as the Battle of the Generals as the coaches. Is there something new? Is there something brewing for the tough love of Coach Panda towards H2O?
Yep. That's all I can say. If you know RSG, they have a RSG branded slipper. I don't know how many.
I have one.
Yeah, I don't know if that hit anyone.
By any chance?
A flying slipper.
Yeah.
But maybe that might be a factor, right? Maybe the tough love, it's been working maybe around 80 to 90%. But if you want to be on the top spot in the playoffs, it has to be 100%. Your team has to be always on the highest level. And somehow, it's 9 over 10 so far for me for RSG, I would say.
Yeah, actually for RSG, it has been said that Coach Panda has this tough love, and it goes to show it actually translates into their performances.
It gets
Even
wins.
It gets wins. If it's effective, why they have to really change it? And it's a good story because it is a different type of a coaching style for the other team that they will be facing for this game. And again, Coach Panda said, we just played the worse than an MDL team. I don't feel this kind of assessment from Coach Panda.
As what he said back on that interview, winning up against a match. And
after
RSG,
a win, this is after a win.
This was after a win, and Coach Panda is not afraid to show that this is the tough love. This is how strict Coach Panda to his players. And however, we haven't seen much of these players who can actually do something and perform well, because right now, against Coach Ducky,
well, translate this.
I am about to translate this because
the Kaldag is not enough.
Okay, for all of you international viewers out there, the Kaldag means a dance in the Philippines, right on TikTok. So he says that Pandora, your dance move is not yet enough. And this is how Coach Ducky sees the challenge and how sees potential and how he wanted to iron something out of his players.
I was a little shocked there, but yes.
Yeah, I'm even...
There's a big difference, right? A huge, stark difference. And we say this, we sound like we're kind of having fun, but it's very serious, right? It depends on how the players receive the criticism, on how they receive the training from their coaches. It affects how they play inside the game. So for example, if someone in RSG receives the tough love from Coach Panda negatively, that can impact the game in a bad way. But so far, so good for RSG, right? And for Ducky, he's just cooking food, and the players are doing well. So
yeah, if it's working, then they don't really have to change it. And for Coach Panda, he has been known to be this type of a coach. Same goes with Coach Ducky. It's really up to the players and how they will really do that, or they will reflect that kind of coaching from this renowned coaches in the league.
We can talk about coaches all day on how their history went, but right now, let's throw it over to our backstage pass story for this match. Take it away.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Odin para sa isa na namang backstage pass. Light always embrace me. Light never goes out.
Ay, kala ko ako.
Ay, hindi ba?
Ay.
Si H2 intervene.
Sorry.
Thank you, Light. Ay, tawagin natin. Yan. Sorry, Light, sorry. Hi, H2.
Hello po.
Ang jungler ng RSG Philippines, H2. Oh.
Hello po.
H2, nakailang seasons ka na rin sa MPL, ano? So, meaning to say, marami ka nang napagdaanan na coaches like Doggy, Coach Zico. Ngayon na nasa RSG Philippines ka, paano mo ma-differentiate yung coaching style ni Coach Panda?
Actually, di talaga ako nagko-compare. May iba't ibang way naman yung mga other coaches kung paano sila mag-handle ng player tsaka mag-alaga eh. Kaya yun.
Pero sinasabi nila na parang tough love daw si Coach Panda. Paano yun naka-affect sa growth mo as a player?
Parang nilabas ako ni Coach Panda sa comfort zone ko. Parang na-inspire ako lalo magbatak tsaka maging masipag na player kasi alam kong may nagagalit sa akin ganun tsaka may nagpo-push sa akin. Kaya yun, pero naiintindihan ko naman yung ginagawa ni Coach Panda kasi para sa amin din yun.
Nice! Nayayari ka pero mas malakas ka ngayon. Nafe-feel mo naman yun sa muscles mo ngayon, H2. H2, ngayon nasa nomination tayo ng Hall of Legends. Kung meron kang gustong i-nominate na player or coach, sino yun?
Siguro sa player si Edward ng Blacklist kasi napaka-consistent niya na player tsaka yung mga achievements niya madami. Yan.
Hahabol ka rin dun, di ba?
Siyempre.
Hahabol si H2. Di ba? So, nung nasa Nexplay ka dati, di ba masipag ka mag-TikTok?
Opo.
Grabe yung followers mo, no? Pero ngayon, di ka na ba masyado nagti-TikTok?
Di na masyado nag-TikTok eh.
Busy ka na?
Busy.
Namimiss na kasi namin yung TikTok mo. Di ba? Di ba? Para mag-iingay yung audience ngayon. Oh, di ba? Sabi ko sa'yo, naririnig nila eh. Oh. Oh. Dahil dyan, H2, mag-ask kami ng isang wow sa'yo.
O sige.
3, 2, 1, H2, wow! Di ba? Thank you, H2. Thank you rin pala kay Light. Featuring Light, di ba? Thank you so much,
Thank you po.
RSG Slate Philippines. Yan, at marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng RSG Slate Philippines versus BREN Esports. Kaya naman, balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. And to transit a bit of an interview from H2O. And we were talking about generals. We were talking about the coaches of this match. Because at some point, H2O said that each coach has a different coach style with their players. But right now, Coach Panda was one of the persons who really helped him go out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, and again, no matter how a coach does something, like he can do it, he can be all sweetie and everything, or he can be like a really stern father figure. It all depends on how the player receives the nurturing, the training. If the player receives it positively, like H2O, he mentioned everything the Coach Panda does, even though he can seem a little angry sometimes, they know, they're aware that whatever Coach Panda does or says, it's for them. It's for their growth. It's not for him. So if they can do it, think of it like in that way, they can still get those wins.
Yeah, that's actually true. When we say tough love, it's actually for the common good. And when we say common good, it's really for the outcome. And we all know that Coach Panda is really more of a goal-oriented type of coach. And whenever they win, on to the next. That's the mindset of Coach Panda. And I gotta feel like there's this certain connection inside the Team RSG that is really positive.
Looks like the connection is online right now. Let's call on stage RSG Slate Philippines and BREN Esports. Walk your way. As the Raiders work to solidify their spot for the playoffs, they've got a hive to conquer. Let's welcome on stage Raiders Rise for RSG Slate Philippines! Looking to bounce back from last week, the Hive looks to continue to hold their standings up top. Will they be able to fend off the Raiders this time? It's time to suit up for BREN Esports! And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Panda. It's RSG Slate Philippines versus BREN Esports. Which general will lead his team to victory? I believe that's becoming a thing. The Kaldag in the Philippines. RSG Slate in their championship calibrated form. back in the game.
Again, just when we've mentioned the tough love, we saw the soft side of Coach Panda. But here's the lineup of RSG, again with the leadership of Light and Exord, so-called veterans for this team. And we could also see that translate in terms of the team or kill participation for the players. Actually, in totality, a majority of these numbers are really close to each other. It goes to show that RSG is a type of team that really wants to fight whenever they are really complete on that position. And at the same time, this is a very high KDA for Eman. By the way, Eman is on the lead in terms of rankings for KDA and even average kills this season.
He's the man. Eman, the man.
And man.
Yeah. Man. And this is BREN Esports lineup today. No debut. It's Super Mark, LTZ, Flap, Few, and Ogwen. The total games is 23. Now.
And if you guys are watching out for BREN Esports' performance, they're actually secured for the playoffs. But what they're not secured in yet is whether or not they'll be upper bracket, because that's still something that we have to, tally up here in terms of points. But they are the first team to reach the playoff secure area, and I think they did it with in a very good stylistic fashion. They only lost in the previous week. They were on an 11-game win streak, and that's saying something, and that's something that RSG has to think of coming in this matchup.
Well, speaking of matchup, this is the team head-to-head. RSG ranking 4th. Again, this is the life or the playoffs dreams of RSG to get into the playoffs. It's not that far, but BREN Esports is ranking 1st. TNC was the first one to end their streak. But now looking at this matchup, there's a lot of few similarities, and there is always with the similarity of hero picks.
A few, like the captain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, aside from the captain, one thing I've noticed for these teams is basically it's the same in terms of the most pick heroes, but there's a difference in terms of the other hero, which is Glue versus, if I'm not mistaken, that is more on the post war. But anyway, we'll look at that later on in terms of the draft. But for the head-to-head, a lot of similarities in terms of the other stats, just for the turtle control and even the lord control. So for BREN Esports, it's as if they are a team that solidifies every time there is a big objective every game.
Well, speaking of solidification, now we've seen teams who has something in similar. Look at these stats. They have similar in terms of the range or stats of the kill participation.
Yeah, 69%. Nice.
Yeah, and most of them has this similarity. Like, how do you want to approach it? Will you dictate the pace, or will you be a momentum breaker for most of the time? Because as these two teams as concerned, there's a lot of things that we can set up on our plate. But let's throw it over to our analyst to give our keys to victory for this match.
Let's look at the keys to victory brought us by Infinix para sa dalawang teams na to. Simulan natin sa RSG kung saan kailangan nilang mag-borrow ng isang page from TNC's book. The textbook TNC na nakita natin for the longest time, almost a year na sa ngayon, hindi man nag-work nung seasons 10 and ngayong season 11, we know for sure that there are some parts of it na nag-work, especially against BREN Esports. Nakita natin na nanalo sila ang unang team na nakatalo sa side ng BREN Esports, at yung ginawa ng TNC, the way that they managed to break the tempo ng kanilang rotations, pati na rin dun sa kanilang mga hero picks para hindi makahanap yung BREN Esports ng comfort nila. Nakita din natin na ginawa ito ng TNC kind of versus RSG, and it kind of worked as well. So yun yung dapat gawin ng RSG ngayon, going up against BREN Esports. Para naman sa BREN, exploit RSG's overthinking moments. Nakikita natin yung RSG minsan nababagalan ng sobra-sobra yung kanilang tempo naman. Alam natin na ang RSG ay naghihintay talaga ng right moments, but minsan nasosobrahan sila sa pagsiset up, at kaya naman nauunan sila, nara-run over sila ng mga teams, and this is something na pwede ding i-break ng side ng BREN Esports. And for both teams, invest and capitalize on minion wave management. Ito yung mga nakikita natin pag mga crucial moments na kung saan ang mas lamang na lane, pag mas na-manage mo ang minion, mas madali mag-push, o kaya naman mas madaling makakuha ng control sa neutral objectives. Kumbaga, mas mananalo ka sa mga Lord dances, as we saw from RC and BREN Esports na rin, kapag namamanage nila yung minion waves ng mas madali. Yan po ang ating keys to victory, brought to us by Infinix.
Thank you so much, Kaisam Anopueto, for those keys to victory. And
Kaisam looks good.
Yeah, he is just looking sharp with his beard as well. Now, to go back on the keys to victory. Point number 1, borrow a page from TNC's book. TNC was the only team to take or stop the streak of BREN Esports.
I don't know. They're not a library, bro. But you know what? I agree. And on the flip side, people are saying Coach Panda's thing might be too serious. They might be overthinking the situation, which might have resulted in. And they're not 100%. They are at 90% right now, I think. They're not 100%. Maybe they're too serious. That's something that maybe BREN can capitalize on against RSG.
Yes, and knowing that BREN right now is like you want to know, like for example, they really wanted to go on a revamp with this type of a loss against TNC, and they are fully aware that there are lapses in terms of a strategy. It's a good thing for them. And one good point actually in terms of our keys to victory is to invest and capitalize the minion wave management, which is very crucial for these two players in our screen. A lot of is that a hand from somebody else?
Yes, but that is the face of Flap TZ. This is literally
the face of BREN Esports.
I kind of feel like there are similarities actually for Nats and Flap TZ.
What?
Yeah,
facial in terms of their facial
their
feature.
expressions.
Yeah,
actually.
look at that.
Even the glasses, I think.
Getting a smooch on the screen, huh?
Braces, glasses, the
No
braces.
Haircut, no, because Flap TZ has
it's the shape of their
bangs.
face and
Shape of face, yes. Oh,
expression.
I just gotta say, this is a literal head-to-head graphics with their own faces in it. But the KDA, right? Let's look at the side of Nats. Okay. Oh, they're doing the heart. Okay, come on, guys.
I think
Connect the heart. Connect the heart.
It's a bit too much. Nats.
It's a bit too much.
Somebody guide Nats' hand.
Nats, coach, we need help. Coach,
go a bit closer. Closer.
Almost there.
Hey!
Finally.
That's it.
I've been waiting for that.
That's it.
Congrats.
How many heart counters do we have in the MPL Philippines Facebook page?
I think that's the first.
Really? I've seen...
The other one was a burger. It was different.
Really?
The other one was a half heart, and the other one is a like.
Oh.
Is a thumbs up.
That's the first complete heart. Congrats. After 6 weeks.
Well,
it's an achievement.
There is love in our XP laners today. And to look back on the match history of BREN Esports and RSG, the Hive swept the Raiders 2-0 weeks back.
And actually, we could see here on the stats that KDA for BREN Esports during that game was really, really high. It was a 9.8 versus a 1.44. It goes to show that for BREN Esports during that moment, take note that they had the Faramis and even the Ruby during that game. So they really went in for those crucial team fights and even the burst damage that they can have. And again, for RSG, they had that tough love, the tough training. So it's something to look forward, the preparation that they had prior this game.
And I love those. I love the history, the hero history that you saw, because you saw the highlight, right? In the highlight, Nats mained Arlot. Arlot was a very big part in RSG's victory.
True.
But on the other side, it's Diggy, who removes crowd control from the teammates, which will disable Arlot. So that's a big thing to think about coming in this draft.
Well, we're talking about heroes right now between RSG Philippines and BREN Esports. I just gotta say, this is a different move for Coach Panda. Mostly, the win rate of RSG is on the red side, but now they chose to be at the blue side.
Well, actually, to be fair, this season, we have this tendency that if you are on the blue side, there's a higher chance for you to win the game because a majority of those who started on the red side are really like for the counter picks on the blue side.
True, and again, likewise for BREN Esports, they're more, they have the higher win rate if they're in blue side because what you're seeing right in the draft, they're the opposite, Rockhart. And they ban out the glue, XP laners, and of course, who doesn't want to take out the Lancelot, who's making so much waves in the games.
Speaking of opposites, it's also opposite days because usually it used to be that BREN hated the Diggy. But now there's a good chance that it can be banned against them because BREN has been using the Diggy very, very well.
I remember that MPL Season 10, there's this connotation for Ogun. He uses Flame Shot, actually, when he uses the Diggy just for the map vision. And then now that we will be seeing the Fanny ban here for the side of RSG, we could probably see a Joy ban for BREN because that's the usual route that we see on game number 1s. Or maybe a hero that is really specific. Maybe the Arlot could be one since the glue has been taken out here by RSG.
Okay, we're talking about who's going to be the worth pick for RSG because they're willing to gamble, they're willing to gambit something up against Coach Ducky right now. It's either they take the Fredrin, again, on the recent patch is not that much of a big of a factor in anything, because in the recent 2 seasons we've witnessed, Fredrin was still a thing. Fredrin has a huge ways of being in a team fight. So what will it be for RSG?
A lot of teams try to counter the Fredrin, but Fredrin's actually really good, even if you try to counter it out. So I would actually suggest a Fredrin first pick still. H2O has been playing with it very, very well so far in the season.
That was actually the hero that he used when they won against a very big team or top team here on the league. But by the way, Valentina is open here for this game. We also have other XP lane heroes, and we've mentioned a lot about Arlot. Could be one, could be a good option here for RSG since Nats has been using it splendidly from the previous weeks. Maybe the Valentina and Fredrin.
Okay, let's see. Will it be the mid lane or will it be
tough choice?
From tough love to tough choice. Let's see how RSG approaches the gambit here for BREN Esports. But this is a Joy.
Oh, you did ban the Joy. Yeah, Kaja was banned. Oh yeah, it's a worthy first
Okay,
pick.
they let go of the Fredrin. How is this for BREN Esports?
Here's the Arlot and Valentina that we've mentioned earlier. I think BREN actually opened a Joy because they wanted to go in for the trade for this 2 heroes. So we've mentioned time and time again that for RSG, they want to go for the hero already for Eman having the Beatrix. Maybe the Beatrix or even the Claude just to be safe. But the problem with the Claude, actually, it's a lot easier for Arlot to find the Dexter area, the BMI area, whenever there's a team fight. But prioritization on Marksman here could be one here for RG. Maybe Kadita, just to be sure.
Kadita's pretty good. Yeah. Again, these are comfort picks by Exhort. Nats can actually be last pick if you think about it with the draft that they're doing. And Diggy is actually... I like that BREN didn't focus on the Diggy. There's a Fredrin, there's a Bea. As you guys did predict, there it goes.
Okay, so we have the Fredrin on to RSG, more of a utility. Because as we see the first 3 picks, this could still either be a flex, right? With the Joy, with the Fredrin.
That's
so
true.
I say there, Coach Banner right now is still hiding the cards on how BREN Esports is approaching this. Because again, going back to the keys to victory, they do not need to overthink things. They just need to do, well, what they do best. So in this last 3rd pick, they have the mid lane, they have the XP. Will they take the gold lane now if you're BREN Esports?
Definitely for BREN Esports because there's an opportunity here for RSG to actually ban out the heroes for Super Marco onto this game, but could be a post 5 hero, but still it's gonna be Melissa here. So if you are RSG, you have the option to take either Forza and Eve, any hero that has the airborne skill, just to have that burst damage against Melissa.
It's actually very risky to have Melissa on 3rd pick, considering that that RSG hasn't picked up their mage yet. So you can go for those long range, like Chantal said, Farsa and Eve, but you can also get really countered out by, depending on, there it is. At least BREN are aware, right?
Yeah.
They know what's up.
They know the threat. They know the threat. Yeah, BREN Esports doesn't want that Farsa in either, because since they have the Valentina, they would want to short to something, because in some of the games, they either go with the Faramis, but onto the side of RSG, what they're trying to look at is they try to trim down the choices of the roamer of BREN Esports.
Well, actually, aside from the idea of trimming down the heroes for the roamer, they're also giving BREN the idea that they really have to go for the assassin heroes, or banning this Akai. And although for BREN, by the way, it's a good option for them to actually take Martis or any other hero that is on par in terms of the retribution skills or objective taking against this Fredrin. But yeah, definitely still a burst here for BREN. And we've talked earlier about the Eve and Farsa. Why not? Let's ban both. Let's give Melissa an easy time in terms of laning.
Yeah, that's basically with the bans that we saw right
Easier
there.
route, right?
Yeah,
in the exact order, right? Farsa and Eve. So that shows the mindset that BREN has here. Prioritize on giving Super Marco a good time in the lane. Make sure he's supported. Make sure he's protted here.
True.
So you can also expect a double gold lane start here, maybe for BREN Esports.
Because one thing that we're seeing here, again, the main damage for RSG Philippines could come from Eman rather, and one thing they're shortening is they don't want that. And if they had the Diggy for BREN Esports, that would actually because a lot of dashes inside of RSG.
I love how we just predicted the bans here.
Wow.
Yeah. Actually, now that we see a Digi ban here for RSG, why do you feel like we might see a Kufra pick, an Atlas pick, or maybe Lolita pick? Because these are signature heroes for Light, actually. He's really more on the setup plays. By the way, Cho is still open, but it will be a lot difficult with this. But when we see, or when we look at the lineup of BREN, we've mentioned that the tanks for Light here, it's also difficult. Maybe a good factor here, or a good option here for RSG is going to be the Franco, having Beatrix Franco on a specific lane. And, yep, a hero for... I'm not really sure if there's an option actually to have this Joy to be on the post 4.
Oh, yeah,
if
it's
they
still a
like,
flex.
maybe Kat
There's the Atlas.
Oh,
There's the Atlas, but this
On the
time on
other
BREN's
side.
side.
On we've pointed out the roamers, we pointed out players whose comfort is Atlas, and we're talking about players who is also comfortable with a Franco. So there could be a possibility that they could take the Franco or the Kufra. Because right now we're seeing a lot of possibilities to have or delay the spike of RSG. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, no one, because of the ban on the Diggy, there's no one to really stop the Atlas unless you're willing to pick up a Franco, which is single target. And it's very difficult to, if you force the Bloody Hunt on an Atlas, what are you going to do?
Oh.
Right? So, the roam here is very important.
And
That's going to be Franco, yes.
Okay.
Why
We just
not?
predicted it right
Oh, yeah.
away.
We had all points on the rowers and the
Oh
picks.
my God.
Well, maybe it's time for us to be a pro player ourselves.
It's time for us to
Kidding aside, kidding
we're
aside.
done. We're done.
When is the next tryouts? BREN Esports and RSG Philippines, you want in?
Whoa!
Oh! They've picked it again! Hellkurt. BREN Esports has picked the Hellkurt.
And in an instant, it is difficult again for the opposing team of BREN Esports to actually counter out this Dark Knight Falls combo. And it is a lot easier for Supermarket. Imagine there's no burst damage that is airborne that could actually target you, and at the same time there's a counterplay for the side of for the side of BREN Esports whenever there is that ultimate from the Hellkurt.
You know what's funny? BREN Esports is thinking it in a simple way.
Yep.
They're thinking of it in simple ways where if the Franco's blind, how will you hook?
yeah.
It's like putting
It's
so simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like putting your fishing rod in pure pitch black water.
I like the way that BREN is doing this. If I was given a chance to change the prediction, I like the way that BREN drafted here. I would have changed my prediction. But anyway, we're done here. We're going into the game. What do you think?
Ladies and gentlemen, BREN Esports is the only team, again, to pick up the Hellkurt. And this will change things around again, or maybe RSG was prepared for this. Let us know in the comment section who's going to win this in our prediction, because you might win a redeemable in-game code.
Oh.
First hook goes to Light.
Hook right away, and the few, you know what, they're level 1. They don't have to be worried too much. I like that Francis is so positive about this, but how would you have predicted a Hellkurt? Even I wouldn't have predicted a Hellkurt.
I almost forgot that Hellkurt is really part of the strategy of BREN Esports, because we don't really see Hellkurt.
Yes.
So when we say BREN, Hellkurt.
When we see BREN, it's lights out.
It's lights out.
Yeah, right?
They want it lights out.
Oh, lights out.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Jokes aside, for RSG right now, the good thing is that they have a post 4 that is as swift as the Valentina with those dashes. So he could actually, Exhort could actually zone out players from BREN Esports. So they just really have to look forward on those Dark Knight Falls. And I kind of feel like RSG is prepared for this kind of pick.
Well, with this pick, we were talking about isolation, we're talking about how they wanted to zone the map. Again, let's talk about how Light would freely rotate around this map. Because if you're having a Hellkurt onto the enemy side, it's either this hero he's on level 4. Ooh, that was so close to putting out the lights off. Again, how they managed to even be at peace that there is a Hellkurt that was a utility jungle back in their game.
Yeah, this is important because there's an opening window where Hellkurt is strong, right? I mean, we're all having fun here saying, wow, Hellkurt. But that's only effective until a certain point. Now Nats, he actually got a lot of skills being thrown at him, but he's still alive. But that's an opening for Brent to take that turtle.
Yeah, perfect opening because Nat is already low on life, so there's no opportunity for them actually to go in for the initiation. Not unless they will start first.
There we go, Dark Knight falls.
Lights out. Who's going to take the turtle here? Kyle TC's taking out H2O, which means no enemy retribution, which means that BREN Esports gets first turtle.
We've seen this time and time again. A perfect timing with the Dark Knight Falls. I kind of feel like for BREN Esports is really part of their countings whenever there is the Dark Knight Falls. So for RSG, what they really want to do is find first where Kyle TZ will be whenever there is going to be objective. But speaking of objective, in terms of the laning for our marksman here onto this game, pretty close in terms of the gold. So we could see the difference in terms of the itemization. There's a physical the item here for Emma that is on the physical side.
Okay, damage now is brewing in RSG. Slate Philippines. So let's talk about how they would counter Kyle TZ. Again, on their recent matchup, the Hellcurt, in some of the games we see, it could be an aggressive hero to actually be utilized. But the side of BREN Esports is more of like, oh, they're coming. Okay, turn the lights off. That's how they do things.
It's a psychological attack, right? Even if people aren't on your lane, you're gonna, if you're the enemy of BREN Esports, you're gonna worry. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
There's a Hellcurt here.
If you fight against BREN and there's a Hellcurt, communication is very important. Yep. You have to let your teammates know where BREN Esports is at all times, or else they will fall victim to the Dark Knight.
And in addition to that, actually, there's an option here for RSG, for specifically for Light, to use his Bloody Hunt just to find whenever Kyle TZ is there for the entrance play after the Dark Knight falls. Maybe just to counter out the damage that they could bring in on every team fight.
Well, speaking of team fight, this is one dangerous thing for RSG to even pull off. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we lean towards the power spike of a Hellcurt, we're also checking how RSG would counter this. Either you go with a setup or you go ahead on to find where the Hellcurt is. Because if you stay in one lane, chances are there's an ambush or you could be ganked. But on to the second turtle of this game, we might see a different change. Look at that, Max.
Oh, Nats, you're playing with fire there, brother. Right now, Ogun seems to be in a pretty comfortable spot, trying to go for the zone. Obviously, the split is going to enable him to stay alive here, but this time around, that means no one is available to do the zoning for BREN, and this could be all up to Flap TZ. There it goes, the Dark Knight is down. H2O tried to go for the Appraiser's Retribution. It's not enough. He gets taken out, and BREN, it's their time to shine this time around.
Now, here's the thing. For BREN Esports, they're actually using the Dark Knight Falls even without Kyle TZ jumping in front of the players of RSG. It's really more on the tempo, and it's up to the rest of the players to bring in damage for the rest of RSG squad. Now, after the turtle take, it is BREN Esports that is now on the lead in terms of the gold at 1.8k. So, if we look at the items, there's a gold swing in terms of the gold lead for Eman and even Super Marco in this game. It is 3.6k and 3.2k for Super Marco, and RSG, they don't really have to overthink, yes. On this game, they have to do their own trades. Maybe push a turret on the lane of Eman, or maybe go onto the areas wherein they know where Flap TZ will come in.
Well, speaking of knowing, the trades are important if you're RSG. Because one thing is for certain here, if they will commit a push, there's a lot of ways it can be countered, such as this. The coverage of Ogun up against that is more highly surrounding the river. Most of the parts, this is where how Kyle TZ crosses from one camp to another. So this is one way that BREN is doing to pressure RSG in one spot. And it's working effectively. And with this, RSG is just playing passively, looking for errors and looking for windows of mistakes.
Yeah, BREN are taking the wins. And if you notice, Ogwen, he's not even using his ult anytime soon, right? He's not going for the Freeman Fatal Links. He's just going for single targets, and BREN, they're taking out those targets very, very easily.
Wow, for BREN Esports, again, it translates in terms of their statistics earlier. It was 58%, if I'm not mistaken, for Kyle TZ in terms of teamfight participation. All they need is Ogwen and the rest of the other players to bring in and take down objectives for the team. And if there's an opportunity for Kyle TZ to be part of the team fight, why not? Added support, but the rest of the damage will be coming in from the 4 players. But we will see a trade, by the way, for RSG on the top lane. having Nats to go for the split push. But bottom lane, Super Marco with a kill.
Oh,
And
no.
look at that. Oh my god.
No
Super
threat.
Marco isn't even worried. Look at this guy. He's even going in even though he's low HP. He's diving, he's dashing forward.
Man,
They're confident.
no deaths onto the players of BREN Esports. 4.4k gold lead. Now, this is just one thing that they're trying to look at on the side of RSG. With such damage and such control in team fights, is the damage enough to hold those moments if they want the BREN Esports to use the Dark Knight Falls first?
5-0, by the way.
By the way, to answer, it is 5-0 total domination for BREN Esports, but there's a light for RSG, literally. Aside from there's a light player, there's a light in terms of how they will really turn things around. Because for RSG, they have a fast clearing type of hero having Eman. So there's an option for them. They could also go for the face checks from light. But what we're really looking forward to turn things around is that hook from Light to be able to, just to break the tempo that BREN Esports has been doing.
Yeah, there's a saying we have, like, you can miss 100 hooks, but if you hit that last hook that matters, your team can still win.
Yes.
That's just how this game works.
I just want to say on the last match that you guys casted, Ben Things, he's a beast using that Franco, and there's no surprise that we're talking about the turnaround of RSG if the hooks or the iron hooks are right for BREN Esports. But the question is, can they find, can they see? But Kyle
Look at
TZ,
that.
Dark Knight Falls is in.
Oh man, Eman, what a beautiful target for BREN Esports. It looks so easy for them. And H2O, he can't really survive long against the damage of BREN. Even Super Marco, again, once more, very much forward. A lot of trust on Ogwen to take that damage.
It's just really controlled aggression here by BREN Esports, and we could see that the Fatal Links and even that Dark Knight Falls has been casted simultaneously. So there's this specific countings, I believe, for BREN Esports just to be able to do that dance. And right now it is 9 minutes, yes, 5.1k gold lead for BREN Esports. This is massive, knowing that they're able to destroy already the first tier turrets against RSG. And it's really difficult for RSG to go in for the face check.
And there's no contest on the Lord. That was... BREN is making this look so easy.
Again, Rockhart, you said it earlier. It's a psychological thing. When you're up against a Hellcurt, it's either he's in the bush or either he's right in front of you and disappears when you see him. So how do you even have the complete matchup or even a face-off if you're up against Hellcurt? There was one glimpse earlier that RSG did. Yes, it was, they were taking the bot lane turret, and one thing that they did also is to use or wait for the Dark Knight Falls to end. But that's when that window happens, all of BREN is on to RSG's tail.
Yeah, actually, and at that moment, I kind of feel like for RSG, they're not really prepared whenever there is an aggressive play coming in for RSG every moment. And speaking of aggression, because of aggressiveness of BREN Esports, there's a whopping goal lead for the gold laners right now. And again, one hook is only RSG needs to have a breather on this game, but the Lord is marching in right now for BREN on the bottom lane.
How can they breathe?
I actually appreciate what Light's trying to do. He's trying to throw as many hooks as he can to make a difference. Right now, the Dark Knight Falls is just allowing BREN Esports to reposition. Kyle TZ, he's very far away, but inhibitor on the bottom lane. Oh, there goes Ogwen. There goes the front line of BREN Esports. That might be a problem. That's a double kill for Eman. He's going in. RSG's going insane right now. Few is all alone. Triple kill for the Beatrix.
The silver line that we've thought about is having on the RSG. Deplete resources, and it's time to take action.
Right, and Q, just when we've mentioned that they just needed a hook, there was a nice final slash actually for Flap TT, but it was a bit deep on the formation of the base of RSG, and RSG just exploited that opportunity as to why we're now at 4-7, and these are the things that RSG has to capitalize on this game. We could see now the Athena shit I was about to mention earlier, that Light still doesn't have that item, but it's a good thing now because he could now hold the damage coming in from you, which is 303 by the way on this game. So we're really looking forward for that Demon Hunter sword probably from Eman or maybe Hunter Strike onto this game, or Hasclaws, so that he could come in and do that damage per second type of plays with the Beatrix.
Okay, we're talking about items here, Rockhart. So most of the time, we're going back to the keys to victory onto this game. on BREN Esports, and if you're up against BREN Esports, exploit RSG's overthinking moments. And this is happening. And that glimmer of hope we saw, that's how they wait for that moment to even end. The key here is to outlast everything, outplay. Once the light goes on, that's how they attack.
But yeah, even though BREN are definitely very much ahead, there's always that small chance that Light can make a miracle play. And that's something that BREN Esports has to be double aware of. They have to be super aware of every bush at every moment. You have to ask each member, where's Light? Where's Light?
Yep.
Where's Light? You have to take care.
Well, you really have to find the light if you are to turn off the light, right? for BREN Esports. But yeah,
I didn't
Ogun
expect
is,
that.
yeah. But the Ogun is actually finding it. It is a nice move in for them. They really have to find those players.
It shows the bait.
Yep, that was a bait, and they turned off the light right before. Right before they took the Lord.
Okay.
And that was almost impossible for H2O to steal.
Okay, I was thinking that he was the bait or he was trying to have the contest onto the Retribution of the Lord because there was a conceal call.
Try
from
down for the
RSG.
play. Yeah, go for the play.
Because the goal right now is with the side of RSG, is with Emon. So for the fact that we can't count him out in terms of damage, there is still late game possibility for RSG to even have.
I kind of feel for RSG, yes, that for H2, they actually thought that RSG, or actually BREN, will go in for the Lord Dance. Most of the times you could see them actually stretching the game with a battle of attrition on the Lord Pit, and they didn't expect that they would go all in against H2 on that moment. But again, there's another Lord for BREN Esports coming in on the bottom lane, and they really have to capitalize on this one, but fast clear for RSG.
Well, capitalize, invest on push. BREN Esports wants to clear minion waves, and they're putting RSG to a close base, hold, and protect. And what they can do here is probably look for the right target. Again, Light and Nats. There's knockups, there's damage. Extort was ranking 2 on the damage onto the charts here once we were heading with the game. So the fact that the damage is still present with RSG,
Dark Knight
here
Falls.
comes Lights Out.
It's the Dark Knight Falls, and they're also concealed. How is that going to be spotted out? And there it goes. Ogwin goes down, although he did use up his conceal already, so maybe that's what BREN Esports kind of will lack.
Oh, another hook!
Especially here, Hook, another one. Going in for Blatizi, but he played around it very well. He took out Eman. That's a double kill for Super Marco, and that should be it.
BREN Esports dominating on how they wanted to control the Kings of Sea. It's lights out for RSG.
Yeah, and the lights out strat definitely working out in favor of BREN Esports. The way that BREN Esports are doing this, I think a lot of teams are going to start to consider maybe we should put the Hellcurt in our lineup.
Maybe ban the Hellcurt.
So
Maybe
good.
ban the Hellcurt when
Remove
we're
him.
up against BREN. But yeah, actually for BREN, it was a nice call for them. It is like a secret recipe already that they have the Hellcurt as part of their prioritization in terms of hero pickings. If they're up against a team that has a pos 5 or a roamer that is really intense in terms of initiation, so they really shut down the potential of Light during that game. It's as if Light was just trying to go for the face check on the brushes, but no follow-up after that.
Yeah, in the follow-up also, we've seen moments that Light was trying to hook something out of the bushes when they were being closed into the base of RSG.
It was a nice try from Light.
They were
to be
trying,
fair, right?
but the
they were
problem
trying really
is,
hard.
Yeah, as you called by the play-by-play, they hooked one in the side of BREN Esports, but the damage, well, still was enough. But the defense of RSG wasn't even that close to suffice the damage that BREN Esports has.
They're just way too good, and I think I have to say that teams are going to have to start looking at this Hellcurt. First of all, I don't think they can practice it in time for the playoffs. So I think this is a perma-ban. You're right, Chantal.
Yeah.
You're right.
No Hellcurt if you're
Hellcurt.
up against BREN.
Yeah,
But-
if you're up against BREN Esports,
But that's
they have
too
to take
many.
away that
That's
Hellcurt.
too many things. You also have to think about the Diggy when
Yep.
you're playing against BREN Esports.
And you're just saying that Caltizi has another option in terms of the jungler heroes, that with a lot of heroes that he has.
Fanny Bannon as well. Oh my god.
Again,
Too
as
many
we-
bans.
We want to decipher what happened in game number 1. Go ahead, Elder Sister Del, take the analyst stand away.
just when we expected actually the pickings and bans for both our teams, we didn't really expect that Hellcurt again to show up for BREN Esports as to why they won against RSG Philippines on that game number 1. Again, it was a surprise pick, and not really a surprise, but we're not just really prepared if you are RSG to really counter out that kind of play with the Dark Knight Falls and surprising everyone on the initiation and at the same time the follow-up damage from Super Marco. We've mentioned Super Marco and has been dealing a lot of damage here for the side of BREN Esports since the start of the game. If we look at the hero composition, again, there's the Joy adjustment for the side of RSG as the post-4. But take note of the post-4 on the side of BREN. That is few on Valentina. He has a lot of options, either the IMU with that Bloody Hunt, also the Appraiser's Wrath, and a lot of options for a few on to this game. Again, we've mentioned the DG was actually banned by RSG. It was a lot easier for BREN Esports to take and pick this Atlas onto the game. So in terms of gold, very close, maybe around 4K gold lead here for the side of BREN Esports. But with the timer, or with the time that we have, it is just for 40 minutes. It means that it is high for BREN Esports. Ace of the game is none other than few, even a Super Marco Rich Guy for that game. We've mentioned that the Super Marco was actually part of the team fight as early as, if I'm not mistaken, around 5 minutes of the game. Early turret pushes and turtle team fights, as to why we could see that the team fight participation of Super Marco is actually at 83%. And the captain of BREN Esports, again, dealing damage to the rest of the players of RSG with the Shadow Strikes and the rest of those damages that Valentina has. Again, he is the MVP of that game with that Valentina play. 605 KDA with gold per minute, 717 and 92% kill participation. With those dashes, with those Shadow Strikes, and the IMUs with all the opportunities that he can give for the rest of BREN Esports. Again, he went in for the Enchanted Talisman, went straight to actually, after the Enchanted Talisman, Elegant Gem that went straight to the Lightning Truncheon and then all the other items of Valentina. Again, BREN Esports, it's as if they're playing with a ×2 speed with Hellcurt. Every time that there is the Dark Knight Falls, they go in for the sustainable team fight, and if there's an opportunity for them to disengage, if there's no trade, then why not? Let's disengage. This is a perfect example, actually, around 4 minutes of our game, wherein the usage of Kyle TZ's Dark Knight Falls is just to give a warning for RSG. It's like Rockert was actually right. It is a psych battle here for BREN Esports and RSG, that you have to take note of Dark Knight Falls. Where is Kaltizi gonna go? It's gonna be part of a team fight. Is he gonna go for an objective take? And this is a part wherein we saw already the damage for RSG. Yes, it was a double kill here for Eman, but at this moment, if we look at the map of BREN Esports, it was just a turret or 2 turrets destroyed by RSG, and a lot of differences in terms of items that they have, in terms of the hero composition, and it was just BREN Esports that has the better lineup in terms of counter engagement and even initiation. And we really have to commend those final slashes from Flapkeezy as well. Again, it is a collective team effort by the rest of the Hive, and BREN Esports just showed to us as to why they are at the top speed in terms of this tournament. Again, for sure, OSX and Rockhard has a lot to say about the game number 1.
I mean, this is the reason why I said, like, before the match started, right after the draft, I said, oh man, if I knew BREN was gonna draft like this, I would have like changed the predict, but
we all forgot the Hellcurt.
Yep.
And it was plain and simple. Again, we cannot sugarcoat what happened in that game. It was purely BREN Esports dominating everything. Everything is just with the Hive rotating around. And to think that Hellcurt wasn't even that aggressive, man. It's still the same thing.
It's chill.
On what happened on how BREN Esports did back in last week. Last week.
Last week. And if you think about it, if you are RSG, are we to ban Hellcurt? Because there are a lot of heroes that are to be banned.
Too many.
It's as if you're opening a different path when you ban it, right?
Well, right now, we would want to consider if they would respect ban the Hellcurt or will they take the Hellcurt. But the focus now is on to the jungle. So let's check with Mara Aquino on what do you have for us right now with the audience right here.
para sa Week 7 ng ating Team Spotlight ay ang BREN Esports. Ngayon, masisilip natin ang mga merchandise nila dito sa Shooting Gallery Studio. And we have Francis. Francis, walk us through yung mga merchandise ng BREN. Ito, alam mo, ang tagal ko na tong trip. Ano to? Magkano to?
2499 lang po.
2499. Ito yung suot ng ating mga players. At ito, si Jason, isukat nga natin to, sukat mo yan, para makita ng ating mga madlang people how it looks. Okay. Ito yung suot ng The Hives. Maganda. Okay, Francis, yung susunod natin. Ano? Ito.
Ito po is from Sneak Attack Bomber.
Sneak Attack.
Jacket.
Ay,
Yes po.
maganda din. Maganda. Ipatong natin. Ipatong natin dyan. Magkano yan?
1-2 po.
1-2. Uy, pamura ng pamura. Gusto ko yan. Ito.
Sneak Attack Selena sweatshirt.
And alam ko on sale to. From what price?
From 3.5 down to 500.
From 3.5 down to 500! Oh my gosh, ang ganda nito ah. At ito naman, pamura ng pamura, I'm guessing, ito, magkano to? Itong 515.
From 1.5 down to 250.
Down to 250! Down to 250! Parang kumain lang ako, may t-shirt na ako. Ito rin, 250.
Same lang din po.
Ay! Nasaan
Different designs po sila. We have Chu, Brody, and Selena po.
Nasaan yung may Spanish, Spanish bread?
Spanish bread
May
po.
Spanish bread, papakita natin. Pero habang hinihintay natin yan, etong, alam nyo ba, nag-trending yung Spanish bread ng BREN Esports? At ngayon, meron silang t-shirt nakalagay, Spanish bread. Magkano naman to?
550 pesos po.
550 pesos. So, bakit pamura ng pamura yung mga merchandise nyo nandito?
Actually, nag-ubos na lang po kami ng stocks and para maging ready po sa playoffs, maglalabas po kami ng mga bagong designs po.
And eto, kasi ang alam ko, yung mga jersey usually 1,000 pataas.
Yes po.
Pero gusto nila, yung mga fans ng BREN Esports, afford pa din. Kaya ito, nagbenta sila ng 550
Yes po.
na Spanish bread. Okay, tingnan natin. Yung iba pa mga merch. Punta tayo dito. Ay, I like. Okay, to. Ay, yung model natin. Model
Jason.
natin. Ayan. Oh, magkano to? Magkano yan?
From 1.2 down to 200 pesos.
200 pesos! Nakakagulat yung mga prices nyo ah. From 1.2 to 200. Ito naman, yung may logo ng brand, magkano yan?
200 din po.
200 pesos! Oh my gosh! Okay, feeling ko mauubos na to soon. Shooting Gallery Studio, by the way. Ay, it comes with a box, that's nice.
Yes po.
Meron din tayong mask. Mask, ipatong mo lang pero wag mo, ayan. Oh. Si Selena ba yan? Maganda.
Opo, Selena po.
Ano pa yung nandito?
Bag tag po.
Bag tag, magkano to?
50 pesos po.
50 pesos! 50 pesos! Tapos, etong pin.
Enamel pin is 100 pesos.
Etong pin is 100 pesos.
Pwede po siyang with box, 150 pesos.
Ay, para kang magpro-propose. Will you BREN with me? Okay, I like it. Etong lanyard, magkano?
75 pesos po.
75 pesos! Ay, this is nice. I imagine kung nandun sa playoffs tayo sa SMX Convention Center in Pasay City from May 4th to 7. Ginaganto-ganto mo to? Sa venue, ang ganda. Magkano to?
150 pesos po.
150 pesos! Very affordable. And finally, itong napakagandang brand jersey. Magkano to?
Ang Season 11 jersey po namin is 1149 only.
1149. Oh my goodness. Feeling ko, bibiling ko yan. Bibiling ko yung 500. Marami akong bibilin dito sa booth ng BREN Esports. Kaya, if you guys are in the area even tomorrow, come check it out. Team Spotlight. Ngayon mag-uumpisa na ulit ang ating Game 2. So, balikan tayo sa ating casters. Pass up.
Thank you so much, Mara. I was expecting more of an interview, but that was one interesting segment. That was a team spotlight for BREN Esports merch. I can't wait to get my hands on that.
Yeah, I could literally while off cam, we were hearing them. They're counting their money.
Yeah.
How much can we spend
Yeah.
going into there? And again, perks of being here in Shooting Gallery Studio.
Yeah, from 1,000 plus and down to 500, man. That's good.
I feel like I saw a bulb here when I heard the 200. Maybe that's something that I will buy. That's the only budget I have.
This is all, but again, those merch are all affordable because to look at how you want to rally with your team in terms of being in the live or just how you see here at our backs, this is one we have represented because if I can remember, back in season 10 in the playoffs, someone was wearing bees headbands.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. They should sell that.
Yeah, the bees headbands.
They should start selling that. That will sell out immediately.
Okay.
For sure. With the amount of BREN Esports fans that we have right here.
Yeah, and I hope they get back their Spanish bread. We enjoyed eating the Spanish bread back in season 10. So if
Wala ba tayo dyan?
we want the Spanish bread
Sorry.
back, an edible one.
Please,
so we
please.
can
I haven't
enjoy.
tried actually. I haven't
Me too.
tasted a single bread
BREN
from
Esports.
BREN Esports.
BREN Esports.
BREN
It's like a threat, you know. I haven't.
I haven't. But they're the only team who has this bread that has a logo in it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's branded. The
Oh, yeah,
Spanish
I saw
bread
that,
is
I saw that,
branded.
yeah.
I saw that,
And
yeah.
Theo Ignacio, the one who made the rap back in season 10 with the rap battle, he actually bite the Spanish bread with the logo in it. So it's amazing how.
Wonder how that tastes like.
I know it's
The logo.
The logo.
It's the
What does
taste
that-
of being on top of the standings.
Well, they are
Okay,
at the top.
okay, Mr.
Well-
Okay, Francis.
Okay. Now that's all of the merchandise. Go ahead and hop in and visit us right now in the Shooting Gallery Studios. Now, going back to the draft. What will be the change of RSG Slate Philippines up against BREN Esports? So they decided to be the blue side. with RSG.
Again? Yes, again, actually. So we've mentioned earlier, we've discussed about Hellkurt for RSG. I kind of feel like if they are not to ban the hero, they just have to be really prepared whenever there is going to be a Hellkurt play again or Hellkurt pick again for BREN Esports. Now they could ban again Glue, so this is a good option for RSG. So they have the opportunity actually to prioritize this, or maybe since they banned out the Glue, why not they take the Arlot instead of Joy earlier from game number 1.
Well, and if we're talking about how the Gambit would play up against BREN Esports, I believe the XP lane is one of a heck of a target. If you are BREN Esports and you're up against RSG, you would want to have Nats onto something with a different type of comfort pick, because we've seen Nats perform from MSC to here. Nothing changes once he got his hands either a Paquito, either a Benedetta. So there's a lot of possibilities of there's could be a switch, because they remain in the blue side, which normally they're on the red side winning matches.
Yeah, and aside from Nats, it's interesting because we mentioned so many bans earlier. The Fanny, the Hellkurt, everything. But they're not even thinking about that right now. RSG, they're still staying true to what they know, is that we shouldn't give out the Glue, and we shouldn't give out the Faramis. The Fanny's still open.
Yep.
So what's that about?
I think for RSG, no, it's a risk. I was about to say, why not open the Fanny, then put pressure on Kyle TZs, but I remember it's Kyle TZ.
Kyle TZ, yeah.
So maybe they ban still the Fanny, right? But since BREN, they banned earlier different hero. It's going to be Kaja most likely for the third ban of BREN Esports. Same with game 1. For RSG, this is where they could change, or this is where they could dictate the changes of the sequencings of our bans. So still going to be Fanny here for the teams who maybe replicate of that game 1 draft. So still Kaja here, most likely for BREN.
Okay.
Wise choice.
Wise choice to ban out if you're BREN Esports. Now, one thing is also open, the Hellkurt.
Yeah.
For BREN Esports. And they did an RSG like, okay,
All right.
EXP, we have Rome.
At the same time,
Arlot.
It's also
Arlot.
good. It's also good because at least RSG is not overthinking it.
Yep.
They're not not focusing too much on the Hellkurt.
Yep.
Which is exactly what BREN wants you to do. If you're against BREN wants you to overthink about the Hellkurt. They're not doing that here. RSG, they're keeping calm. They're focusing on the goal, which is to get the Joy.
Yep, and speaking of Joy, again, game number 1.
Same thing.
It was a different path. Yes, this is the same hero for RSG, but they could change this as an XP laner. Earlier it was X-Sword Hero, but still the same. It's as if we're watching the draft for game number 1. The difference is that it was Valentina on the right side and then left for Arlot.
Yeah, so with this pick,
redraft
for BREN Esports, while we're joking around how we're seeing the same picks and bans for RSG and BREN, few differences, but with this Valentina pick, well, this also tells like BREN Esports, go ahead and pick those AoE burst heroes that you're comfort with. The Forza, even the Eve, that could really blend well for the laning stage of Super Marco. So right now, will they take the gold lane or the roamer this first early on step?
Probably more. Still. Oh, okay. So the difference here is that earlier they picked the Fredrin, yes, but they will change Beatrix to Brody. Good thing is that for Brody, because of the skill that he has, he could actually be prepared whenever there is a danger from BREN Esports.
Oh, okay. So there's a reach. There's a lot of ways that you can utilize that torn apart memory, because in terms of space, there's dashes. There's a way that how Valentina could escape some of the threats of being in the range of a Brody. So now, would they capitalize on the roamer? Would they capitalize on the attack now on? But
Wait, this is
third time around.
This is too early though, right? I mean, look at BREN. Look at how confident they are that they're willing to show it off at third pick, even if there are possibilities. Of course, there are ways to counter a Hellcurt, right? But why? Why are they showing this so early though?
Maybe because it's still at 100% win rate.
Yes.
So again, they are really confident with this type of hero, but it really shows the strategy that they will do for this game. So possibly for RSG, they could pick heroes that is really more on that strategy or a playstyle wherein they really want to be intact in terms of formation whenever there is a team fight. So earlier there was an Atlas play or Atlas hero for BREN Esports. It is going to be banned here for RSG. And why do I feel like RSG is to pick the Digi?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
a good point.
Yeah. And to think that there's a lot of dashes and also evades from BREN Esports, that could be a really good pick, because there was an early on approach for the Hellcurt, and as they trim down the roamers, well, yeah, that's a good point. The Kufra as well could be the choice of the side of RSG. So right now they take another Kadita. They're focusing on the roamers. They're on point. Chantel.
What is happening? Why are you guys predicting the future in 2 seconds ahead?
And Chantel is like trying to raise up her prediction stats.
Yeah. You gotta increase your portfolio, bro.
Being an analyst on that side. Yeah.
Heroes predicted.
Yeah.
There's a stat for that. But jokes aside, yes, for RSG, again, they are to pick 2 heroes after this ban. So BREN Esports has the capacity to counter out the next 2 bans, or the next 2 picks for RSG. So with the Hellcurt, there's no Atlas, there's no Kofra. Could be a Cho hero here for BREN Esports, just to solidify, the damage. But by the way, there's no gold lane yet for BREN, but they have an option with the Beatrix. Could be one for them, and maybe carry as well.
Oh yeah.
Super Marco's win rate on the carry, you have to always bring it up. It was so good last season. What's up?
This is the first time we're seeing.
Why are we seeing
the backstage,
the broadcast room? A lot of proprietary technology being shown on stream. That's
something new. That's something we don't see every day. We see Santi in the English. We saw a lot of people, saw a lot of things today.
Make it happen here.
Shout out to everyone. That was good, because you have to see what happens on the background.
Yep.
How intricate, how much effort goes to putting on the show. It's not just, oh, here's a game, here's some people to talk. It's not just that. Esports is so much bigger than that.
Yeah, shout out to our amazing prod working all their way to make this an awesome show. So now to go back onto our banning here, BREN Esports has taken a Lolita. And we all know how Light performs well with this hero, and there's no marksman yet for BREN Esports.
Actually, for RSG, it's a good option for them to pick Hilda.
Really?
Just to find where the Hellcurt is, right? We've mentioned earlier that there's a problem whenever there's a team fight. They don't really know where Hellcurt is going to be coming from, and there's a possibility to actually delay the farm of Kyle TZ. But if Kyle TZ, if we talk about his playstyle, he's not really part of the team fight. Rather, he is the finisher of the play. As to why kill participation is not really that high. But it's going to be Franco and Farsa here for RSG and waiting for
Okay.
that marksman hero.
RSG's
Carry.
draft looks very balanced, right?
Yep.
I like this. I like this from RSG so much. They have full control of their lanes, have good attack in the early game, mid game, and late game.
Okay, so this is a this could be a difficult game for Farsa, knowing that well in the lore she's blind, and there is also Hellkurt, who takes out the lights.
Double blind,
right?
Yep.
It's hard because technically speaking, a lot of ways that the
Nathan!
lineup of RSG can go with the
Wow.
Nathan pick for Super Marco. How is this?
It's not super surprising because this actually is such an underrated hero. I
Yep.
know it lost already when people tried to pick it up earlier on the season, but maybe people just weren't ready for him yet. Maybe this is the time for Nathan to shine.
And it's in the hands of Super Marco Rockhart. So there's always a possibility that how BREN Esports is making all the magic happen with their pocket picks. And who knows what could end up next.
This is going to be a thrilling matchup in terms of the marksman heroes that we've seen from both our teams. Very different in terms of the skill set, how they really function in terms of team fights. So I'm just really looking forward with the rotation as well for BREN Esports and RSG. For BREN Esports earlier, they had Super Marco part of the team fight as early as possible. Now for RSG, their strength is giving the space for Eman. So there could be some differences and adjustments, but we'll see.
Well, adjustments. Light got his Franco back in his hands, and we know how Light plays with his Franco. And one thing was concerned in game number 1 is he wasn't having a good space, amount of vision for his team. But now that he's back on the Franco, this could mean something for RSG to freely rotate this time, even where a Hellkurt is present again.
Yeah, that's actually true. Again, if you are a Franco as much as possible, you want to be one step ahead. But when we look at the matchup of the Franco and Lolita, that's an ultra fast, by the way, hook from Light.
Man, Light really did not waste any time. Ultra fast crowd control as soon as he can, as long as it's on cooldown. And they kind of forced a back. That's pretty big from a roam.
That's a good thing for RSG. If they are able to have Ogwen be back on the base, it means that the rotation and vision of BREN Esports is not really that big at this almost 130-minute game time.
Yeah, get that space.
Well, if space is concerned, I'm also thinking how Ogwen manages to have this onto Super Marco, because right now, let's talk about Nathan, because we haven't seen a good Nathan game, and with this patch, does this change everything? Does this hero has a chance to really have a good standing in terms of the win?
There's a term we use for that. It's called laser. When Nathan starts to laser you down, that's when you know you might be in trouble.
And it is a type of laser that stings,
Yeah.
right?
It's AoE.
It's AoE. And also, there is a lot of crowd control as well. That is one consideration. And it feels like Super Mark is a type of player that really likes those type of marksman. I was about to say super marksman, but yeah, marksman heroes, because with the Melissa go away and even the ultimate of Nathan, basically the same in terms of crowd control.
The carry,
The
right?
carry as well.
Look, somebody got taunted here right in the pit.
This could be bad, but look at that. Beautiful pickup by Light. Will be countered immediately by the final slash from Flapteasy. Look at that when he charged up the Numenal Blast, and they take down H2O. And there goes the retribution for RSG.
Not stopping. He's still moving forward. Ogwen and Flapteasy trapped in a turtle pit, and Kyle Teasy secures the turtle.
Oh, there he goes. Look at that. Flapteasy. His final slash went online again, and he took out Nats. So far, so good for BREN.
An objective after a kill, or a kill after an objective here for BREN Esports as to why they are on the lead in terms of the gold. It was a nice call for them, and at the same time, Flapteasy was really on point. That it was difficult for RSG to handle that final slash, and I gotta say that there might have been a misplacement in terms of Exort's Federal Airstrike at that moment, because it was too far from the turtle pit. But looking at the gold lead right now, it is on in terms of the marksman, so really tight on that lane. So we might see a rotation later on from both our teams to support their gold laners.
Well, speaking of gold lane progress, look at the items now with Nathan having his steel leg plates, and also for the side of Eman, I believe they have the same and fair momentum, having their gold lane or even their pace active, because right
the
now
legendary pants are important.
And the legendary pants turning into new jeans.
The new jeans.
Oh, it's called new jeans now?
Yeah, well, that's what we
New
call it
jeans
now.
When it's upgraded.
That's what, you got to get into meta, bro. That's the meta right
Okay.
now.
Steel leg plates are now new
jeans.
Who has the points for this? Rockhart or Chantel?
What?
Who made this?
Hey, Chantel did.
Oh, no, okay, that's 505. This is the first time I'm hearing new jeans. Oh, look at the hook of Light.
That was a beautiful hook right now. Light going in alongside the rest of his team. A little bit too slow right now, but H2O, he's got enough energy, eruption, to get into the flow. Good eruption from that damage of the Appraiser's Wrath. Hook in by Light, and everyone's getting ready to fight. Eman, though, gonna go in, fade away with a Torn Apart memory. Not enough to slow down the Hive.
A very nice retaliation by BREN Esports. It was actually a nice energy eruption by H2. It just so happened that at that moment, RSG's players, the rest of the players are actually far in the site of a team fight, and it was really fast specifically for few at that moment with that Shadow Strike. So with the Shadow Strike, there's a taunt effect. And it was really difficult for RSG, but again, there's another turtle objective here being started by BREN Esports.
And also the ultimate of Ogun was countered like that from TZ up in the middle.
Yeah, Flapteasy once more with the final slash at the back, slowing down RSG enough just for BREN to secure that turtle. Nats goes down, and that should be the end of it, but RSG right now, they're trying to find another way to get back here.
We could see the confidence here from BREN Esports during that kill against Nats, because at that moment, Nats actually used his vengeance, but we could see Kaltisi just dealing damage, poking damage against him. But yeah, looking at the items right now, we could see the Feather of Heaven already for Super Marco, so that is a nice item with the attack speed as well. So he also has that movement speed from the boots. So we're waiting for that perfect item for Eman to be able to deal damage against BREN. Maybe the Demon Hunter, not the Demon Hunter sword, the Blade of Despair or Malefic Roar.
Speaking of Blade of Despair, could this be an interesting choice for Eman? I see Rose Gold Meteor up on the first item.
Oh, that's not something you see every day. But right now, what you see, RSG can't see because it's all dark right now. Numinal Blast being used by Ogwen and Super Marco with just destructive amounts of damage. RSG, they're trying to fight back. They're throwing everything they have, try to take out BREN, and they take out few in the end. But of course, RSG won't go down without a scratch. They also will pay for it with Nat.
Trade of 2-1. The goal lead goes still for BREN Esports.
And it's now 2.6k, and another objective will be taken here by the side of BREN Esports. And it's as if they're playing, or whenever there is an initiation, they will go straight and penetrate the formation of RSG every moment. And we've mentioned earlier that for BREN Esports, it's like the Dark Knight Falls is the call that let's meet up here, let's bring some goodies, let's fight against RSG. And it's a good thing for them because they are playing very synchronized.
So it's like Kyle Teasy is the one making the call. So it's a Dark Knight call.
The Dark Knight call, yeah.
Yes, the Dark Knight
I couldn't help
call.
myself, it was right there.
Ooh.
Anyway, instant eruption of damage, and there's just nothing that Nats and H2O could do. They got deleted immediately there.
Right now, it's still BREN Esports dictating the pace. For the question on how a hook landed again.
Beautiful hook there from Light. But look at that beautiful final slash into a fadeaway flicker. Just like nothing happened.
Again, it is an easy way for BREN Esports to actually disengage whenever there is a team fight for RSG. But for RSG, the good thing is that they have the burst damage with Exord. By the way, Exord has not been taken down here for this game, so the burst is going to be there from him. They just need that perfect initiation with the hooks from Light. Again, we've been mentioning this earlier. When there is a good hook, there's a good kill.
The Dark Knight has been called upon once more, and Super Marco is just nigh unstoppable here in this game, and BREN Esports just invading all the properties, all the territories that the Raiders have to offer.
Purely on confidence onto the Hive. The recalls are showing in, and this is purely damage. I really want to ask myself on the items here. Super Marco on the 402 up against Eman.
And it is a very big discrepancy in terms of the items. Again, for Super Marco, really more on the magic items, again, because of the innate skill set that this hero has. And we really have to take note that it is just the Rose Gold Meteor and even the Malefic Roar. So it's really more on the defensive item with this Rose Gold Meteor. So I kind of feel like for RSG is trying to speed up the defensive and the physical items that they could bring in against BREN Esports.
7.5k gold lead for Super Marco.
28k total damage?
He's got Feather of Heaven,
Wow.
Genius Wand, and Holy Crystal at 9 minutes. It's like, oh, good luck. Good luck surviving against that.
And it's as if the item of everything, from theory of everything to item of everything, that's why the damage is everything here for Super Marco. And it's one thing, guys. A 7k gold lead, 7.4k after his turret damage. And for RSG, yes, they are definitely in a difficult spot right now. And they have to defend this Lord. But the good thing is that, again, in terms of minion wave clearing, they have the kit.
Well, looking at kits on how BREN Esports damage right now is really showing up against RSG. Let's talk about how the fact that this team could bounce back in the later stage of the game with so much amount of burst damage and also have the burst up against RSG. The defense items right now needs to show that they can hold each of the attacks that BREN Esports can do.
And when you said the defensive items, look at the item here for RSG. Yes, there are two players that holds the dominance ice, but where is the burst? Actually,
There's no magic resist.
Yes, there's no magic resist as well. And the only burst item that they have is completely depending on the stacks of that Clock of Destiny from Exhort. But another Dark Eye falls by BREN.
Oh my god.
What?
H2O.
Oh no!
That was too fast. He disappeared.
Yeah. And this is not looking good. For the Raiders right now, there is a Lord that they will melt because right now, BREN Esports on a 10k gold lead, they have so much power, they have so much punish, and this is the punishment that we're talking about. Look at the players' gold. Three members of BREN Esports rising on top, and Eman is the only one from RSG to counter the damage, ranking on 4th.
I just have to say, there's not much for me to play-by-play because people just die right away.
And I was just actually analyzing before that play-by-play at that moment. The issue was already dead. But yeah, for RSG right now, I gotta say that they really have to have a stronghold as much as possible. Oh, this is
Slap TZ got hooked in. Can he react in time though? It looks like BREN Esports actually wanted that hook to happen because H2O got picked off again.
Another potential of a crucial pickoff, and BREN Esports totally outlasted the damage with this kind of lead. It only tickles.
Again, it's a huge factor. Wait, there's a concealed play.
Oh, a concealed play. Oh, this time around, we're not going to wait for a hook. Let's take the fight to them. And there's very little that RSG can do to stop it. BREN Esports going for the throat and ending that game.
BREN Esports, without breaking the sweat, they have swept the Kings of Sea just as this moment, and they are not backing down.
For BREN Esports, it's as if they're building a specific hero that is to be branded on their organization. Again, with a Hellcurt play. Again, a surprise play from them. But this time around, there's a Nathan. So a lot in their sleeves coming to this game against RSG.
I got to say, that was... there was not much to cast in that game because everyone in BREN Esports just worked like a flawless machine. They destroyed everyone who went in front of their heroes.
We were talking about Hellcurt being picked on the first phase onto the draft, and it didn't even matter. And RSG, there were some glimpses that they can even counter on how BREN Esports dictates the pace. But one thing also was lacking was how Super Marco developed so much fast momentum up in the gold lane.
That was a very very quick or very rapid actually in terms of how he was able, even the conversion of gold. Yes, there are instances wherein we could see a gold laner to be really up in terms of the gold, but the conversion is very low. We could actually see it on the mid or maybe the late game per se. But for Super Marco, it's as if he is the center of the team fight. They're bringing in Super Marco to be the damage dealer, not the jungler.
I would say if we had like an ultra fast game of the week, that was it.
I think we should go back on the timers, right? It was quick as, what, 10 minutes? And also, if we could, well, in the analyst segment, Chandler could break things down. If they were gaining 1k gold per minute, because that is how BREN Esports progressed up against RSG. And right now, just ban out the Hellcurt. Just ban that out if you're against BREN Esports.
Maybe that's a strategy of BREN Esports. Yeah. You know, we're gonna show you the Hellcurt. We're gonna show you the Nathan. We're gonna make you overthink before we go into the playoffs. So maybe you're gonna ban those heroes out. Then we're gonna bring out something else.
Yeah,
like that would be a cool strategy for BREN Esports to do.
Yes, because after that Melissa play, we didn't really expect to see a Nathan out of nowhere. Maybe because they are beside in the alphabet, you know, MN. But yeah, for the side of BREN Esports, it's as if they have a lot of cards, and this type of cards is not really a strategy of the other team. So BREN Esports has the only identity that uses Hellcurt for this tournament, and this is the first time again after the first half of our regular season to see Nathan again. So in terms of banning and even picking, it's as if there's no competition for BREN.
Oh. Man, I don't know. This is just really hard for me to even think that we cannot overthink things. We cannot sugarcoat things because just purely domination against BREN Esports, but how RSG is really struggling. And again, Coach Pan said it time and time again that they do a reset in getting back the form of the players. But right now, I believe one thing that also is concerned here, once they get that reset, RSG goes back up right away. And maybe in that point, after this week, as we had on week 8, maybe they could go up in a comfortable way because that is, or maybe tomorrow, they're up against Blacklist International.
That's going to be a fun game to watch, right? Are you willing to do strats like this against Blacklist International, who are also known to bring out some really, really fun stuff whenever we get into the middle or the later parts of the season to make their opponents overthink as well?
Actually, I'm really looking forward for those other heroes that might be. But still, here's the thing. It is week 7, right? And then we have a break for week 8. So we also have a break prior playoffs. So when we say that we are surprised for Hellcurt, I will not be surprised if we see other heroes on the playoffs and even for week 8.
Well,
Minotaur Room. Sorry.
Minotaur.
Minotaur Room. Sorry.
Oh.
I just have a cough. Don't
Really?
mind.
Yeah? How about Garrett Kacha?
Maybe. Could be.
We're all, well, since we're starting the...
Nanamid.
Oh, well, don't get me wrong. That is effective in terms of how an invade hero works up against with your lineup. We're just talking about how potential heroes could show up because in this point in the season, this is where, even for me, I can't even think of what could be the next pocket pick, what would be the next cheese strategy pick to show. Because if this is concerned, BREN Esports back in their form, again, in Season 10, they've fallen short in the playoffs, and now all of this translate to that onto the stage. And again, in the Battle of the Generals, it's BREN Esports who had and prevailed. Now let's call on Marikina. What do you have for us for the winning interview?
Hive, congratulations! BREN Esports with a sweep!
Thank you. Thank you.
You're back! So, ito yung unang laban nyo pagkatapos nung sinasabi naming the greatest upset of the season. And it looks like parang nanggigil ata kayo doon. You came back with a vengeance kasi 2-0. You're back to your 2-0 ways. So what happened after that? Kasi it seems like you guys came back a lot stronger. Parang may nagising ata.
Yeah, yung series namin versus TNC was a very humbling experience kasi kahit sino naman yung na win streak for a very long time would feel na you're invulnerable, hindi ka matatalo. But it goes to show na kaya kaming talunin kahit sino na teams this sa MPL. So it was a very humbling experience. Yung mga bata was like Hindi, babawi kami. Babawi kami, coach. So, I was just happy that they made good with their word. So, yeah.
And it seems nga na may gusto talagang bumawi. Kasi sa Facebook post ni Super Marco.
Ayan, oo, totoo yan.
Anong nakalagay doon, Coach? Parang,
Parang gusto ko na rin kumaldag.
gusto na rin niyang kumaldag. Dahil marami.
Sample!
Ang very shy. Sample! Pandora!
Sasabayan daw siya ni Pando. Yan,
Sabayan mo. Ay, sobrang mahihain to, by the way, guys. Talagang minsan lang to magsalita.
Okay, guys,
Super Marco, okay. Alright.
Bilang kayo.
1, 2, 3, go! Ikaldag mo, ikaldag mo. I love na game kayo. Oh, by the way, Coach, dati natanong ko si Few kung sino yung iboboto niya para sa Hall of Legends.
Yeah.
And he says it's you. A lot of people are saying you deserve to be Hall of Legends inductee.
Thank you.
Ikaw naman, kung may iboboto ka, sinong iboboto mo?
Honestly, nagboto na ako eh.
Okay.
So, ang binoto ko si Etomax.
Si wow. Okay, bakit si Etomax?
I think his personality-wise, I think he's one of the best people around in the MPL scene. May isa pa akong pinag-iisipan. Of course, si Bon. Bon is not in the Hall of Legends just yet. And I think Bon is really, really disturbing of it. But my vote goes to Etomax. Yeah.
At
And he's
narinig
also,
niya.
by the way, my favorite player.
Oh, he's your favorite player.
Aside from Few.
Oh, syempre, besides from Few. Pero eto Max talaga, great leadership.
Yeah.
Ang galing din niyang
Magaling
sumagot. He watches out for his player. Kayo nang bumoto rin kayo para sa ating Hall of Legends, you can do it now para naman masigurado na manalo ang inyong boto. Now, Coach, sa team spotlight natin, Bren!
Guys, if you have time, our merch booth is right outside, right out front. So please visit our booth. Kakaltag si Mark doon pag bumili kayo.
Thank you so much. And guys, simula ng finisher, ang dami na nag-line up doon. Go ahead before you go on your way out. Check them out. 200 pesos lang to, guys. Thank you so much. 2-0 sweep. Congratulations. Thank you, Coach. BREN Esports. Ilang beses pa kaya kakaldag si Super Marco? Kitang-kita naman kung gaano gustong bumawi ng BREN Esports pagkatapos ng experience nila last week. And today, they swept their opponent. Kumaldag si Super Marco. Sila pa ang team spotlight natin. But now, we're gonna break down the game for you. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. And that was the kaldag that they needed to win the game. That was the extra the Pandora did, right? And that is how their winning wings are back. BREN Esports just swept RSG Philippines. And this tells me that they need a major reason if they're going up against on the next match tomorrow. But right now, in the moment of BREN Esports, in the interview, Coach Ducky said that going up against TNC, the only team who stopped their streak was a humbling experience. Now let's break things down a bit. Elder Sister Chantel, how did BREN Esports dominated this match?
Total control and dominance, of course, by BREN Esports coming to this game. As to why they swept their enemy team, RSG Philippines, on that game. Again, it's all about the hero composition here with the surprise heroes that has been being brought here by BREN Esports. We've mentioned the hero composition. It is a surprise to actually see Nathan again being brought here in the table, having 803 KDA for Super Marco. So the perfect formula here for BREN Esports is that they have a solid tanker, they have a solid roamer that can come in for the counter initiation, having this Luminum Blasts from Ogwen, and at the same time have another hero that could copy other heroes of RSG. Again, there's no secret recipe for a BREN Esports. It's just them having more heroes that could pick with the recent hero pool of RSG Philippines. Now, looking at the overall team statistics for team fight participation, RSG It's actually Exhort that didn't bring any damage onto this game, and it goes to show that for BREN Esports, they're just dealing damage from time to time. They went in when there is an opportunity. Even the monster gold stolen is really on the side of BREN Esports. As to why it was really difficult for H2 and the rest of the squad to go for the retaliation in terms of the turtle team fight. Ace of that game, even the rich guy, is Super Marco, and a total assist, of course, for that game is Ogwen. But again, a Hellcurt after another Hellcurt play. Our MVP for that game is going to be Kyle TZ with 209 KDA, gold per minute of 716, and kill participation of 73%. If we go back to the data that was shown prior this game, we could see that Kyle TZ is a type of a jungler wherein he goes for the team fight whenever he is needed, but at the same time, if there's an opportunity for him to focus on the objective, why not focus on objective? He's really more of a goal-oriented type of jungler. So early part of the game, we could see RSG, their thoughts are really all over the place. This was a nice initiation by them, but at the same time, BREN Esports was really fast for the backup. It was actually 2 players up there on the top lane that was already low on life, but because again of the backup from few, it was a counter initiation for them. And look at that, at 6 minutes it was a 4-0 score for BREN Esports, a 2k gold lead, and it just went straight to the fortress of RSG. Even a torn apart memory for Eman here didn't bring any damage because there is a shield from Ogwen's Lolita. And even at the bot lane, there was a hook, yes, from Light, but we're talking about the burst damage here. We're talking about the finishing play here for RSG that wasn't really evident during that game. As to why BREN Esports, they just went in for the offense, went in for the final slashes. Again, we've been saying this since game number 1 that it is a collective team effort, and indeed they are ready for the playoffs performance or their playoffs, because this is a type of performance that we will be really looking forward. Again, that was a very intense game. I'm sure OSX and Rockhart has a lot to say for that game.
I really want to replay that last one in super slow motion, where you saw a final slash and everyone just jumped in.
Yeah.
Yep. It was beautiful. Actually, I'm gonna make a content of that super slow motion, and we'll see the layering, and we'll see how BREN got that. By the way, 12 minutes.
Yeah, and speaking of Hellcurt, I got silenced earlier with my microphone, so he's...
Oh, you got Hellcurt.
Yeah, I got Hellcurt.
Right.
Yeah, so right now, for my final thought for this match, if you're up against BREN Esports, you gotta think twice on who do you want to target. Will you ban out the Hellcurt, or will you just let him loose? Because right now, this team is something to really look up to in terms of heading or having yourself seed in the playoffs. So because right now, as we go further into the last match of the regular season, it's the seeding that matters, right? Upper bracket, lower bracket. So at this point in time, it's BREN Esports who's on or back with their winning ways 2-0 for this match up against RSG Philippines. And tomorrow, who knows what will happen, because again, we all know RSG for the team who needs a reset, and in terms of having or configuring what could really work, because right now, as the competition is getting tough, they need to be tougher heading the next day.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, I'm gonna have a lot of fun watching, because I think this is gonna be my last cast for regular season. So I'll be watching you guys, and we'll be watching how BREN Esports develops this. Maybe they'll have newer picks coming into the next week or the last week. Again, even though they look like they're experimenting, they're getting wins. So
again, for this performances that we saw today, I kind of feel like I'm ready for anything that is to be brought in the table by the teams.
Right now, this is April Fool's Day. Who knows what could happen tomorrow? My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Chantel. We'll see you again tomorrow.
What an emotional roller coaster of our triple header. Gaya nga ng sinabi natin kanina, dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo, ang pinakamalakas ang mangingibabaw. First off, we saw how smart Omega survived their opponent because of Kelra's heroics. After that, it was a very emotional end sa biyaheng tagumpay's journey. Ben thinks despite his heroics, landing hooks after hooks, had to say goodbye to their playoffs dreams, but they have one game left. And ONIC came out the victor. And finally, BREN, after their humbling experience from the greatest upset of all time, came back even stronger. And it looks like they're planning to sweep all their opponent once again, and they started it tonight. Once again, bukas, meron pa tayong back-to-back games, all for you to end our week number 7. So don't you miss it. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino, laging nagpapaalala. Sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you, John Joseph Laida, MPL fan and designer, for this beautiful outfit. See you guys tomorrow for the last day of week 7. Keep it good vibes! The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.